you could win that. $10 a ticket, but more importantly, all of that money is going to go to the junior program. So even if you're not buying a lottery ticket, if you see Bob Darling out there and you want to donate to help the kids get to Denver, do that, please. All right, so as we continue to roll through here, again, we have called all of our dragsters. It looks like Greg Christensen, not sure if maybe he shook it off or what's going on, but he is not backing up from the burnout, and we see him picking up parts out there. So that could be a little bit more serious an issue than just like the dragster shutting off. Yep. Greg's got the helmet off. He's going to climb out of the car. Giovanni Colecci, big sexy, will wait here, and once we get things clear, then Giovanni can make his run. Hey, while it is quiet, again, racers, we have called Super Pro Door Car. We've called Super Pro Dragster. We called Pro a while ago. We want to kind of let everybody know that if you need to make a cleanup run, if you missed your time run, now, don't try to sneak up here and get another time run if you've already had your time run for your allotted entry. So again, if you're single entered, that's one time run. If you're double entered, that's one time run per entry. So if for some reason you missed one of your time runs, we do need to get those cleanup runs back into the staging lanes. Again, don't try to be like all underhanded and sneaky. You know, don't be doing that. But if you did not get your time run for your allotted entry, go ahead and start making your way into the staging lanes. We want to get those cleanup hits done before we get into round number 1. Sarai? Sarai. So again, if you need to make that cleanup hit, go ahead and come on back into the staging lanes.
Good morning, everybody. I know it is later than was expected. Quite frankly, there have been a couple of little issues during time trials and some other stuff in it, and a lot more cars that showed up late last night and early this morning. So we are still in time trials. As you guys know, there was a time in our lives where we did every single car going down the racetrack all day long, including hours and hours and hours of time trials. I'm too old and smart for that crap anymore. So we are not doing that. But racing will start shortly. They have called all of the cars to the lanes. So they are working through the last few time trials, and then they're going to get into actual racing. So looking forward to that for sure. If you're just joining us, or if you were with us last night, either way, when we were done, racing was not concluded for the $10,000 Racer Appreciation Race from Silver State Refrigeration. That race got wet. It started to sprinkle, and there was no chance that we were going to make it, through the next hour without more sprinkles. So they pulled the plug on last night's race. There was only one run that had to be made in order to get down to our final 2. That was done first thing this morning. Now our final 2 will race tonight at the conclusion of the event, or if the 2 guys that are in that are still are out of today's action, then we may run it in between rounds later today. Again, this is time trials, not racing. Time trials, not racing. So we will bring you all of the racing action today for sure. In the meantime, we've got some time trial stuff that's going, and we're just going to have the camera fixed, and you guys can check that out and listen to Nate and the gang. I need to adjust the audio levels, it sounds like, just a little bit. Had a very, very odd morning with a completely strange power interference issue with microphones. And it was odd. but we got it sorted out. So now the levels are weird, so we're going to have to change that. So I'll get you all set. But, let's see. Steve Valdez. Steve Valdez made a burrito delivery this morning. I got to eat a little bit of it, but not all of it because I was trying to fix some stuff. So it is currently resting on the incredibly hot dashboard of my rental car, staying warm and toasty, and I'm going to eat that here shortly. So if you're lucky, you get to watch me eat because everybody knows that's what they love to do. So that is going to happen shortly. John Victorino in the house. Yes, it was Pennington and Learcamp Victorino, and I don't know who won it. I wasn't watching. I'm so sorry, but I was trying to fix stuff. So if you're just joining us, thank you so much. I know I'm rambling this morning, but you're going to see plenty of that this weekend. We're live here from the Southwest Showdown. K&N, been a sponsor of this event for many years. Nate was just talking about that. Great people over there out of California. Love them. And we really appreciate their support. But I have to give a very special thanks not only to Holley, who is our longtime live broadcast sponsor and our Bang Shift live broadcast sponsor this weekend, but also Silver State Refrigeration. Those guys have always stepped up, and they are the presenting sponsor here on the live broadcast this weekend as we broadcast live from Tucson Dragway. Great facility, Matt DeYoung, Jim Hughes, all the staff here. Thank you for having us as always. Dude, you know, it's so funny. Matt has my scissor lift waiting for me, has power to it. It's a roomy one, even fat guy elbow room over here. It's awesome. Love him to death. Thank you so much for having us. Of course, Chris Forsyth and the entire West Coast Bracket Racing family. Great people, put on great events. If you get the chance to come out here, do. Right now, Peter Biondo is here in the house. He flew in from his home in New York with his helmet and his suit. He is driving one of Marco's Parabolalis car right now. I'm looking over there. So Marco and Layla are here. They have the Camaro Roadster and two Dragsters. One of the Dragsters, the maroon car, Peter Biondo is driving this weekend. Now, important to know, after time trials, Peter he's going to the final, I believe, in the 10K race from yesterday. He was 00 in every round of competition yesterday. The dude is the man. So it's going to be really interesting to see. Again, just a great day of racing. Great people here. So thrilled to be here. It is chilly. It is chilly here. Not cold, but it's chilly and it's windy. The temperature is supposed to be a little lower today than yesterday, but the wind is supposed to be less severe, hopefully, which is good. The sun is still something fierce here in Arizona, there is no doubt. So most of the day I will be doing it with the hood up to protect all this important stuff here, you know. I mean, the moneymaker here has got to look good for all of you guys. So, John Victorino, love that you're in the house. I wish you were here racing. There are a lot of great cars here this weekend, including Umberger's new Camaro Roadster. You know, Umberger normally drives the Jelly Bean, the little T1000, looks like a Chevette. But he's here this weekend in a really bitchin' looking, you know, Roadster Camaro. It's the same color, okay, still says Lethal Threat on the side, but we're trying to come up with a new name for the car. So I have said Gummy Worm, the Pickle, there have been Cucumber, Zucchini, some other not so appropriate names. But things that have to get said out over a microphone, we're going for. So if you have suggestions when we see it later, it is that same bright green, metallic, just beautiful, like candy green color. You'll see it's pretty cool. So if you see it and you like a different name, be creative, throw them out there, and Nate and I will be watching for sure. Victorino going to be at the Fling. I will be there as well, dude. For the first time ever at the Spring Fling Million, I am not going to be all alone broadcasting this race. And when I say that, I don't mean I've had McTaggart there helping. But as far as the entire production, this year the Spring Fling Million is going to be a whole other level, as Warren Evans from DragRacer.tv is also coming. And so he and I are going to tag team this event. There's going to be on-screen announcer screen numbers, so all of the times and everything are going to be there. It's going to be, dude, Chili Verde. I love Steve. I thought about that earlier too. Great minds with a single thought. Oh, there's a plastic bag on the racetrack. So anyway, so Warren Evans is going to be there as well. So what is going to happen is that there is going to be some time where I will be up here with you guys running the camera and yammering to you. There are going to be other times where we're going to not have the swinging camera going, and instead I may be in the booth announcing, or who knows? I could be wandering around shooting the shit and having a good time. I don't know. Didn't even think about it till now, but maybe this is the time I need to get a ride. So we will see, but we are going to have a good time. We're going to turn it up. I'm going to get to do all kinds of fun stuff I never get to do because we don't have enough time. Dude, it's going to be awesome. So we are really looking forward to it. Can't thank Peter and the entire crew over there at bracketracers.com for everything. I mean, the spring series is great. You know, these series that I love so much all support each other. West Coast Bracket Racing and bracketraces.com do that so well. You know, all these West Coast Bracket Racers, so many of them also participate in Fling events, and it's so cool to see Peter out here this weekend. There's just a lot going on right now, and you guys are going to love this season of racing. More stuff coming on bankshift.com this year. Super Stock Showdown live right here coming. There's so much to do. I cannot even tell you. And there's so much cool racing that we are going to have live here on bankshift.com this year. I'm very excited about it. We are still inking some deals. You guys are going to want to stay tuned. Make sure you like and subscribe and do all those things. Dude, hit the like. For the love of God, if you're watching the damn thing, push the button. I mean, for the love of God, we need it. It helps us for real. We also have the newest thing is our super stickers or whatever they're called, which people begged me for during Rocky Mountain Race Week. I guess you can pay to be a super sticker. I don't know. I just show the races. But whatever it is, do it. Have fun. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And as always, my two dudes in blue, Barney and RTC. My moderators of all moderators, thank you so much. Dude, Barnalicious, RTC, you guys have been with us since way back in the day. And we so appreciate the fact that you guys swing the band hammers when necessary. It really does matter. RTC says no personal checks. You can send them. I don't care. If they're really big, it don't even matter if they're real. Big checks, dude. Everybody likes big checks. Thank you, Hot Rod Dave. Thank you, everybody. Dude, the shopping cart. I didn't even think about it, Victorino. We should talk. We don't have much time. That's like in a month. Yeah, we should talk. Oh my God, I didn't even think about this. Wow, I didn't even think about driving a car at the damn thing. Now I got to think. Okay, we'll see. I got to check with Peter too, make sure he'd be cool, but I think he would. I think he'd think it was awesome. So if we can too, we'll mic me up in the car. Screw it, it'll be regret. I've road raced and autocrossed with while mic'd up. Why not drag race? You know, it'll be good. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, so we have the golf cart on the racetrack. Oh, I think that's a Matt. Oh no, it isn't. I thought that was a Matt DeYoung there for a second. They do have a cute golf cart here, I will say. They could use all the help they can get. The staff is not that cute here. Just saying. Sorry, Matt. Oh, but like I said, lots of good stuff coming up this year. Again, big thanks to Silver State for being our presenting sponsor here this weekend, and the Tucson Dragway staff. K&N Southwest Showdown live right here on Lucas Oil Friday. Dude, we are going to get ready to go. We are going to start off with Pro here shortly, and it is going to be the Mr. Horsepower Pro Round Numero Uno. We are this close to the Mexico border down here in Tucson, and close enough that when you rent a car here, they say you're not allowed to leave the country. I say, fiddle faddle, you weirdos. You're this close, why wouldn't you go? I don't have time, otherwise I would. I would. You know what? Steve's on here, Valdez, right now. If we had time, we'd be going down there to tour some cool facilities and to eat awesome food. Like, I gotta say, I know this makes me so mean. If one of these days, one of these rained out just for one day, it wouldn't break my heart to have to go to Mexico for the day. It just wouldn't. I'm just saying. So, whatever. All right. I digress.
All right, so again, just a quick little check and racetrack. And racers, a reminder one more time, specifically for those of you who are double entered in the same car.
Okay, so they have lots of double entries going on, and they are making announcements about that because everybody that's double entered needs to be in the lanes first, make their first run, get their asses back to make their second run. So it makes a big deal. And getting their numbers correct on the car is a big deal as well. So they need to be a number on their car, whatever their car number is, for their first entry, and their number plus an X for their second entry. So that's how it works. Yeah. Dude, hot rod day. Nothing wrong with a 77 Trans Am with a LS. I like it. All right, I'm going to lock the camera off. You're going to watch some cars do their thing while I adjust some levels. And so the audio is a little weird, Marn. I will probably have you text me when you think the layers are good, or levels are good, and we'll roll from there. But love you guys. Appreciate it so much. And
yeah, we'll see. At that point, we're probably going to have to.
Nate.
You do the check? The check?
Yeah, Nate doesn't know we're live yet.
So we'll have to set up our system here so we can follow along with you. And then goes 464, 149 miles an hour. Larry Richardson, 17th grade, 4.
All right, we're gonna go back to the racetrack, adjust some levels, and as soon as they start round number 1, we'll be good to go. Although, wait, this might be it.
Stevens in the 62 Impala.
No dial-in yet. But these are door cars. I think we're here. Yes!
In La Camaro.
Okay, this is awesome. Ready, and... Still time trials.
Final cleanup car.
Yep, still time trials. So this is just cleaning up our time trials, and then we'll be raring to go. So we're close, ladies and gentlemen. Really, really, really close.
It's John Sure. Sure. Are you sure?
That's the whole thing. When somebody looks at him and goes, "Are you sure?" He has to answer yes every time. Every time. So John and the Mr. Magoo and Ricky Duschel in his Camaro. Out of Palmdale.
Yeah. The other one's in tires.
Bum, bum, bum. 17 green for sure.
The rental car.
As he goes 681 at 99 miles an hour. Ricky goes 628 at 108 miles an hour.
Yeah, dude, and then that was all they had.
Is this our last cleanup?
So, dude, they only...
Steve Shear?
Dude, look at this. That's just a little token of
At a Visa CIA, California?
Yeah, dude. Hey, I appreciate it.
It might be Visalia, but this is actually the credit card of the Central Intelligence Agency.
All day, every day. Like, oh, hell yeah, dude. Thank you so much for that.
So the uncovered ride going to be our final, right? Final car and time runs?
I'm going to put my monster in it right
And then we got round number 1 of Pro. I was about to say round number Pro. We got round number 1 of Pro for Lucas Oil Friday.
Yes.
We could have round number P1. Pro 1. Shearer, 17 green, a 498 at 135 miles an hour. So there we go. I do believe time trials are now officially complete. Over, le over, au revoir. Fin. I do like those friggin', art student movies. Fin. All right, are we ready? Are we ready? All right, they're waiting on me. So, ladies and gentlemen, racers and race fans, good morning and welcome to Tucson Dragway. We are getting ready to go with our Lucas Oil Friday here at the K&N Southwest Showdown. Again, a big, big thanks to everybody at West Coast Bracket Races for all of the hard work that they're doing to put this on and to allow the gates to be open here. And a big, big thanks to everybody here at Tucson Dragway. There is a lot of work that goes into prepping a facility like this, to prepping the track, to prepping everybody, having the crews here on time, and essentially the hours and hours that they put in. We couldn't be here racing without them. So again, racers, as you are making your way around the property, when you see those folks that are working here at Tucson Dragway, please give them a thanks, give them a nod, let them know how much we appreciate what they're doing. But it is time. Round number 1 is sitting back in the staging lanes for our pro category. And before we get started there, racers, we definitely want to recognize how wonderful it is to be living in this great country. We know there is a lot of turmoil going on in the world right now. There are a lot of challenging things that are happening between what's been happening with the pandemic that's starting to possibly fade out, and now with what's going on the other side of the globe. It is a very, very difficult time. So it is great that we get the opportunity to get together here and spend a little time together as racers, put the cares of the world aside, and just enjoy our weekend. And the reason that we're able to do that is because we live in this great country. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we listen to our national anthem this morning, please remember all of those men and women who are currently defending our country, who have previously defended our country. Let us give them thanks for what they do to protect our freedoms. And as we do that, I'd ask that you please rise and remove your caps for our national anthem.
Stripes and bright stars.
right, racers, it is time. We do live in the greatest country on earth, and we thank everybody who defends our freedoms every day. Whether they are our first responders, whether they are active or retired military, just remember to say thank you to them, because that's the whole reason we get to be here. We've got pro round number 1 coming up. I am going to turn the microphone back over to the one and only Mr. Mike Eames, and he is going to be in here to entertain you for the next little while. So Mike, round number 1, racing for real, $5,000 on the line on a Lucas Oil Friday.
Thank heavens there's only one. So I do believe we'll have just a couple of quiet moments on the racing surfaces. The Tucson Dragway team is going to check out the surface and make sure everything is fully kosher before we start our Lucas Oil Products Friday, round number 1 in Pro Eliminator, with our best losing package here in round number 1 in Pro Eliminator. $200 in cash and product from our friends at Clay Smith Cams. Speaking of that, at the Good Vibrations Motorsports March meet, Chad Langdon was working the Clay Smith Cams booth and told me that he's going to get back in a race car here real soon, probably at the Phoenix Divisional. And after all of the obstacles that Chad has had to overcome in the last little bit, here that he's going to get jump back into a race car. Well, that made my heart happy. So we're going to see Chad Langdon back in competition here before too long, which is great. But we do have Pro ET, or round number 1, up here at the ready line. We'll have round number 1 here shortly. Again, today here on Lucas Oil Products Friday, the option of the first round buyback is available, $60 here in Pro ET. So if you are not fortunate enough to illuminate a win light here in round number 1, you'll have the buyback opportunity, both in Pro and Super Pro. $100 will be the buyback in Super Pro. For everybody who is a first round runner-up. So we're patiently waiting the call to move forward. Before we can start our first round and the Thunderdome situation, 2 enter, 1 leave. USO Products Friday, first round. In Pro ET, we're going to start off with the gentleman who came out of the pro category last night in the Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation event that we need to conclude later on today. That's Eric Daniels. Eric out of Chandler, Arizona, the 76 Vega, the National Auto Collision Center side, the left side of the racetrack, alongside Jeffrey Edwards, 66 Chevy 2, Teal Machine. He's in a bad position off the starting line. Jeffrey Edwards was 005 and 5 above to be 6'10" thou in front. Eric Daniels was 66 on the starting line and 7046 on the 705, but is going to bow out in round number 1, head to the buyback booth. This is Aaron McClammon in the El Camino and Richard Llewellyn. Both drivers out in front of green. Richard Llewellyn, the worser of the offenders. Aaron McClammon in the El Camino will get the win. 6.469 on the 646 prediction. But Richard Llewellyn was big red, 118. McClammon was 22 thou in front. Real good matchup right here. Sasha Hofer and Dennis Paz. Sasha, Calamasa, 758 is the dial for Team Silver Platter Racing. And Dennis Paz in the Mino Camino. Small block Chevrolet Power out of Stockton. 684 will be leaving second. Sasha's away. Nose down, and will get the win. 008 green for Sasha and 1 above. 759 on the 758. Dennis Paz was 27 at the start, gave up a couple of hundredths of a second and 2 hundredths above, and those numbers do not work out for a win light for Dennis Paz. Sasha Hofer goes forward. Chris Stout and Matt Hawk. Chris out of Pocatello. The Chevy Vegas, 720 is the dial for Chris, and Matt Hawk out of Tucson. Ford Maverick, 826 is the dial for Matt Hawk. There's Chris, Matt out in front, win light. Chris Stout got the nose of that Vega out in front by 8 thousandths of a second. Chris was 007 right down here. Matt Hawk was 15 thou on the green light start. And 6 hundredths of a second above. Chris Stout will advance. It's Tim Arnswald and Russell Lopman. Arnswald, that white 67 Camaro, 771, will be leaving first by a couple of bulbs. Magical Nova for Russell and the magical win light for Russell. 49 green, dead on 3 is good. Tim Arnswald dialed 71 with 76 trombones. They're on the starting line. You go 767. John Cazzetti and Jason Mercer. John out of Colorado. Orange and black 66 Nova wagon. Jason Mercer in the Roadster. Out of Alberta, Canada. Appreciate Jason and the whole slew of Canadian competitors that have made the trek south. Being out here in Tucson. Jason. That big, ugly, nasty, grotesque, putrid, heinous red light. We'll bow out in round number 1. John Cazzetti was also in front of green. competitors in that. It's a really cool 33 Ford Coupe. Get the win. 12 green and dead on 9. It's 21 on the combined. To get it done, it's Tim O'More. Also from Tucson. So we're Tucson on Tucson, 611 on 611. And that driver's going to get the win. Luis Valenzuela, trip zeros. You can't get any more better. Tim O'More was 16 green. Luis Valenzuela, 616 on the 611, was 2 thou in front of the finish line. So, trip zeros, taking 2 thou. That'll win you a lot of races. It's Joe Kidd. Noel Cuevas. Out of San Ysidro in the green Camaro, and unfortunately Noel breaks out. He has a future appointment with the Buyback booth. Joe Kidd, 24 green and 1 above. We'll move it around number 2. Steve Watkins and Anna Taylor. Watkins, the red, 2004 red. Come up. But all the way up in Rigby, Idaho. Taylor will get the win. Watkins was 34 in front of green. Tana Taylor 12 thou. Premature, and Tana Taylor will get the win. 671 on the elapsed time. After Steve Watkins was 34 red, he goes 836. It's Jeff Safranek and Victor Sandoval. Jeff Safranek, hard charging Camaro gonna get the win. Dead on 9 for Victor. 5 thou was the difference down there on the starting line. Victor was a quarter reacting to green. Jeff Safranek was 2 dimes. And then 4 cents over the dial. 699 on the 695, Victor. Runs dead on the number to a 9. And into round number 2. That's Kyle Fritz and Daniel Fiello. Kyle out of Mesa, Arizona for Team Torco. Daniel Fiello for Team K&N. Daniel out of Yucaipa, 624. That's the dial. We'll be doing the chasing. Kyle Fritz had a deep run yesterday. Standing on that blue 82 Camaro, Kyle Fritz. Sees that wind light come on his side. 20 green. 670 at 101 miles an hour, 1 above. Daniel Fiello was 47 green, 6 thou under, and still got to the finish line second. And that is not a good combination. It's Curtis Inzalita and Jonathan Fiello. Jonathan, that red 67 Chevelle out of Yucaipa for Team K&N. We see Cody Huntington down there. A big heavy road runner out of Flagstaff. It's going to be a first round runner-up, Jonathan Fiello. It's 38 green and 645. The good combination. Is Jeff Jones. For Bracket Racing Products, Team Lucas Oil and Denny Valvo. 72 Chevelle. American walk-in cooler side. Massive hole on the starting line and just wasn't able to climb out of it. 14 green for Jeff Jones. Denny Valvo was also 14 green, but unfortunately there was a 9 behind it to be 149 in the starting line. Jeff Jones, pretty easy one there to move in around number 2 with Scott Taylor and Luis Ortiz. Scott Taylor out of Columbia Falls, Montana. That just sounds like a majestic part of the world. Columbia Falls, Montana. Lots of lakes, lots of pine trees, lots of trout in the streams. Locks out Scott Taylor. 18 green, dead on 8, makes 26 on the combined. And Scott Taylor's 4-4 on the green light start and had no chance at all to turn on a win light. Chris Citro and David Beckwith. Chris out of Tucson, Arizona. That black 87 Ford. 655 is the dial. David Beckwith out of Rancho Cucamonga. And that red Malibu. One driver is 89. And David Beckwith. Trip zip on the starting line, 757, had Chris Citro covered as Citro was very uncharacteristically 89 on the starting line and a hunt above. And was still 700s behind to the finish line. It's David Beckwith. Perfect at the start, and the win light at the end. It's Rob Strong and Steve Valdez. Strong going to get the win. Just 3 thou. Separated the 2 drivers. They're on the starting line. Rob Strong's 45. Reacting to green. 6.993. There for Rob Strong. Steve Valdez was 48 on the green light start. On a 10th above. It's Rob Strong will advance. As Joey Cassetti and Justin Lamb. Join the joyride. That Vega wagon, 597 is the dial. Mr. Lamb, 604. The dial for the Copo for Rad Torque Systems. Lamb, 609. We'll move on. Justin was 15 green. Joy was 163 on the green light start, and if you want to beat Justin Lamb, you cannot be 163 on the tree. So that Copo Camaro back in round number 2 is Paul Lorton and Kyle Rizzoli. Paul out of Peoria, Arizona. 624 is the dial. Kyle Rizzoli, 636 the number. He made it all the way to the last two standing in Pro Eliminator yesterday before he was knocked out. They're at the final two cars. Rizzoli red. Bringing $60 back up to the buyback. Paul Lorton was 002. And off the gas early going 633. It's Paul Lorton in the Vega. Takes out Kyle Rizzoli. I mean, technically Rizzoli took himself out, but still. The win light over there for Paul Lorton is Michael Agnew and Mike Reed. The Michael and Mike show. Here in round number one, Reed of the Mike variety. The 79 Dodge 678 will be leaving first. Michael out of Oak Hills, California, the 69 Chevelle. 610 is the dial. Red light. Agnew is in front of green by 12 thou, and then 611. Mike Reed, 19 green, dead on 5, and 24 thou on the combined numbers. Is good, but it was all over on the starting line as Mr. Agnew was red. Joe Cox Jr. and Brandon Fletcher. Joe Cox Jr. and the Plymouth Valiant out of Peoria gets to leave first. Brandon Fletcher in the red 2017 Hellcat turns on the red, light by 8 thou. Joe Cox Jr.'s 15 green and a free look at 716 goes 715.5. All right, so a point of clarification for all of my pro ET competitors. When we do get ready for the buyback round, you pay in the staging lanes. So bring your $60 in cash money when we do make the call. Once again, when we do make the call. Kim Zimmerman. I don't even want to say these numbers over the PA for my guy Peter Biondo. So first of all, Peter dialed 6, 6 and the other number, and then got down there and ran, get this, 6, 6, 6, 6. Dialed 666 and went 4 6s. There's like 6s everywhere. This is Ken Passerby and Jeffrey Ball. Oh, and Passerby. And that's somebody who's gonna need a hug. So Ken Passerby was 001 red in the Nova. Jeffrey Ball in the junior comp car was 123 green, and then said he was going to run 666 and go 6660. Was 123 on the light. It's Ken Passerby. He's going to see that 001 red. We talked about this last night. Like, if you're like 1 red, 2 red, 4 red, and the guy in the other lane is like 10, good, you're okay with that. But when you're 001 red and the person in the other lane is 123, that makes you really sad. It's Chuck Hawk and Jeremy Plyler. Trying to run down Chuck Hawk in the Mustang, gonna do it. Plyler in the Nova. 46 thou on the green light start and a hunt above. That's Chuck Hawk. A little bit better on the starting line. Gave up 7 thousandths of a second and then 3 hunt above on the dial. To be behind at the 8th mile finish line, Jeremy Plyler. We'll move on as Tony Marconi and Mike Renzi. Tony had a surprise, the 76 Plymouth Arrow Roadster. And Mike Renzi. In the Challenger, 636 is the dial. Few people know that in 1976, Plymouth Arrow made a whole slew of Plymouth Arrow Roadsters. Option in 1976. Marconi, 40 green and a tenth above to get the win. Renzi in the Challenger gave up a couple on the starting line, and well, he was shy by a couple of tenths at the finish line. It's Tony Marconi. Pretty easy one there in round number one is C.W. Hofer and Donal Reif. Reif in the black on red, 76 Camaro, 697 is the dial. C.W. out of Calamasa. In his trusty steed, the 87 Firebird. Hofer looking over the right shoulder. Here comes Donal. See the nose dip down for C.W. And on a double breakout, Donal Reif is going to get the win. Under by 200ths of a second, dialed 697, goes 695. C.W. Hofer put 766, and you saw the nose drop down there. Just 80 miles an hour for C.W., but 300ths of a second too quick, and ends up on the wrong side. Right, final call, Pro ET. If you are not in the staging range, you're like way tardy. And give me first call, Super Pro door car. First call, Super Pro door car. We'll bring $60 back to the staging lanes when we buy back. As Lino is read by 23 thou. Jordan Hart, the Corvette out of Tucson with 008 right down there. And goes 835. Down over there. It's Howard DeVore in the Hound Dog. 671 is the dial, and Ed Niquette from right up the road in Lake Havasu City. It seems to be like there's a ton of racers. I think Nathan and I are the only ones that haven't moved to Lake Havasu City. At least it seems like. No. Niquette was way late. Howard DeVore, 18 green and 2 above, had Ed covered by a long way. Niquette was 317 on the starting line and goes 554. It's Ken Gorman in the red eye. And John Schur in Mr. Magoo. The better of the two reaction times going to get the win. 16 green, 3 above is good. John Schur. It's 32 thou on the green light start. Dialed 679, goes 677-1, breaks out by 19 thou, was in front by 36 at the stripe. He just needed a little more tappy tap of the breaky break to end up on the right side of the number. Is Marcos Ocampo and Austin Downing. Austin and the Duster out of Tempe. Win light, Austin Downing, 21 total, and locked out Marcos Ocampo. Austin, 20 green, dead on 1. That'll do. Marcos, 23 green and under, but was completely locked out by Austin Downing. Darren Taylor and Matt Hawk. Darren, another one of our competitors down from the 208. Up there in Idaho, the 76 Chevrolet Nova, 630 the dial in for Darren Taylor. Matt Hawk in the Maverick, 824 is the number. There goes Matt. Here comes Darren. Advantage, Taylor, Winlight, Hawk. by 5 thou. He had that 72 Maverick out in front. 35 green, dead on 3 for Matt Hawk. Darren Taylor had the starting line advantage, was 14 on the green light effort, but 2 hun above and 5 thou shy as Matt Hawk will advance as Tom Gaynor and Richard Llewellyn. Llewellyn, in his first entry, bowed out. We don't want to say what happened, but he was big red. 670, the dog going to be leaving first. Tom Gaynor, a super stock Cobalt out of Battleground, Washington. Llewellyn off and away. In his second entry, and he'll get the win. 007 in front by 4 thou at the finish line, and go 673 on the 670. Tom Gaynor was 12 green and 3 above, but most importantly, he was 4 thou behind at the finish line, and he'll bring $60 back up to the lanes to buy back into the show. It's Mark Kidd and Luis Valenzuela. Now Luis made it through in his first entry. Mark Kidd out of Twin Falls. Kidd Performance and Dyno. That orange 67 Chevy 2. Mark Kidd's on the high spot. Luis Valenzuela is going to get the win. So, in his first entry, Luis Valenzuela was 3 zeros. Here alongside Mark Kidd, he's 004. Mark Kidd was 54 green, and it was basically all over right there off the starting line. Kidd out 608, goes 606, but still got to the finish line second, even running underneath the dial is Ricky Duschel and Jason Mercer. Ricky for Aerospace Components. A white on black 69 Camaro from right over there in Palmdale. Jason Mercer, the Roadster out of Alberta, Canada. A whole slew of Canadian competitors this week. Jason, way late. You hear Ricky down there, rip. 631 on the 629 for Duschel. Had about a 10th and a half of the advantage on the starting line. Jason just missed the tree. Goes out and runs 627, 6 hun under the dial, 633, and was still behind at the finish line by a lot. Sasha Hofer and Tana Taylor. Sasha out of Calamasa in her 91 Firebird. Tana Taylor, the 70 Mustang out of Rigby. She looked down, 672, the predicted performance on the American walk-in cooler side. Sasha's gonna get the win. 27 green, dead on 8. Tana Taylor was 366 on the reaction time. So she's gonna run 672 and go 672 with a 4. But that 366 reaction time is very problematic for Tana Taylor. Sasha Hofer will advance, Eric Daniels and Tim Arswald. Eric Daniels will still be part of the Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Race. Knocked out in one of his entries, looking to move at least one forward, and will do so. 6 thou was the difference between Eric and Tim Arswald there on the starting line. Tim was a little bit better, 43 green. Eric was 49. Eric Daniels went down there, went dead on 5, and was 3 thou in front at the finish line as Eric Daniels takes out Tim Arswald. It's Monty Beagle and Jeff Safranek. Monty out of High River, Alberta, Canada. 33 Ford Coupe. Jeff Safran. Right up the road in Phoenix. And on a double breakout, Jeff Safranik goes 697.7 under by 3 thou. Monty Beagle dials 597, goes 5966 under by 4 thousandths of a second, 1 thou. Going to be a margin of victory there for Jeff Safranik is Jeff Jones and Scott Taylor. Taylor and the Chevelle out of Columbia Falls, Montana. We do need to look up where Columbia Falls, Montana is. Jeff Jones out of Montrose. For Team Lucas Oil in the 72 Nova, red light start for Jones. 680 when he takes a big whiff of 678.2 at 100 miles an hour. Jeff Jones, after being red, goes 602 on the 6 flat. That's Wayne Pratt. Blooming Grove, Texas. Pratt Racing, 67 Camaro, 610. The predicted performance for Wayne Pratt on the solo. Starting line, and said I'm going to run 610, and now he's just showing off going 610.0, and I believe that was the last car in Pro Eliminator. I think. Right, so a little bit of work back here behind the burnout box by our Tucson Dragway team. I do believe we have Super Pro Door Car will be moving forward for first round on that side. All right, attention in the pit area. All of my competitors here on property. The racer who was waiting for their battery delivery. We apologize, we do not know who that is. The racer who was waiting for their battery delivery, they are out at the front gate. So if you could head out that way, that would be very much appreciated.
Are you still using needle pointer gauges on your ride? Now you can get that clean, slick look of a digital dash on your carbureted cruiser. Holley's standalone digital dashes can replace all your traditional gauges with a state-of-the-art full-color touchscreen. Available in 2 sizes, the touchscreen auto dims, giving you crystal clear sharpness day or night. With access to multiple screens just by swiping, you get to view and customize all your favorite gauges. Easily set up driving screens, tuning, race, even warm-up screens. The fully programmable touchscreen allows you to customize the layout of your gauges, displaying them in analog or digital styles. You can set up warning lights and even virtual switches, eliminating the need for external toggle switches. Configure your own backdrop for that custom one-off look, or choose from the pre-configured screens. Basic engine functions are wired directly to the dash, with plenty of room for additional sensors. Configuring inputs and outputs is easily done through the dash. With predefined Holley sensors already programmed into the dash, adding sensors is easy. Non-Holley sensors are also supported with sensor scaling. An internal GPS sensor calculates speed, odometer, and trip functions. An integrated G-meter monitors your acceleration and lateral forces. These dashes are easily mountable on your console, dashboard, off a roll cage, or simply a steering column. With room for 13 multi-configurable inputs, you can be sure everything will be visible and data logged. A built-in USB connection allows you to expand your available memory for easy file management. On-screen data log playback allows you to review vital run information right on the dash, while full analysis via laptop is available. With USB keyboard and mouse functionality, setup is quick and easy. A CAN bus is included for plug-and-play compatibility with Holley EFI systems. So next time you need to keep tabs on the vitality of your engine, swipe on over to one of Holley's new standalone digital dashes. Learn more about Holley's digital dashes at holley.com.
I mean, I don't think they want 60 George Washingtons, but you could probably make that work. I mean, $60 is $60. I hear rumbling. I feel rumbling. And I see Super Pro door cars. Travis Ringeth and Justin Lamb are going to start us off. Travis out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. 88S10, 655 is the dial. Justin Lamb for Team Rad Torque Systems. And the Camaro Roadster that just obliterates the rad meter, speaking of rad. It's just a cool race car. 463 the dial for Justin out of Henderson, Nevada. Travis bumps in. The 5-time national champion between stock and super stock is in. Here comes Lamb, gonna get the win. 16 green, dead on 8 for Justin Lamb. Travis was 007, under by 0.06 of a second, was in front by 23 thou at the stripe. And I mean, you can't blame Travis. The difference in mile an hour is 45 miles an hour. Justin Lamb came by so fast it virtually sucked Travis out of that S10 by the vortex that was created. As George LeBlanc and Al Stevens leads the starting line second, and George LeBlanc in that 66 Chevelle, 0053 above, will light up the win line. Al Stevens out of Pueblo. That red 62 Impala was 004 right down here. Breaks out by 7 thou at the finish line, and he took 38. He just needed a wompy womp of the gassy gas or a tap of the breaky brake to get on the right side of the number. Did not do so. That Impala will head to the buyback booth as Corey Jackson and Dave Johnston. Dave out of Cave Creek in that blue Beretta. Corey out of Washington, the orange. And give it to the Beretta as Dave Johnston locks out Corey Jackson. 13 green, dead on 9, makes 22 total. Corey Jackson was 3-6 on the green light start and had no chance. It was John Cazzetti and Kevin McClellan. Let's see, do you like your 66 Nova wagon or do you like your 80 Malibu wagon? K-Mac, the 80 Malibu machine for Team K&N. John Cazzetti. See wife Joy earlier. John Cazzetti locks out Kevin McClellan. 006, dead on 9 is 15 total. And Kevin McClellan was just wasting space as K-Mac was 23 green. John Cazzetti was 15 total. And there was nothing Kevin McClellan could do. As Ryan Harem for Team Mobile One, Team FTI. They're in the Camaro out of Huntington Beach, and Rick Lister. Peoria, Arizona, 559 the dial. For that black, the orange flame. Left side. The win to Rick Lister, 560. On the 559, Lister was in a dominating position at the start. 20 green, Harem was 42 Jackie Robinson on the start. And 300 above, and no good. Stephen Dolan. And Daniel McClellan. Peabody and the family roadster at a Rancho Cucamonga. It's the difference on the starting line. And the win for Stephen Dolan. 006 dead on 8 is 14 combined to be 6 thou in front at the finish line. 006 taking 006 is useful. McClellan was 10-1 above, and no good. Curtis Zinzaleta, and Shane Thompson. Shane for Silver State Refrigeration. Just can't thank Shane and the whole entire team enough for sponsoring the Racer Appreciation Race yesterday that we still need to run to its conclusion. Shane out of Henderson. 496, Curtis Enzalita. With P6s as the dial. Here comes Shane. Curtis out in front. Shane Thompson. By 1 thou sneaks the nose out in front. 005 and 4 above will get the win. Curtis Enzalita. Dialed 3 6s, was 25 green, gave up a couple of hundredths of a second, and then 2 above, and no good. It's Ken Suio. And Dustin Wirtz. Ken at Oregon City, Oregon. The Capri. He's part of the 4 remaining cars in that Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation event. 588 the dial for Suio. Dustin Wirtz out of Napa. 63 Corvette. Dusty Buckets did not have a good day yesterday. On Friday, in a good position on the starting line, will get the win. 11 green for Dustin Wirtz. 525 on the 523 is good enough to move forward. Ken Suio was 31 on the green light start, 3 hundredths of a second too quick, and I'll bring $100 back to the lanes when we run the buyback round. Is Joe Kidd Jr. and Brad Pierce. Joe Kidd Jr. out of Marana, the 66 Chevy 2, 667 is the dial. It's Brad Pierce. The young man out of Riverside, wife Debbie. Alden, that whole team back there in Riverside. Brad Pierce is a big man. On the green light start, Joe Kidd a free look at 667, he goes 666. Joe was 18 on the bulb, but it didn't matter because Brad Pierce turned on that big, stinky, just vomitous red light there in round number 1. Jason O'Terry and Chris Johnston. Krusty over there at Temecula, the 92 Firebird. 704 is the dial in there for O'Terry. Chris Johnston. Silver 69 Camaro out of Washington. 622 is the number. Thou. And I don't want to say what Chris Johnson ran. Chris Johnson 001 red, dial 622, goes 622 0. 1 thou away from a perfect run. But he turns on just that absolutely heinous red light. That's David Beckwith. In the Malibu at Rancho Cucamonga is off and away. Here comes Dave. No, David Beckwith is going to get the win. 761 on the 764, 13 green for Beckwith. To be 6th thou in front at the finish line. Dave Thompson was Michael Irvin, 88 on the starting line and 100 above. And still shy is Will Thatcher and Daniel Fiello. Will out of Florence, Arizona, the shameless 5.5 Chevrolet. Alongside Daniel Fiello, the blue 82 Camaro for Team K&N. As we are in a brief hold. So we do have a little bit of quiet time once again. support the Tucson Dragway Junior Dragster program. We do have a raffle here this weekend. All the proceeds go to help with the tow money to get the kids attending the Junior Western Conference Finals all the way up there at Bandimere Speedway in Morrison, Colorado. So they have a lottery ticket bouquet that has $200 worth of lottery tickets. You can buy one of those raffle tickets for $10. Everybody here on the property buy one ticket. Or do what I did and buy 4. I would buy more, but I'm about as lucky as nothing. Now, if my lovely bride was here, she'd only have to buy 1 ticket, she'd win it. I don't know what it is about my wife. Literally, like, there could be a raffle with 400 raffle tickets in it. She could have 1, and she would win. I don't know what it is. So lottery ticket bouquet has $200 worth of lottery tickets. It's $10 a ticket. Everybody should buy one. They're going to draw the winner Saturday before the shootout. So Bob Darling should be driving around the pit area selling the tickets. You don't have to be present to win. Make sure you get the bouquet, but everybody here on property, flip $10 for the Tucson Dragway Junior Dragster program. All those proceeds go to help the kids get to the Western Conference Finals at Bandimere Speedway. And Bob Darling, make sure you go see Chad Reynolds on the scissor lift, because Chad says he'll buy tickets. Because, I mean, nobody puts degenerate gambler way late. Daniel Fiello with an easy one, 31 green and 654. Will Thatcher in the 55 Chevrolet, that shameless hot rod, was 371 on the green light start, and that is never good. There's Jeff LaSalle. In the Posmobile. That Jeff LaSalle guy is pretty good. Darren Dolzel. In the Torco Roadster, 623 the dial for Darren. Darren Dazal left some numbers in there. It was 491 on the red light star. Jeff LaSalle, 009 out in front of green. And the lesser of the offender, the least criminal of the criminal in regards to the red light, Jeff LaSalle. We'll take Dennis Paz hot rod. In round number 2 is Karen Schneider and Gary Roost, the Rooster. I like 17 heart emoji, Gary Roost, 55 out of Pahrump. Karen Schneider out of Grand Junction, the 63 Camaro Roadster, and Gary Roost. We're just going to say that Gary was red. We're not going to say by how far. We're going to get with a time slip attendant down there at the booth and just, hey, you know what, we lost the time slip. We couldn't print it because he's not going to want to see it. 007 red for Roost. Karen Snyder was 1-3-2 on the green light start. That's just tough. Gary Roost, bring $100 up to buy back is Rick Feaster and Jonathan Fiello. Jonathan for Team K&N. The guy who pretty much runs the marketing department over there out of Yucaipa. 67 Chevelle, the red hot rod, and the American walk-in cooler side, the right lane, and right front red light. Jonathan 13 red. Rick Feaster is 12 green and 2 above and good, but it was all over right down there. And this Jonathan was premature to the green light is Bill Bollock and Gabe Torres. Bill and that just super cool chopped 49 Angler. Big block Chevrolet for Bill. $5.99 is the dial. Gabe Torres in Dad Val's Super Gas Hot Rod. G Money out of Valinda. 63 Corvette. 612. 1 green, dead on 0. Completely locks out Bill Bollock, who was 40th out at the start and had no chance. Andrew Jaramillo. Andrew Jaramillo. And Dynamite Dan Lafferty. Andrew Jaramillo lights up the red light. Lafferty, 17 green, 2 above.
Hey, nice.
They're not Camaro Roadster. Andrew Jaramillo red by 2-3 and then goes 576 on the 575 as Lafferty gets to come back around as Rodney Snyder.
Dude, having both is
And your Super Gas World Champion for Team Mosier, Luke Bogacki.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks, Bubba.
485 is the dial. Rodney at a Grand Junction for Scotty Muffler. 510 the number for Rodney. Be leaving first. Luke. Shit. Really? Luke, 005, dead on 1 to be 6 total. Rodney Snyder's 19 green and just spent $27 on race fuel that he didn't need to spend. Judd Shoup and Steve Roars. Judd Shoup out of Gypsum. The 70 Dart, 539 is the dial for Judd and Steve Roars. Out of Wisconsin, the 82 Camaro. All right, double entry dragsters, double entry Super Pro dragsters, each in the lanes. Single entry Super Pro dragster, green sticker. Steve Roars, 26 green, 1 above. We'll light up the American walk-in cooler side. Judd Shoup, just a little bit later, a little bit more of that dial in. 37 on the green light start and 540. Once again, I need my double entry Super Pro dragsters and single entry green sticker dragsters to the lanes, please. And also, my best losing package in round number 1 in Pro Eliminator is Tom Gaynor. So Tom Gaynor, if you could please come up to the tower. Matt Fishley has, is it cash? Courtesy of Clay Smith, cash, hey. Tom Gaynor, you get Clay Smith cash. I mean, and you know, I'll bet you that cash came directly from George. Or from Clay, yeah. It's Brian Warr and Cody Robinson. Cody out of Cottonwood, Arizona. Camaro 651. Here comes Brian. Cody Robinson will get the win, 652 on the 651. Cody 66 green. Brian Warr was 73 green, and that's normally not like him. And 443 on the 441 to be 16th thou behind at the finish line. Cody Robinson takes out Brian Warr as Jeff Broussard and Tom Carlson. Broussard in the Sonoma out of Novato, 689 for Broussard, as we're going to have a full 2-bulb head start. Tom Carlson out of Two Harbors, Minnesota, 589 is the number. For the Corvette Roadster, the red light start, 3 zeros on the reaction time. And 592, 127 for Carlson. Broussard, after being red by 27, goes 690. As we bring up big check Brandon Umberger. and Ernie Macias. Grand Junction, Colorado for Umberger. It's one of like the biggest questions and the biggest problems we have to solve this week is what exactly is Umberger's car? First we called it the Pickle, and honestly he said he liked the Pickle. And then like we called it the Lima Bean, you recommended the Cucumber, Nathan Hershey, I called it the Zucchini a couple of times. We'll have to settle. Ernie Macias and the Beretta out of Ramona. This machine. 520 for Brandon, 12 green. Munson's up here asking, did we find out where Umberger got the car from? And Nathan Hershey provided a very accurate answer. He said from the previous owner. I mean, you can't argue with that. Brandon Umberger is going to get the win. Greg Christensen and Vic Spitali. As Greg Christensen, 591, will be leaving second. Vic Spitali in the Roadster out of Tucson. Red light start for Big by Bunch. Greg Christensen, a free look at 591, 586. After being 9 green. And I've also been handed this little piece of information. As I look over to the right, I see Kevin Kleinweber. And I was just made aware that there will be a Kevin Kleinweber autograph signing between 12:37 and 12:38 p.m. up here in the tower. Is Don Toya and Jeremy Jacobs. Once again, that Kevin Kleinweber autograph session will be in the tower between 12:37 and 12:38 p.m. today. So you literally got like 90 seconds to get up here and get one of those Kevin Kleinweber autographs. Don Toya goes Derek Jeter red by 2 stinking foul. Nathan Hershey got his Kevin Kleinweber autograph, only cost him $10. How'd you get the discount? He charged me 20. This is Joe Kidd and Chris Spitali. So we just saw Vic turn on the red light. Here's Chris. Chris out of Texas. 583 is the dial. Once again, all my double entry dragsters should be up in the lanes. And green sticker single entry Biobags. As Chris was 426 red, which is a great cubic inch if you're a Mopar fan. Joe Kidd, 34 green and 1 above, but it was all over right down there. As I point at the starting line to Tucson Dragway, Spitali was red. As Kyle Fritz and Janet's husband. A Steve Williams guy out of Cherry Valley. The G5. No, it's Janet's husband. Former world champion. Emphasis on the former. Was down in the staging lanes with Steve Williams earlier. We were just down there cracking up. All the fun things we could refer to from Mr. Steve Williams. He's one of the great guys in all of racing. And Steve Williams for Team Torque was going to be red by 15 foul. After Williams is green by 52, goes 584 at 117. Kyle Rizzoli and Jason Pad. Kyle Rizzoli out of San Luis Obispo. And black on white Camaro 637 for Mr. Rizzoli. And Jason Pad out of Alberta, Canada. In the love truck, all we need is love. Done, done. All Jason was a little bit better of a reaction time as he was 14 green and Rizzoli was 004 and 2 above to be good enough. Jason Pad, all he needs now is $100 to go to the buyback booth. C.W. Hofer and Dan Bain. C.W. out of Calamasa. Doing double duty here this week with lovely wife Sasha, who's also doing the double entry deal. CW 763 is the number on the Firebird. Dan Bain, excuse me. There in the Camaro. Dan Bain on a double breakout is going to get the win. 541 on the 542. Under by 6 thousandths of a second. CW also under by 6 thou. The difference was in that reaction time. Dan Bain was 11. CW was 28 as Nick Downing and Al Stevens. And I love Al Stevens 62 Impala. That red imp over there, 629 is the dial on the American walk-in cooler side, and Nick Downing. Bustin' loose 78 Arrow out of Phoenix, small block Mopar. There for Nick, 720 is the dial, off and away. Off the throttle, better. And 14 total, locking out Al Stevens. 12 green, dead on 2. There for Nick Downing. Al Stevens was no good and no gooder and will not light up a win light. Larry Pitcher and Wayne Pratt. Pratt right side, the white 67 Camaro. Pitcher left side, black 68 Camaro. Give it to Wayne Pratt. 614 on the 610 was 47 green. Larry Pittenger was almost Kevin McClellan's age on the reaction time, 90 on the green light start. Down 661 goes 6661. And we'll be headed to the buyback booth as Chris Silman and Chris Johnston. Now, we do not want to talk about what happened earlier with Chris Johnston. Nathan Hershey, you were not up here when it happened. Chris Johnston, in his first entry, was 001 red. And then dead 0. That's almost as bad as Jay Guadagnolo, who did that in the run for the 50K. Johnson out front here, Chris Spillman and Chris Johnson get some type of revenge. 007 and 3 above. To be good enough, Chris Silman in the Datsun was 26 green and 3 over, and not good enough. Speaking of Jake Guadagnolo, so he went like 545 in the alcohol funny car in Phoenix. That's awesome. Travis Ringuth and Race Kidd. Race out of Boise, Idaho, in the Kidd Performance and Dyno 67 Chevy 2. That's 607 as we look down there at the National Auto Collision Center scoreboard, and Travis Ringuth. Calgary, Alberta, Canada. In the S10. the win. As Race got down there, showed Travis the nose and then sent him through. Travis down 654, goes 652. Race Kid 611 at only 102 miles an hour. As the brake pads are definitely operational there in the Chevy 2. Darren Taylor and Daniel McClelland. Daniel out of orange in the Roadster. Darren Taylor out of Rigby, Idaho, the blue 69 Firebird. 587 is the dial and we're on the way. It's in a dominating spot. 006 green for Daniel. As Peabody lights up the win light, Darren Taylor's reaction time started with a 2. When the guy in the other lane is 006, usually doesn't end well. Scott Taylor and Dustin Wirtz. Scott out of Columbia Falls. There in Montana, the 65 Chevelle 679 for Scott, and Dusty Buckets out of Napa. Dad Tim back behind, the 63 Corvette 525 is the number. Wirtz 008. You heard the rip, 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 rip down there? Was Dustin Wirtz, 528 on the 525 to advance. Scott Taylor was 46th out when the green light start. Said he was going to run 679 and went 680. And those combination of numbers, not gonna get it. However, wouldn't be prudent. Scott Taylor will have the opportunity to bring $100 back to the staging lanes when we run the buyback round. So we're working our way through first round. Here on Lucas Oil Friday, the K&N Southwest Showdown at Tucson Dragway. The massive thank you to all of our racers that have traveled both near and far. Massive thank you to all of our friends watching the great feed on Bang Shift. Hope that you are enjoying your day in whatever part of the planet that you are residing. No matter where you are, we miss you. Wish you were here, if you are not. So we're in a slight holding pattern, getting so the window is open if you would like to go take care of your entry fee for tomorrow night's Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout. And if you are here, why are you not just doing that? Let's get everybody in that bad boy for 50 grand. So another reminder, we've talked about this a few times already, all of our competitors that are here at the K&N Southwest Showdown, if you are not fortunate enough to illuminate a win light in round number 1, the buybacks will take place in the staging lanes. In the staging lanes, when we come up for the buyback round, have that cash money with you. In pro, it is $60. You can bring up 3 Andrew Jacksons. You can bring up a Grant and a Hamilton. You can bring up 6 Hamiltons. You can bring up whatever, however you want to get to $60. You can bring up a Ben Franklin and get 2 Andrew Jacksons in return. However you want to bring that $60 in cash money. See, we talked about 60 George Washingtons. We talked about like 20 George Washingtons, 2 Hamiltons, and a Jackson. It don't matter, as long as it makes $60. Matt Fishley makes a really good point. If you bring 60 George Washingtons up to the staging lanes, we question what you were doing last night. Nathan Hershey says, don't judge us that have to take a second job. So also, the concession stand is now open, and coffee and cones, and if coffee and cones is open, you know what that means. Ice cream. So Bruce Briscoe, and or Briscoe Bruce, I'm gonna effort that. And Kelly Bailey. Kelly Bailey in the 63. 601 is the dial, and Bruce is going to get the win. 12 green and 625. Kelly Bailey did not forget to let go. As now we're in first round of Super Pro Dragster with Jeremy Wilson and Greg Hicks. Jeremy at a Grand Junction in a machine that I have a little bit of a connection with. The machine that Jeremy Wilson is one of the many dragsters that he's won in a raffle, and I happen to be the one that pulled the ticket. And then we giggled tremendously as we saw whose name was on it, because it was like, there's no freaking way. And Greg Hicks, the hef, over on the American walk-in cooler side. The brand new Mollis pipe rack there for Hicks. 482 is the dial. Hicks bumps in. Greg Hicks on a double breakout. 005 was in front by 2 thou. The stripe broke out by 3 thou. Jeremy Wilson under by 4 thousandths of a second. 1 thou going to be your margin of victory there for Hollywood. We're moving around. Number 2 in one of the entries is Josh Herman and Jim Calloway. Josh for Herman Racing out of Pueblo. Mullis prepared machine. Josh and wife Bree here with us this week. It's Jim Calloway out of New Mexico. The Mullis prepared dragster. 536 is the dial. Red light start for Josh Herman by 1 sneaking thou. As Calloway's 28 green and 535 on the 536, but it was all over right down there. As Josh was 1 thou in front and turned on that grotesque red light in the first round as Chance Parker and Parker Theobald. Chance Parker, Parker Theobald. Chance out of Roy, Utah. Dad Lance out behind his son. 491 is the dial. It's Parker Theobald out of St. George, Utah for Team Theobald Motorsports. His brother Travis, Dad Brent, back behind Park Air, Theobald Motorsports team. Travis built the super cool trophies that we're using here. win, 009 and 2 above. Chance Parker was 28 green, 492.8 on the 491. To be a wee bit shy, as we're going to do the ever popular, for a number of reasons, mid-round announcer swap. I'm going to move out of the way, and Nathan Hershey, who has been fed, who has been drinking, he drank stuff, he hydrated.
I'm not drunk yet.
Yeah. Is going to take you through the rest of the round.
Yeah, Mike, let's be very clear on one thing. I am not drunk yet. So as we take over with the first pair that at least I'm going to call, we're a few pair into our Super Pro Dragster round. And that is one thing that I did not do. Haven't got out the iPad yet to actually like get on the chat board. So if you are chatting, I am not paying attention yet. My apologies. I will dig out the iPad here in a moment. But for now, Pete Biondo, the Terminator, who is one of the 4 that remain in the $10,000 Racer Appreciation Shootout, was cut a little bit short last night. Here, we'll at least have to go to the buyback round. Peter Biondo turns it red by 0.03 of a second and then runs down to be dead on 3. 457 on a 457. Lindsay Meserve going to get the win light as she was 15 green and runs 479 on the 481. So Biondo red 3,000. We'll be back in the buyback round. And again, racers, remember, for the buybacks, essentially, you don't have to go anywhere before the round and nothing like that. You don't have to go visit somebody. All you need to do, if you are going to take advantage of the buyback round, is arrive in the staging lanes when we call you. But when we call you, you bring your money into the staging lanes and we'll get you taken care of there. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Daryl Wirtz, 003 red, and then goes 480 on a 480. So we've started off, since I took over here, and people are going to be mad at me, a couple of 003 red lights that result in dead-on runs. Bob Siemens, 14 green, so it's like we literally swapped sides. I mean, wasn't it? No, Lindsay was 15 green. But Siemens, 14 green, and goes 530 on a 528 is now Dwayne Ringeth out of Rockview City, or Rockview County? I guess it's Rockview County. Up there in Alberta, over on the right side, he is dialed in at 468. Lela Paravarala, you can see Marco waving up there saying, look, something not right. My dial-in is not 459. My dial-in is 455, so we get that corrected, and we got that one going on. So Paravalaris family represented here on the left side of the racetrack out of Petaluma. Marco going up against Dwayne. All right, so we got that. 468 to 455. Dwayne is in deep trouble. Marco Paravalaris, 008 on the tree. Dwayne was 29,000 behind in reaction time with an 037 bulb, and Dwayne ends up running 464 and a 468. Marco gets there second, gets the win light, 456 on a 451. So 19 total run for Marco Paravalaris, 008 at this end, 11,000 above the dial as Dwayne was 37 green, had no opportunity to advance. Let's bring out Taylor Strange and Jim Glenn. Glenn coming in out of Washington. Was it Jim? I think it was Jim. Last year, or maybe the year before, I actually got a call from like people up in Washington concerned about him because he'd been out racing on the road forever and ever and ever. And they're like, hey, if somebody sees Jim, have him call home. We'd like to know that he's still out there. 477 the dial for Jim on the right side. Taylor's dialed 476, so just a 1 hun split between the two in the dial-ins. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. That's about as far as we got. And at this point in time, I am seeing no signs of motion out of either driver. We got a little bit of staging duel taking place. There we go. Taylor Strange dips in Lights that second set of bulbs on the top side of the Christmas tree as we drop and we go. There's a 9-thou split at this end of the racetrack, and Jim Glenn will get the win line on a double breakout. Glenn was 22 on the tree. Taylor Strange had an 0:31 reaction time. Taylor gets to the stripe first by 15 thousandths of a second to break out by 28 thou. Jim Glenn gets there second to break out by just 4 thousandths of a second, and Glenn will line up the American Walk-In Cooler side of the scoreboard as we bring up Baruch Yama and Kevin Johnson. At least I believe that's Baruch, and I'm going off of the pronunciation of like the double L is Y, so Baruch Yama. Ka. So a 439 dial. Have we seen something quicker than a 439? Head start to Kevin, win light to Kevin. 509 on a 508 for Kevin Johnson. Johnson was 21 on the tree. Baruch was 10, leaving the starting line. Takes 34 thou at the stripe to break out by 5 thousandths of a second. Runs 438 on a 439. Take 34, break out 5 thou, bow out in round number 1, Baruch. Kevin Johnson advances. Again, $100 is the buyback fee for today. If you're going to try to jump back in. Shelby Williams, your attention please. Shelby Williams, need you back to your car in the staging lanes please. Shelby Williams, need you back to your car please. It is, your car is lonely. Kyogi Desa, Cooper Chun, Cooper right side down, 537. That spells, wow. How you got out of that, I do not know. But let's just say Cooper Chun was 001 on the tree. Takes 45 thou at the stripe to break out 6 thousandths of a second. Kyoki Desa was 4 hun in the hole, leaving the starting line. Gets there second and breaks out 1 thou. 453.9 on a 454. Chasing Cooper through the stripe, and the math magically manifests itself to the advantage of Kyoki Desa. That was crazy. Rosenbaum, coming fresh off the win in Vegas a couple of weekends ago out of Victorville, California. 484 and a 43, good to go. Had an 027 green light, and with the 008 red light opposite lane for Brandon Lynch, Rosenbaum moves on. Brandon's going to have to battle through the buyback for a second shot at the big bucks here today on a Lucas Oil Friday. Dean Bush, Giovanni Colecci. Big, sexy. I love it. I mean, you got like big sexy, you got dirty white boy in the water box. That's pretty cool. Dean Bush out of Vegas, dialed in at 478. Giovanni gets the opportunity to move first and does, but the win light's going to turn on for Dean. Giovanni, 004, take 25 thou at the stripe, ends up breaking it out 15 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 10 thou or less to get the win line is Dean Bush, 478 on a 473. How about 11 dead 3 to be 14 total? Und Vincent. There's now Rob White and Matt Larson. Larson out of Yuma, Arizona. Dialed 479 right side. Rob White. Dialed 520 left side. Left side leaving first, Matt Larson doing the chasing once we get everybody staged up and set. So again, all of our double entry to Dragsters should already be up here. If you're double entered, you should already be up here. Dragster should be up here as well, as the win light's going to belong to Matt Larson. 13 dead 0. for Larson. 479 on a 479 for the racer out of Yuma as Rob White, 007 on the tree, take 9 thou at the stripe and needed to take 6 thou or less as he breaks out with a 519 on a 520. So Larson had set himself up for victory, but took just a couple of ticks too much at the finish line. Matt Larson gets the victory handed back to him as he's running dead zero. Is now Mark Kidd and Mark Campbell. Mark Campbell right side, dialed 467. Kidd left side, out of the Twin Falls area, dialed in at 466. So Kidd's in control and wins it, 466 and a 466, 19 dead 4. Ends up 23 total, taking a 12 thou stripe. Mark Campbell was 30 on the tree. And essentially that door closed as Campbell had no opportunity to advance even though he ran dead on the dial, 467 on the 467. So 35 total for Campbell. Gets taken out by the 23 total for Mark Kidd. Kidd moves on, and Campbell will be headed to the buyback round as Patrick Marbeck out of Bismarck, North Dakota, brings the red American-built ride to the right side of the racetrack. 505. The dial for Marbeck is Bree Herman, also known as Bree Vandermeer, out of Pueblo, West Colorado. 458 the dial. Advantage by 15 thousandths of a second on the reaction time went to Patrick Marbeck, but on the double breakout math, Marbeck will exit the competition in round number 1. He ends up running 503 on a 504 to be 16 thou under the dial. Bree Vandermeer 455 on a 458. Ends up 21 thou under the dial, and it's going to be Marbeck moving on as now Sammy Franco the 4th and Tom Bayer. Bayer out of Cherry Valley. Did we get Tom Gaynor up here yet? Has he visited us? I don't believe Tom Gaynor has visited us. Tom, you were the best losing package in round number 1. If you have not yet been up here, we have got $200 worth of cash, thanks to the Clay Smith Cams family, as your, shall we say, hey, man, darn the luck, or something like that. But I mean, $200, that covers your buyback. And that's all. May need to cover a buyback and will. Tom Bayer, 006, dead 9, 15 total for Bayer. Franco was 22 on the tree and then goes 556 on a 558, gets there first 11 thou. And it really didn't matter at that point. I mean, Bayer, 15 total to Franco's 22 thou reaction time. You got another shot at it in the buyback round. I mean, with 10 grand on the line, why would you not pull $100 out of your pocket and go, yeah, I need to double down on that. I do. That's going to bring out Ethan Bourne and Shane Thompson. Over on the right side out of Henderson, 485 is the dial in his new Dragster. It's got a different motor in it now. Had that LS motor in it. Greg might know. 486 on a 485. Ethan Bourne gets the win line. He was 007 on the tree, had 13 thou in his pocket as he left the starting line. Shane Thompson ends up with a 20 light, takes 11 thou at the stripe, and breaks out 11 thou. So Thompson was 20 on the tree, Bourne was 20 total, and Thompson on a coin flip at the finish line. Not going to work. Is now Carson Campbell and Jolie Wenger. Now, being from Odessa, Texas, is it Jolie or is it Jolie? I do not know where to put the emphasis on the syllable. You think it's just Jolie? Wasn't there a song about like Jolene? Jolene. Jolie. As she is green. Carson Campbell dropped it red by 0.04 of a second. Goes 494 on the 495. Red 4th thou breaks out 6th thou. It's now Larry Richardson and Mike Zimmerman. Zimmery. Mike Zimmerman out of Phoenix, Arizona, dialed in at 494 on that right side of the racetrack, and Larry Richardson out of Alamosa. So the Alamosa-based car dialed 490. 400 split. Advantage to Richardson, and Richardson 4901. How about 6 total for Larry in round number 1? 005 dead 1 gets the win light. Zimmerman was 15 green. Tighten it up to an 8th thou stripe down at the finish line. And then with a 492 and a 494, breaks out. I mean, again, didn't matter. 6 total on the opposite side of the racetrack to a 15 light. Nothing Zimmerman could do with that is now Debbie Dolezal and Philip Pennington. Pennington 493 dial right side. Dolezal with a 493 dial left side, basically leaving heads up. Oh, Jeff Warnick. Oh. Debbie, not gonna be happy about that at all. Philip was 043 on the tree and left first by a lot. Debbie just had a reaction time that started with a 1. Neither driver was really ready for that one at this end of the racetrack, but Phil Pennington, 43 green and 495 on a 493. I mean, you got people a minute ago that were like 15 total and no good, and Phil's 043 on the tree and 24th thou above, and he's like, yeah, I'm moving on with tons of room to spare. Unfortunately for Debbie, dead on, not going to save it after the late leave. I'll bring up KJ Desa and Carl Canavo. Couple of racers out of Las Vegas. Canavo, right side of the track, dialed 493. Kioki, left side of the racetrack, dialed 493. Make their way out of Vegas, down here to Tucson, round number 1, essentially day number 1, which is a Lucas Oil Friday. And one of them, I mean, at this point, it's almost like you're talking to me like, hey, look, let's split the buyback. AJ ran by 11,000ths of a second, goes 492 and a 493. Carl Canavo, 006 green and 491 on a 493. I appreciate the message there, Jeff Cornick. Oh, I do. I guess I got to get the iPad out. It's actually down there at your feet. Back pocket of my bag. We'll unzip it. That way we can talk to the folks in the chat board as well. Chase Learcamp, Joe Kidd Jr. Junior left side. He's 9 total. Joe Kidd Jr. was 32 thou on the red side. And in a painful exit, we'll have to return in the buyback round, hoping for a second chance at the $10,000. Now Chuck Hawk Jr., Travis Theobald, battle of the Black Dragsters will ensue here on the starting line. 483 the dial for Travis, 477 the dial for Chuck. This is one of those things you talk about, like, what, Chuck, Brad, Matt, they're all racing here. And then you got the Theobald family. This is one of those, like, How come when I mean, I get this good reference in my head, I'm blanking out on things all the time. Hatfields and McCoys. Maybe you could think. 53 thou separate them in reaction time. Travis Theobald was 0.53 on the tree. Chuck Hawk was better than that by 53 thousandths of a second. He goes trip, zip, and 478 on a 477. Travis just missing it at this end of the racetrack. Ends up 481 on a 483, but the perfect reaction time for Chuck Hawk. And then 478 on the 477 is Kenny Bolay and Stan Essery. So we got Allison Bolay and Kenny Bolay kind of, I believe, double enter in the dragster. Kenny, 590, otherwise known as Allison's dad. And then Stan Essery, 473, over on the right side of the track. Essery's down 473. I think I said that already. I'll just leave it at that. Oh, I gotta tap. I gotta connect to the internet. That's gonna be like step one. In, set, go. Difference in reaction time as Stan Essery is gonna get the win light on a double breakout. Essery, 19 green, goes 471 on a 473. Ends up 12th out under the dial as Kenny Bolay was 009, taking 19th thou at the stripe, and breaks out 13th thou. Make that 11th thou, my fault. So take 19, break out 11th thou, bows out, needs to buy back. Stan Essery gets the win light as John Lorbiecki and Richard McFarland. If you have not yet watched this Bantam leave the starting line, I don't know how it doesn't twist the chassis in half. Both drivers leave early, and the win line's going to belong to Lorbiecki. Leaving second, 002 red. Richard McFarland leaving first on a 593 dial, 003 red. McFarland, after being 3 thou on the red side, ends up dead on 8 and will have to make his way through the buyback round. So now Dalton Garreau and Elliot Franco. Franco here on the left side is dialed at 548. Dalton's dialed in at 497. What in the world is going on here? 496 and a 497. Dalton Garreau gave up a bunch in reaction time. Was about 0.08 of a second behind Elliot Franco. Franco was 16 green, gets there first. Runs above the dial, and that is a winner. Pause for a moment, please. Well, not on the racetrack. I mean, we're going after it. Larson over the right side, dialed 466, gets the win light as he is 467 after no 13 reaction time. All right, as Jeff Taylor and Hank Pramoff roll up to the starting line, we will take the remainder of our Super Pro dragsters, please. That would be red sticker dragsters. Green sticker, you've already been called. Red sticker dragsters, let's get you headed this direction, please. Jeff Taylor, 001 and 475 on a 472 gets him the win light. Hank Pramoff, 2 above the dial after an 023 reaction time. So giving up 22 thou advantage at this end of the racetrack. Jeff Taylor, 001 gets their first 10 thou as Tim O'More and Tyler Murrup will be our next 2. Breakout loss, Tim O'More, 29 green, and then goes 496 on a 496. So now Don Toya and Michael Pennington. Pennington over on the right side. Toya on the left, the Dragster with Don's Hot Rod Shop on the side of it. It's dialed 492, getting that started with Pennington. Now a split between them in reaction time, and the win light's going to go to Pennington. 16 dead 7. 44 ten-thousandths of a second, the difference between the two at the finish line. Don Toya was 18 dead 9. 18 dead 9, taken out by the 16 dead 7. Michael Pennington taking the win in that one. Und Visat? Hey, Junior Dragsters, if you are here for the Junior Dragster Invitational part of the program, we do need you to make sure that you have checked in at the West Coast Bracket Races trailer. So if you have not yet checked in and identified yourself as present and accounted for, I know. It's Friday, you're not in school, you're like, I didn't think we had to take attendance today. You do. You do. 5 thousandths of a second, Neil Presimone. Wait. With a 001 reaction time, I thought maybe it was Tristan in the car, but I see Tristan walking back from the starting line, so it was Neil. 001. It must have. He flinched. 499 on a 500. Babcock red by 13 thousandths of a second is now Logan Orr and Blake Williams are going to come up now. All right, here we go. All right, so I'm just looking at this, and there's a different bracket race that's going on like back east that the other broadcast company is doing, and I love those guys. They're awesome. And then you got Bankshift, who's doing the K&N Southwest Showdown. We need to get more people watching our stuff. More people watching our stuff. Oh, I got to turn the volume down. That's not good. There we go. All right, so the volume's down. We got cars on the racetrack. We got Logan Moore and Blake Williams. And the win light's going to belong to Williams. 490 on the 488 was 25 on the tree. That gave him a 9 thousandths of a second advantage. I'll try to say that again as he goes 476 on a 474. Logan bows out. Blake moves on, is now Preston Pennington. And I did, because I wanted to. It makes it sound like, I mean, he's growing up, man. We can call him Peeps as much as we want, but I mean, the guy's won $1 million. He's like big time. We should know him as Mr. Pennington. He's Mr. Preston Pennington. Against the dirty right boy, Rob White. Peeps. Peeps. 469 on a 469. 009 dead 8 taking a 2-thou strike over Rob White, who was 21 on the tree. Yeah, boy. I'm gonna hit the like button right now. All right. So we have now got Allie Clark and Peter Biondo. Biondo in his second entry. Because in the first entry, well, unfortunately, it was a 003 red light. Now he's dialed in at 457. Allie Clark dialed in at 488. Even 12 thou. 455 on a 457. Allie Clark goes 507 on a 488. But Allie let go 12 thou too quick. Peter Biondo was 12 green, and that was essentially the story on that one. As now we got J.R. Learcamp and Marco Paravolaris. All right, so guess what, kiddos? We got the chat. It's time. I don't want to mess up all the neat paperwork they've got up here in the Tucson Tower, because they are pretty well organized up here. I'm just going to call it that. Marco Paravolaris, for those of you watching up in the Petaluma area. J.R. won the race to the red light. Marco Paravolaris will win the race. Learcamp was the first to go red, as he was red by 17 thousandths of a second. Marco Paravolaris had the 001, and with True Start in effect, Marco goes 455 on a 456. Learcamp goes 473 on a 474, but it was the red lights that made all the difference. It's now Dylan Smith and Adam Kyoto. Kyoto dialed in at 480. Dylan Smith dialed in 400, slower than that, with a 5.20 second number showing up for the Buckeye Arizona-based Dragster. Red light starts by 002. Adam Kyoto will be needing to utilize the buyback round. Dylan Smith, 517 on a 520. Dave Mazier and Mike Quinteri. Quinteri over the right side, 491, and for Dave Mazier, 475. .477 on a 475, and by a margin of 4 thousandths of a second, Dave Mazier moves to round number 2. Quinteri was 33 on the tree, and goes 492 on a 491. So the Anchorage, Alaska-based cars, speaking of, as I'm kind of paying attention to the chat now, Terry Lee talking about being stuck in the snow, Mike Quinteri decided that they were done being stuck in the snow. Made their way down from Anchorage, decided that Tucson was the place to be, not California, but Tucson. And it certainly is. For all of the cool kids, Tucson is the place to be, as Dustin Henches and Trube Keys. Is it Trube? Trouble? Gave him 20 thou advantage in reaction time, and Dustin Henches will certainly make him pay for that. 488 on the 489. Henches taking 17 thou at the stripe, breaks out 7 thou. Trube Keys follows him through and breaks out 8 thou. Trube, a little bit of brake pedal would have changed the game, but Dustin gets the win light, and yes, Chuck, it is perfect weather here in Tucson. A slight, gentle breeze going from left to right across the racetrack. The sun is shining, and we got Brian Sutton and Ryan Harum pairing up on the starting line. Harum, the Mullis-built car over on the right side, and Sutton, the undercover chassis. Harum, 469 now for Harum, and on a 468, it is going to be Harum. Harum was 13 on the tree, Brian Sutton was 11 on the tree. 2 thou the split between them in reaction time, both drivers breaking out. Brian Sutton takes 9 thou at the stripe. Breaks out 17 thou. Harum was 13 green. Breaks out 10 thou. And the winner's going to be Harum, is now Chris Bruman and Chris Whitfield. Okay. Now, just kind of thinking about this stuff. I mean, K-R-I-S, not exactly the typical spelling for Chris when it comes to, like, you know, the name, but to have both drivers on the starting line utilize, I'm just... Breaks out 498 on the 507 Whitfield, 004 dead 3 ends up 7 total. So Whitfield gets the win light there. As we bring out Jason Dawson and Cassie Pennington. Pennington, again, talking about like huge families of racers that have rolled in here. You got the Hawk family coming from, you know, just up the road there in Tucson. You got the Penningtons that are rolling in out of Texas. You got the Thompsons coming in out of Vegas. You got the Theobalds rolling in out of St. George. The Maziers are here. I mean, it's just great big groups of people. 473 to 472. As Cassie Pennington turns it loose 0.03 of a second too quick. Dawson, 473 was the dial, ends up legging it out, goes 469 on the 473 after an 014 green light. And that is going to bring up Jeremy Wilson and Zach Mazier. Wilson in that dragster that he won as part of the raffle, which I am kind of, you know, wondering, Mr. Mike, you drew the ticket. You should, like, have part ownership in that. I would think. You know, you should have at least a stake. Small percentage of all winnings. Sweet. You sit in and go vroom vroom. 464 to a 495. Zach Mazier, speaking of the Mazier crew, they are also on board as part of the sponsorship of this weekend's K&N Southwest Showdown right here at Tucson Dragway. Again, we are on a Lucas Oil Friday. The Mazier family putting up some fantastic gift certificates. Good towards Mazier Enterprises products. A second too soon. Runs 496 on a 495. Jeremy Wilson gets handed the win light on the starting line, and Jeremy was in trouble as he let go with an 047. Ends up running 462 on the 464, but Mazier, by way of that 8th thou red light, hands it back over as Steve Shearer and Colton Aragon. Aragon in the shorty dragster here on the left side at a Grand Junction, Colorado, 490, going to be the dial on the left side, 0.08 of a second head start. Going to belong to Steve Shearer. As the dragster out of Visalia, California rolls in. let's just say Colton Aragon was 008 on the tree. Steve Shearer had a 0 and an 8 and a 4 in the react, just not in that order. He just missed it. Ends up running 513 on a 498. So Aragon gets the win light. Is down Giovanni Colecci and Mark Lalonde. JC. Left side of the track, dialed at 516. Lalonde dialed in at 506. As Giovanni lights up that pre-stage bulb. Again, we are in the middle of round number 1 for the dragsters. We have called all of our dragsters into stage play. For round number 1 is a 6-thou split between Lalonde and Colecci. Win light's going to belong to Lalonde. 506 on a 506. 046 on the tree. Winner. Giovanni Colecci, 6-thou quicker with reaction time, was 40 on the tree, and then goes 515 on a 516. Takes 18 thou at the stripe, breaks out 6 thou, and will need to come back through the buyback round as Bruce Briscoe goes up against Brandon Dolezal. And yes, Magna. We do not have a total car count yet for round number 1 because we're not yet through round number 1. Door cars have already run, the Super Pro door cars as well as the Pro cars. We are in Super Pro Dragster round number 1 right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you joining us on the live chat, courtesy of the Bang Shift live feed brought to you by Lucas Brandon Dolezal, Bruce Briscoe, 525 was the dial for Briscoe, and he runs dead on that. 525-4 on a 525 after a 19 thou green light. Dolezal was 40 on the tree, dead 2, and Dolezal is going to like wish and hope and pray and all of that kind of stuff that he could get that 40 back and try again. Unfortunately for him, nope, not going to happen. What's up, Mo? Why are you not here? That is Winter Nationals Top Dragster Champion Mo Trujillo checking in on the chat bleachers. Leroy Duran dialed in at 499. KJ dialed in at 493, which Mo, since I have not got to like personally congratulate you on the win, I will publicly congratulate you here on the microphone, man. Nice job down there in Pomona. So KJ dialed 493 left side. Leroy getting a 0.06 of a second head start on the right side. And make it 62 thou head start. Missed the tree by 0.02 of a second to be dead on 3. Ouch. KJ 0.25 on the tree, and then goes 491 on the 493. So Leroy bowing out via the red light as Larry Richardson and Seth Zermano. Zermano over and right. 492 is the dial on the American walk-in cooler side of the track here in Tucson. And for Larry Richardson, 490 is the number on the National Auto Collision Center Zermano at a 29 thou deficit in reaction time ends up breaking out and bowing out. Larry Richardson goes 489 on a 490. Double breakout math comes into play. Richardson was 004 on the tree. Zermano was 032 on the reaction time. And by 18 thousandths of a second, Larry Richardson moves on as now Lloyd Salveson and Kelly Ritchie are going to come up now. Ritchie on the right side, out of Alberta. 473 the number, bottom side right lane scoreboard for Lloyd Salveson. In the quick lane and Rich Ford sponsored dragster here on the left side out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico. Isn't Rio like river? And Rancho is home. Or ranch. So it's the River Ranch. Is that how you'd ask for ranch dressing? You want ranch over Advantage belonged to Salveson. Win light's going to go to Kelly Ritchie. Oof. Salveson 001 on the tree. And Kelly Ritchie was dead on 1. Ritchie, 15 green, dead 1, gets the win light. The Canadian, by 13 thousandths of a second, advances. Salveson 001 couldn't quite run the number predicted as Brandon Lynch and Val Torres Jr. Brandon in the second entry. Again, with double entries allowed here. Torres dialed in at 473. Lynch dialed in at 495. Now we'll see. With the pre-stage bulbs lit, who's going to dive into that stage position first? So once again, racers, we should have all dragsters for round number 1 back in the staging lanes. If you have not yet responded to round number 1, 009 and 1 above. Val Torres gets there first by 28 thousandths of a second to get the win. Brandon Lynch dead on 4. But had given up 42 thousandths of a second advantage in reaction time. So Torres takes that 009, goes 1 above, gets the win light, moves to round number 2 as we now bring up Kevin Johnson and Shelby Williams. Left lane gets the opportunity to lead first. All right. Just heard over the radio that now let's go with this first. 478 on a 473. Val Torres gets the win light as Jack Sadler was late, gets there second, and breaks out. Val Torres by 4 thousandths of a second gets the win light, and we are going to go ahead and let's see. I don't even think I can say it the way that they said it over the radio. Hey y'all, we're going to need a final call for all dragsters. Final call. No, we need a final call, all dragsters. Round number 1. Basically, it's final call round number 1. So final call, round number 1. You should be back in the staging lanes. If you're not there, you are going to miss it. Also, junior dragsters, first call, we need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior dragsters, first call, come on down for your time hit for the junior dragster invite. By 6 thousandths of a second, Ethan Bourne. Wait a minute. Didn't Ethan run Thompson in his first entry? Shane?
Yes.
I think Ethan won that one. He's just like sniping the Thompson family. Bourne goes 44 on the tree and then 486 on a 487. Alexis was read by 6 thou as now Jessica Bugaki rolls up here right side, and Paul Lorton over in the left. So Lorton dialed 478, Jessica dialed in at 470, and once again, junior dragsters. If you are here for the Junior Dragster Invitational, go ahead and make your way. 1 and 2, please. How about a 471 on a 470? Miss Jessica gets the win light, 16 green. Paul Lorton was 1 thou behind with an 017 reaction time, taken 15 thou at the stripe, and needed to take 12 or less as he breaks out 3 thou down at the big end. Is now Jason Pad and Jimmy Wenger. Yimmy. So Jimmy down 477. Pad dialed in 11/100ths of a second quicker than that with a 466. There's the Mullis car out of Chestermere. First to light up the pre-stage bulbs, Jimmy Wenger. Dives in alongside as we're set and gone. 10 split between the two in reaction time at 4:69.0 ends up 3 above for Jason Pad, no good. Jimmy Wenger 12 on the tree, dead 0. Getting to the stripe first by 0.04 of a second. So, as Wenger goes 12 dead 0, gets the win light there, that's going to bring up Morgan Rose and Tanner Theobald. Morgan dialed in at 455. Tanner dialed in at 484. Once again, pre-stage bulbs lit. Both drivers just kind of holding off for a second. Morgan going to be the first one to get in and stage. There's Tanner. Tree drops it. Between the two, win light goes to Theobald. 23 at dead 0. Take 5 thou at the finish line. To get the win light, Morgan. 20 dead 8. To Tanner's 23 dead 0. Whew. Theobald gets the win light as now Bree Herman out of Colorado goes up against Cooper Chun out of Vancouver, Washington. Again, talking about kind of the big family groups of racers. The Chun family in the house. 536 dial in over on the right side. 456 dial in on the left side. Head start goes to Cooper as the tree begins to drop. 1,000th of a second. Ouch. 001 red, 537 on a 536 for Cooper Chun. Bree Herman gets the win light. 458 on a 456 dial. There's now Josh Herman and Greg Christensen. Christensen, who had issues during the time run portion of the program this morning. I mean, came out there during the burnout, we actually had like parts falling off the car. We were able to get it back, get it figured out, but are essentially rolling in here blind as everybody else kind of had their time hit. Christensen down 476, Herman down in at 461. Josh just pretty much figured, look, man, the time trial run went bad for you. I'm going to make this round go bad for you, too. Josh was trip, zip, and 462 on a 461. Greg Christensen, 27 green, had it predicted just about perfect. Ends up 475 on a 476, under by just a thou. But, man, Hermanson, just kind of pacing him through the finish line, taking a 12 thou stripe to get the win light is now Vic Clark and Daryl Wirtz will be the pair. Hey, once again, Junior Dragsters, if you are here for the Junior Invitational, we do need you to lanes 1 and 2. We want to work in your time hit here. So juniors, to lanes 1 and 2, please. Daryl getting the win light there as Vic Clark. It just looked like that car did not want to participate. Vic was 004 on the tree, but then goes 565 on a 503. Car certainly not happy when they get down to the finish line. Daryl Wirtz 11 on the tree and goes 486 on a 480. it just was not a good thing for the Clark car. It's got Phil Pennington and Tom Bayer waiting here on the starting line. And once again, junior dragsters, we are looking for you in lanes 1 and 2, please. So if you want to come down here and take advantage of your time hit, we do need you into lanes 1 and 2 right away, please. That way we can go ahead and get you taken care of. And while we are kind of on hold here just for a moment, we have called our juniors into the staging lanes, and we would like to remind everybody that we do have a raffle going on here this weekend in addition to everything else. But the raffle is for the opportunity to support the Tucson Dragway Junior Dragster program. All of the proceeds from the raffle, every single dollar, every penny, every this, every that, is all going to go in to help them take the team up to Denver when the Western Conference Finals for the Junior Dragsters return to Bandimere Speedway. It's something that we definitely want to take everybody, it's just an awesome opportunity for the kids, right? And so anything we can do to help them out would be cool. Now again, the raffle, it's $10 per ticket that you buy into the raffle, and essentially whoever wins the raffle is going to get this bouquet of lottery scratchers. They went and they've got $200 worth of lottery scratchers in this bouquet, so $10, if you win the raffle, you're going to get $200 worth essentially of lottery scratchers. And who knows? I mean, not only would you maybe get the bouquet of cards, whatever those cards win, you keep. Congratulations. But the winner will be drawn tomorrow just before we get into the $50,000 Kidd Performance and Dyno Shootout. So you got between now and tomorrow, which, by the way, Bob Darling is running around on a golf cart somewhere out there in the pit selling those tickets. Bob, if you are within the sound of my voice, I know you're back there focusing on like getting juniors into the staging lanes and things like that, but once we get that done, if you get a chance, when you're free, coming up here by the tower, because I would like to buy my raffle ticket. Chad Reynolds wants some too, so when you get a chance, stop by the tower so I can get my raffle tickets, because I want to support the junior dragsters from Tucson, just like everybody else, please. Thank you. All right, so we are taking a quick look at the racetrack. We are continuing our way through Super Pro Dragster round number 1. We are pretty much getting down towards the end of it. We have called our junior dragsters into the staging lanes because in addition to the K&N Southwest Showdown here on a Lucas Oil Friday, where we are paying out $10,000 to win in Super Pro, $5,000 to win in Pro, we've also got the Junior Invitational, essentially 16 car fields. Everybody kind of put their name in and got the opportunity to be drawn to be here to race for some decent size money. In the junior program, that's going to be like $1,000 to win, $400 to the runner-up, $200 in the semis, as well as a cash bonus to the number 1 qualifier. But we are going to go ahead and have those juniors make their way into the staging lanes if you haven't done so yet. All right, well, we are going to take a quick little break here on the track. Unfortunately, it looks like we have got some cleanup to do. And while they're getting a few things taken care of up there, we're going to, again, get our juniors into the staging lane. So again, junior dragsters, come on back. We are wrapping things up in round number 1 on a Lucas Oil Friday. Super Pro 10 grand to win, Pro $5,000 to win. Juniors, make your way into the lanes, please. We're going to take a little break up here at the tower. Everybody just kind of catch your breath. We'll be back at it as soon as the track is ready. All right, hey racers, just a quick little reminder. Well, not a reminder, a quick little announcement. It seems like it's going to take us a couple of minutes on this cleanup here, and so rather than have everybody kind of stay in their cars kind of all strapped in tight, just make yourselves comfortable for a few minutes. Again, if you were rolling up here for the junior program, if you may have already climbed in the car, climb back out. Don't run away too far. I mean, it's not going to be too long. It's mostly in the shutdown area, but we still did want to go ahead and have everybody get a little bit comfortable. So just giving you the heads up, it's going to be a few minutes. As soon as we can get it cleaned up, we'll get right back after it. right, so just a quick little update, racers. We still have cleanup taking place down there at the racetrack. Obviously, the Tucson Dragway crew, they want to make sure that everything is 100% right, so they're going to take the time necessary to get the track back the way that it needs to be. So hopefully you guys are still kind of just relaxing back there, enjoying what is truly some beautiful weather out here. I mean, of all of the times that we've been down here, we have had some days that were a little bit, say, sketchy on the weather side. Today is certainly not one of those. I mean, the temperature is gorgeous, a little bit of a breeze. Couldn't ask for better. But we'll let them get the track back, and as soon as they do, we'll get back after it, wrap up round number 1 of the Lucas Oil Friday. We'll figure out our best losing package for our Super Pro cars. It's going to get that certificate for a set of Goodyear drive tires. And then we'll get after it with our Junior Dragster time run. So Junior Dragsters, again, hopefully you've made your way into lanes 1 and 2. And we've got you all squared away there as well.
So as we look down track, we are seeing less and less of pieces of equipment down there working on the Tucson Dragway surface. Over now National Auto Collision Center side of the racetrack, the left lane. And we see less and less pieces of equipment out there doing work. That means the sooner we are to resuming activities here at the K&N Southwest Showdown on Lucas Oil Friday. We're working our way, getting the National Auto Collision Center lane taken care of as we are nearing completion of the cleanup process. And we'll continue working through round number 1 here on Lucas Oil Friday. So hopefully just a matter of moments before we can fire cars back up and resume round number 1. We appreciate everybody's patience. Everybody out there, especially from the cold weather cities, everybody better be out there soaking up some of that sun. So hopefully just a few more moments. The blower's out there doing its thing. Rotator's out there doing its thing. Very shortly we'll be able to fire cars up and proceed with round number 1 here on Lucas Oil Friday, the K&N Southwest Showdown. Appreciate everybody's patience and keep everybody posted.
So we've got some hats and some other little goodies up here in the tower to give away, and I've been kind of thinking about it. We do this a lot in Vegas at like the Labor Day, the junior finals for Division 7. So what we're going to do is just real quick, we'll give away 3 hats right now, and we'll kind of do this a little bit throughout the day. The first 3 people that bring me a 5/8 inch ratcheting end wrench if you've got a 5/8 inch ratcheting end wrench, you don't have to give it to me. It's your, it's your wrench. I'm not trying to take it. But the first 3 people that get up here to the tower with a 5/8 inch ratcheting end wrench, come up here and show it to me, and I'll give you a hat. We have fun with that in Vegas because people start storming up here to the tower, but we got some hats. I've got like a, is that a peckerhead thermometer up there we're going to be giving away here a little while later? We got stickers. We just got some goodies up here. We got some Clay Smith hats, things like that. But the first 3 people that come up here to the tower and show me a 5/8 inch ratcheting end wrench, we're going to give you some, we're going to give you a hat. You can take your pick because we've got, choices of what we can do, but why not? You roll up here to the tower, show that to me, and I will give you a hat. And we'll come up with some other fun stuff. I mean, Mike's got some ideas, things like that. He's already got one for maybe the next time we give it away. But yeah, just like rummage through the toolbox. You got that 5/8 inch ratcheting end wrench. Bring it up here, show it to me, you get a hat. That's all it takes. Give everybody a little exercise, get out of the trailer, come up here to the tower, say hi, and we'll give you some goodies. So again, while they're continuing cleanup out on the racetrack, we'll give away some of the stuff we got up here in the tower. We've got several days as Mike Eames has just pulled a wad of bills out of his pocket. Apparently it's good to be Mike Eames. Because when you can pull a stack of bills out of your pocket, I hear like thump, 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 somebody's here. Boom. Let me see. So the first one, 2, see, they're here. Bang, there's 1 and 2. All right, so take your pick of one of these hats, whichever ones you guys like best. And while you're here, grab a few stickers to go with it, but take your pick of which of those hats you want. So we've got 2 of the 3. 1 more 5/8 inch ratcheting end wrench, and we'll give away our 3rd hat, and then we'll try something else here in a little while. Take some stickers. Because we got lots of stickers, we got lots of goodies. So I've got the first 2 of the 3. 1 more 5/8 inch ratcheting end wrench, and you get some good free stuff to go with it. All right, so by the way, Ken Sweo, who was lazy and sent your wife up here, she was one of the ones up here to get the hat. So there you go. Do we have our 3rd one? Oh, no. You're welcome. Austin. Austin's back there sleeping. You snooze, you lose. You know, you gotta take a little break every once in a while. Oh, those are always fun to do. We do. We've got room for 1 more. I think we got our 3rd one. There we go. Right there, 5/8 ratcheting end wrench. All right, take your pick of one of those hats. Grab some stickers on your way out the door. All right, so we've had our 3 5/8 inch ratcheting end wrench winners. We'll give away more hats throughout the day. We'll give away more good stuff. I think Matt Fishley actually went back to the trailer and said, you know what, this is actually going to be fun. I'm going to go see if we got more stuff. Definitely come up with some more stuff, but we'll come up with some more ideas of what to bring up here to the town. I mean, last year actually at the junior finals in Vegas, I was thinking to myself, I'm like, man, nobody will have this. Like, nobody will have this. And when I actually asked for a cassette tape of Motley Crue's Dr. Feelgood, we had 3 people show up with it. And I'm thinking, okay, yeah, I mean, if you're at your house And like you could go rummaging through the garage and find it in a dusty old box of cassette tapes or something that's been on the shelf for years. Like, sure, people could have, but the fact that they actually had it with them at the racetrack when most vehicles nowadays don't have a cassette player in them. I don't know how many trailers still do, but 3 people rolled up with a Motley Crue Dr. Feelgood cassette tape. It was wild. It was wild. All right, so we do hear some cars firing up. We've still got equipment down on the racetrack, so just kind of keep that in mind, racers. I don't know that we're quite ready to start putting people back into cars yet, but we will be soon. Just kind of giving a little heads up there.
racers, so it sounds like we've got all of the equipment off the track, and if you have, I know many of you have already made your way back into the cars. If you have not yet made your way back into the cars, let's get that taken care of now. Nick, you're absolutely welcome. Glad to, trust me, between myself and Mike Eames, we are huge, and I mean huge, supporters of the junior program. We absolutely love what that program brings to the table, especially the way that it kind of instills the spirit of sportsmanship, kind of teaches the juniors what racing's all about, gives them a little experience, and we absolutely love supporting the juniors. So again, racers, we do have that raffle that's going on here this weekend. We will draw the winner just before the shootout tomorrow, which, by the way, if you haven't gone over by the West Coast Bracket Races trailer and signed up for the shootout yet, you need to do that. Again, $50,000 for that Kidd Performance and Dyno shootout is on the line. We got a little bit more to go here in round number 1 of Super Pro. We've got juniors lined up back in the staging lanes, getting ready to make a time hit. And again, we've got some other gift certificates and things we're going to be giving away. The stuff that we're giving away, just kind of like, hey, bring me something, that's going to be like hats and stickers and fun little stuff. But Luke Bagaki has put up some scholarship certificates for his thisisbracketracing.com program. We're going to be giving some of those away to our juniors, our big cars. As we start looking into the buyback round, we're going to have some of those scholarships we'll be giving away as part of that. But man, oh man, is Philip Pennington and Tom Bayer assume the position on the starting line. Pennington here on the left side, Bayer over on the right. Tom's dialed in at 508. Pennington's dialed in at 496, and away we go. This one is PER by way of the red light. Tom Bayer turned it red 16 thousandths of a second. Philip Pennington, 26 green, runs 500 on a 496. Bayer bows out in round number 1 is Stan Essery and Jim Glenn. I believe this will be Jim's second entry. I think he's double entered here. He's dialed in at 478. Essery's dialed in at 472 as Essery in the Rad Torque ride makes its way back from the burnout. 472 to a 478. 6 hun the difference between the two as far as the dials are concerned. Right side of the tree will drop first. And then Stan Essery will be doing the chasing in this pair. Essery, 2 above the dial, gets there first by 18 thousandths of a second after a 003 reaction time. Jim Glenn was 007 on the tree and ends up 4 above the dial, chasing him through. So Essery gets the win light on that one as Riley Learcamp and Dalton Garreau. Garreau in the M&N chassis. I'm trying to remember, what's that, when it's kind of got that old, what was it, the P-52? The P-51? The P-51 fighter plane look to it? Either way, we just call them wings. With a 497 dial and Riley Learcamp with a 463 dial. So as Riley gets it locked in on the starting line, Dalton Garreau with a quick little bump, turns it loose 46 thousandths of a second. Too soon. So Riley gets the win light. Dalton Garreau bows out here in round number 1 by way of the very bottommost bulb on the tree. Riley winner, 465 on a 463, is now Race Kidd and Sammy Franco III. Back up from the burnouts. Franco out of Anthony, New Mexico, in an Ezel-built rag. 581 going to be the dial on that right side, and for Race Kidd, 473. So the head start to Sammy. Race Kidd will do the chasing. Race Kidd gets the advantage on the starting line and is able to run down Sammy Franco by 0.02 of a second. Kidd gets to the finish line first. Was 12 on the tree. Sammy Franco 32 thou behind. With the 042 reaction time, runs 580 on a 581. But it is Race Kidd at 12 green, 475 on a 473. That will get the win light is Nathan Thornsley out of Palmer, Alaska. Coming up now, and John Lorbiecki. John in the Roadster. I just like watching the car run. Pre-stage, now stage for Lorbiecki with a 430 or 493 dial. Nathan with a 539. Just rocking and rolling his way down to the finish line and a 498 on the 493. 3 thou was the split in reaction time. Thornsley was 10 green. John was 13 green. And John, getting there second, holds on for the win as Thornley breaks out at the big end. Now Nick Cobb and Bobby Dye Jr. A couple of racers who are very familiar with each other. The Californians, who I'm sure have run a time or 2 or 20 or 30. Down there in Fontana when it was in operation. 480 to a 480. Identical dials up on the scoreboard. Cobb, the Race Tech ride out of Lake Elsinore, and the Specialty Fasteners car for the Dye family. Papa Dye standing back here watching as Bobby Dye goes 0.001 of a second. 001 red, Bobby Dye bows out here in round one. Nick Cobb 25 green, 482 on a 480 for Cobb. And we got Phil Jaramillo and Carson Campbell. Jaramillo out of Las Lunas, New Mexico. Campbell out of Olympia, Washington. And again, getting ready to wrap things up here with Super Pro. Round one. Again, junior dragsters lined up back in the staging lanes for their first time hit of the Junior Invitational. Carson finish line says Carson's going to win that one. 500 on a 499. 36 green, 5 above the dial. Beats a 31 green and 7 above the dial by 21 thousandths of a second. So with Carson picking up the victory here in round number one. Again, racers, remember, if round number one did not go the way that you had expected or were hoping for, and by that I mean, you know, the win light didn't turn on your side, buybacks will be available. You will handle buybacks in the staging lane. So when we are ready for that, which we're not quite ready for that now, but when we are ready for that, you just bring your money with you into the staging lanes. They'll go ahead and get it collected up there. Mark Campbell and Greg Hicks. Greg and his new Millis chassis, 482. The one that he won back east. Dialed in on the right side, and Mark Campbell, the Millis chassis, dialed in at 467 here on the left side. All right, junior dragsters, this is going to serve as your final call, juniors. Staging lanes, 13 thou the difference in reaction time. Greg Hicks was better on the tree as he's 007 and dead on 9. So 007, dead 9. Uh-oh. We've got trouble in the tower. Somebody basically just dial 911. Don't press send yet, but if you hear me scream, then hit the button. Oh. So Jeff Taylor, Tristan Craig. Tristan and Neil doing kind of the driver swap behind the wheel of this dragster. Tristan dialed in at 501 on the left side. Jeff Taylor dialed in at 472 on the right side. As we get to the finish line, it's going to be Jeff Taylor, 474 on a 472. Taylor had the 8th thou disadvantage at this end of the racetrack, and Tristan Craig may have grabbed a little bit too much brake as he ends up 504 and a 501, and the margin down at the finish line of 0.03 of a second. Win light goes to Peeps, 472 and a 471. He was 17 green and will get the win light. Hey, we should have all of our juniors back there in lanes 1 and 2. We should have all of our juniors back there in lanes 1 and 2. With that, we are going to call pro buyback. Pro buyback. To the staging lanes, please. Pro buyback. Need you to the staging lanes, please. So if you are buying back in pro, if you, I'm just going to say, if you're double entered and had to buy back in both, well, we're going to need you over in like 3 and 4. But pro buyback, if you are double entered and buying back in both, need you to lanes 3 and 4. If you're coming back just in 1, well then jump in with everybody else. There's now Michael Pennington and Chris Whitfield. Pennington left side, dialed 472. Whitfield right side, dialed 1 hun slower than that with a 473. Between them in reaction time. Whoa! How about that? Michael Pennington, 005 on the tree, was holding 25 thou, and ends up 1 above the dial, bowing out here as Chris Whitfield gets the win light. 30 on the tree and dead on the dial. So pro buybacks, come on down to the staging lanes. Dale is back there at the rear of the lanes and will direct you into where you need to be. So we got J.R. Learcamp, Dave Mazier. And again, with those Mazier starters, all of the goodies that they do, they are offering up a gift certificate in the pro category, round number 2. Best losing package. Between them, the drivers leave the line, and win light's going to belong to Mazier. Once again, we see Mazier dead on 8, 25 green, dead 8. Gets the win light. Victorino. Victo has shown a Motley Crue Dr. Feelgood cassette. Gotta love it. Did he post that on Facebook? Nice. Mazier gets the win light. J.R. Learcamp, 003, and ends up 3 above the dial. To be 6 thou behind at the stripe. So Mazier throwing a little magic. Up on the scoreboard is now Allie Clark and Adam Kyoto. Adam right side, 479. Allie Clark dialed in 0.2 of a second. Slower than that with a 499. And I know we are getting down towards the end of it all. This is the end. Almost. Adam 007 on the tree and 486 going to get the job done. So Adam with that 007. I don't think Allie's car was really happy. I know Vic Clark's car had some issues earlier, and Allie ends up kind of seeing the same thing, being way off the dial as Cassie Pennington. Going to roll up here on a competition solo. I know she was paired up back in the staging lanes. Competition actually came out and had to hang a left and head down the return road rather than making his way out onto the racetrack. I think was, yeah, it was Dustin Hinches who ended up having those issues. So Cassie gets the competition solo, and again, the way the they get paired up at the head of the staging lanes. You know, once they're paired up, if your competition breaks after that, well, then you end up with a competition solo. It's not like we go back through and find some other single and say, okay, well, then you move up. It just doesn't quite work like that. So Cassie gets the solo, runs 472 on a 472, 14 total on the solo shot for Cassie. So once again, pro buyback. Pro buyback. We have called you into the staging lanes as Zach Mazier and Gabe Torres. Again, talking about racers that are probably way more familiar with each other than they'd ever hoped to be. But Zach taking over the left side of the track, Gabe taking over the right. Gabe's dialed in at 472. Zach is dialed in at 496. Double breakout, Gabe Torres comes out victorious on the 472. He runs 471.8 to be under by 0.02 of a second. On a 496, Zach Mazier runs 495.3 to be under 0.07 of a second. Gabe Torres was 39 on the treat as Axo 27, and that will bring us to the final car in round number 1. And the last car in round number 1 happens to be a buy run. Odd number of cars overall. Ricky Duschel with a 629 dial in the Camaro. Duschel was selected as the provisional buy. Ended up with an odd number, and Ricky gets to take a free lap down the racetrack on a 629. And then runs 629 with a 3. Not bad. Not bad. So round number 1 comes to a close. We've got our pro cars headed back into the staging lanes for their buyback opportunity. Again, racers, remember that if you are in need of a buyback, you don't have to go to like a buyback window, or you don't have to go to the trade. Just bring your buyback money with you to the staging lanes. Again, it is $60 in pro. It is $100 in super pro. So as you make your way back into the staging lanes, if you are in need of the buyback, make your way back into the lanes. Pro, you have been called. Everybody else just kind of hang tight for a minute. But pro, you have been called. So what do we got? Ariana Visuet coming up here on the left side, and again, still working on getting like all the names and the numbers and all the fun stuff with the juniors. There's a list over yonder that we'll have to get. So again, doing a little time run here with the juniors. 1,000 left between them in reaction time. Ariana with an 0:32 reaction time. And then goes 12-12 at 50 miles an hour. Right side of the racetrack was an 0:31 and then 7:93. As you got Jocelyn Gonzaga, or maybe it's Jacelyn, excuse me. Jacelyn Gonzaga over on the right side, and Luke Makovica. Luke in what we're calling, what is this, Group 3? Every time I hear the term like Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, it reminds me of Reinhardt's story about Group 2. He's talking about like back when he was in school, in his math class, and his teacher broke him down into like, you know, the kids that could do math and the kids who were struggling at math, and the kids who were struggling in math were Group 2. He was in Group 2. I was in Group 3. They just gave up on me. They're like, oh, you can't do math? We won't even use a number to designate your group. You're just going to be Group Other. So Jacelyn Gonzaga, 56 on the tree, and goes 794 at 81 miles an hour. Luke Makovica was 33 on the tree, and he goes 801 at 80 miles an hour. So we're getting ready to fire up our next two, and it looks like we're going to have Riker. The island? Riker's Island? What? No. Riker. Is that Rohel? Rogel? And Peyton Black. Black over on the right side, and it does look like, even though we're doing a little time run here, they still got some dials on the cars. Looks like Riker is going to be running about that 1190 range. And then Peyton Black will be running right about that 14-second range. We got our next couple of cars firing up behind him, but looks like Riker is going to need to try and refire up the car. Got it out of the burnout box, got it up there near the starting line, and the car maybe sputtered and quit on him a little bit, but for Riker, getting those final adjustments made to the race car. Peyton getting the okay to roll forward, and we'll get these two staged up. How about Peyton Black? Paying close attention to the tree and going 007 in reaction time. Riker puts an 1163 at 54 up on the scoreboard. Peyton Black 007. And then 1451 down the racetrack. So Peyton crushing it here on the starting line as we have got Parker Williams and Allison Bolay. We saw Dad Kenny up here in the Dragster a little bit earlier on. I think Allison took a lap in the Dragster as well. Maybe it is just Kenny driving the Dragster. Allison's going to be a little bit too young. Just kind of saying. Going to be a little bit too young. For now. All right. So as Parker rolls up on the right side, Allison rolls up on the left side. Allison, part of that, we've always loved seeing the juniors kind of get the experience and the things that they need out of the junior program, and then to see a junior dragster graduate from or junior dragster driver graduate from the program and turn around and essentially start his own, shall we say, junior dragster enterprise. That's a good word for it. Kyoki Dasa, KJ, standing down there on the starting line, has kind of started that Team KD where they are actually providing a lot of technical assistance and consulting on other folks' junior dragster teams. KD has really kind of become very big down here in the Southwest. 894 after an 028 reaction time for Allison. So you may see that on several of the junior dragsters that are out there, kind of that KD with the crown on it. That's KJ who's out here racing this weekend, him and his dad. Parker Williams ends up going 899 at 71 miles an hour. As Caden Kasner rolls up here on the left side of the racetrack, and opposite him, I can see a little squiggle on the side of the car, Logan Sweetman. All right. So Logan on the right side, Caden Kasner on the left side, out of Europa Valley, California. And Caden, who I guess you could just say that, you know, racing runs in the blood on Caden's side of the world. I'm sure it runs in the blood on everybody, but like heavy hitters coming out of Camp Caden. See what I mean? Heavy hitters coming out of Camp Caden. Logan is 18 green, and Caden Kasner, who I believe is all of about, what, 6-7 years old? 003 on the tree, and then goes 1208 at 54 miles an hour. I think right there you can have that as an argument that there is a genetic modification, or there is a genetic predisposition to being able to cut a light. Caden is 003. All right, so who we got next? Weston? Ah, that's right. So Weston Forsyth, over on the right side of the racetrack. We'll figure it out as we get into it. I swear we will. But a whole lot of great looking cars out here this weekend, including the Dragsters. Green left side of the racetrack. And then goes 907 at 75 miles an hour. 087 on the tree right side, and then puts up a 1243 at 50 miles an hour. Once again, pro buybacks. Pro buybacks. We do need you back into the staging lanes, please. Pro buybacks. Come on down. Pro buybacks. If you have not yet made your way to the staging lanes and you are going to be buying back pro, you should be in the staging lanes. Well, now we got Jake Hodges and Parker Schroeder. Parker on the left side. Hodges over to the right. Little Yucaipa, California based K&N sponsored car for Jacob Hodges. And Parker Schroeder racing from just up the road in Peoria. Well, that's pretty cool. I mean, 3 groups of juniors going to be out here as part of the Junior Invitational, giving them a time hit right now. There are going to be 16 car fields. Essentially, you got Group 1 are going to be our 6 to 9 year olds. Group 2 are going to be our 10 to 12 year olds. Group 3, maybe 13 to 17 year olds, and each group running for $1,000. Again, a lot of racers put in their names, hoping to be selected for this. The invitational names were drawn, and those racers were invited to come on down here and participate. 912 at 70 miles an hour for Parker Schroeder. 789 at 83 miles an hour. For Hodges is now Aiden Town. Otherwise known as AJ, rolling up here on the left side. Out of Gilbert, Arizona, and Lucas Hodges taking over the right lane. Once again, pro bracket buybacks, final call. Need you back into the staging lanes, please, if you have not yet made your way back there and are going to be taking advantage of the buyback opportunity. We do need you into the lanes, please. Come on back, and Dale will get you pointed in the right direction. Again, with a $5,000 payout on the line. We'll see exactly how well we do with that. Lucas goes 1403, 44 miles an hour. AJ 904 at 71 miles an hour. mean, when you're normally in a junior program, you don't get the opportunity to get out and race for
I brought you something.
kind of a whole lot of money.
Came up in the tower. And brought us a whole bunch of cheesies.
But with something like this,
No.
I mean, you got to admit, it's pretty cool of the West Coast Bracket Race program to
Okay.
kind of add in the junior category. Caitlin Torres.
It's all that.
They are Cheetos on steroids.
Really? Why wouldn't they be?
Dad Val Jr. alongside of the car, and Rudy Sweetman.
Instagram these, like, okay.
Really?
I borderline now want to move to Canada.
Rudy
Whoa.
rolling all the way in here out of
Whoa.
That's how good they are.
Whoa. How are you?
Love it.
Are you having fun?
I'm gonna have fun in an insurance seminar.
That's true.
Rushville,
Yeah.
Nebraska.
His dad's,
That's wild.
yeah. I was over there talking to him while the cleanup was closed. Yeah. Yeah. That's cool. Wait. Apparently it was the only suit at home.
005. The reaction time for Caitlin Torres. And then 796 at 82 miles an hour for Rudy Sweetman. Left a little bit early, had the 064 red light, but then goes 1206
So he just grabbed it and borrowed out.
at 53 miles an hour as
He was gonna run his rental car.
Levi Agnew.
He didn't know he was driving that. But yeah. So. But it's speed.
Travis!
And that King's Ransom 4 car
Slow every run until that one when it goes red.
out of Oak Hills, California.
Well, then, but then in the second entry, he was like 12 or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Before
Oh yeah.
you just quit.
Yeah.
Used up.
Yeah, those Biondos. They don't know what they're doing.
He's all used up.
How's the Wonder Mud?
Freaking insane.
Yeah.
Alice just watches him like you're so numb.
Uh-uh.
We're in the middle of a massive.
So Levi's sitting over to the right side. Again, junior dragster time runs. 3 groups are going to be in competition here. I got to see Levi racing up in Vegas a couple of weekends ago. He's 037 in reaction time and runs 12:01 at 51 miles an hour. Left side 62 green and goes 8-0.
We are
8.
literally living in our bed.
Oh.
That's good times with no kitchen.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. How long has that been going on?
We started
How long does it have left?
done.
That's going to bring out Mallory Dolzal.
Okay. Yeah.
It's not horrible.
Yeah. Well, that's my entire build is like, years behind, so, but it is what it is.
We're messing around.
Yeah, I know.
I miss you already.
I miss you.
Enjoy your cheese.
I will.
Out of Queen Creek and Allura Sweetman. Sweetman over on the right side of the racetrack and taking a look at that. I mean, that that peak roll cage certainly stands out against that black race car as Allura goes red by 71 thousandths of a second. Mallory goes 60 on the green side, and Dolzal ends up with an 885 at 72 miles an hour for Allura. 1393 at 44 miles an hour. Continuing to roll through more and more and more. Junior dragsters. I'm going to say that's Garrett Agnew. Over on the right side of the racetrack. And Jacob Collins here on the left side is Collins, who's going to be part of that Group 3, which will be our 13 to 17-year-olds. And we are pre-staged. So Collins left side and Garrett Agnew over on the right side. Garrett's in its set, Jacob's there, tree drops, and how about an 0:35 reaction time for Garrett, 0:73 to right for Jacob. Scoreboard will light up with a 794, 82 miles an hour for Garrett. 804, 81 miles an hour for Jacob. And as if the Pennington family didn't have enough race cars in their stable to transfer back and forth, they go ahead and add Cash's car into the mix. Another one of those racers rolling in out of Lavernia. Just not even going to go there. I know. But I have utmost respect. And I know you do too. I think that's Carly Ball over on the right side. Going up against Cash Pennington here on the left. Again, cruising through a time hit opportunity for the junior dragsters that are going to be in competition later on. .58 on the tree for Carly Ball at 81.3 miles an hour, or 8:13, excuse me, at 79 miles an hour. Cash Pennington runs 12:18 at 52 miles an hour. And I think we are getting down into our final junior out here during time trials. Mr. Gary. Gary Bogacki over here on the right side. Really? I'll leave that alone. That's, I don't know, I mean, that'd be kind of a pretty cool place to hang out, I think. But so Gary on the right side, going to be our final junior car. We got Pro Buybacks already sitting back here in the staging lanes. Goes 1197 at 53 miles an hour. So as you can see, we have got 3 groups of junior dragsters that are going to be in competition, running for some big money in and of their own right. And again, drag racing being a very family-oriented sport. And just like most other sports, you got, moms, dads, everybody that's out here participating in the sport in their right, and then the kids get the opportunity to jump into a junior and race right along with them. We got Pro Buybacks. Headed up here into the water box. Mike Eames is going to take over on the microphone for a little while, and I'm going to go try to catch up on a few emails from work so that when I get back Monday morning and start bright and early at freaking dark 30, things are taken care of. So with the Pro Buybacks taken over, Mike Eames going to take over on the mic. Mike. And I'm going to try out these new cheesies. I've never had these. Apparently they are the Canadian version of the Cheeto. And better? Oh. Well, alrighty then.
Nathan Hershey, thank you very much. Go do what you got to do. As Chris Citro and Jason Mercer will start us off in the buyback round. You light up a win light here. You get to come back and play in round number 2. You do not light up a win light here, and he just made a $60 timer. Mercer and Citro, give it to Chris Citro. 660 on the 656. 300ths of a second advantage on the starting line. Jason Mercer in the Roadster out of Canada was 93 green and 3 over. And what says you?
I think we need to import these.
Nathan Hershey is all about importing the cheesies. And I can definitely be on that boat. It's Tim Arnswald and Steve Roars. Tim out of Coachella, 67 Camaro, 770 the dial for Tim. Steve Roars out of Wisconsin. The 82 model Camaro, 654 the dial for Steve. Steve Tim Arnswald, yes, 657 for Roars. On the 654 was 16 green. Arnswald was 53 on the tree and 15 thou too quick, but had no shot. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, Super Pro door car buyback. Super Pro door car buyback, lane 7 and 8, please. Super Pro door car, lane 7 and 8, please. As Ken Passerby in the 70 Nova left side, 716 the dial alongside Matty Hawk. Matt out of Tucson, the 72 Ford Maverick. Again, Super Pro door car. Super Pro door car. The buyback round. Need you up in the lanes, please. Matt out in front, and Ken Passerby is going to sneak around by 1 thou. 0.03 of a second separated the two drivers on the starting line. But 1 thou separated him at the finish line. Ken Passerby takes out Matt Hawk as Monty Beagle and Denny Valvo. Beagle out of High River, Alberta, Canada, the 33 Ford Coupe. Denny Valvo out of Prescott, Arizona, the 72 Chevelle is going to bow out in the buyback round as Monty Beagle gets back into the shoe. 602 on the 599. Denny Valvo was a couple hundreds better on the starting line, being 37 green. Monty Beagle was 5-7 on the starting line, but Monty was a little bit better on the dial. And I'll come back in round number 2 is Eric Daniels and Chuck Hawk. Eric out of Chandler, the 76 Vega. He will be a part of the Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Race as he came out of the pro side. When we conclude yesterday's race at some point today, Chuck Hawk out of Tucson, Arizona, the 89 Mustang, 660 for Team Hawk. Red light start for Chuck by a bunch. Red for Mr. Hawk. Eric Daniels, free look at 706, 707. There for Eric in the Vega. To move back into round number 2 as Darren Taylor and Dennis Paz. Dennis Paz, as this machine is double entered with the uber talented Jeff LaSalle also sharing driving duties, who LaSalle ended up picking up the win on his side in round number 1, but Dennis Paz in the 65 El Caminos here in the buyback round, taking on Darren Taylor out of Idaho. 630 is the dial. There for Darren. Pause on the El Camino, going to lead first. Darren Taylor will get the win. Dennis Paz was better on the starting line. 17 green to Darren Taylor's 43. Dennis got down to the 8th mile and broke out by 0.04 of a second, taking 77 down there. Dennis Paz nom-nommed the finish line stripe like Nathan and I nom-nommed the Bag of cheesies up here. Darren Taylor will come back around. It's Michael Agnew and Steve Watkins. Agnew. 69 Chevelle. 613 is the dial for the Oak Hills, California runner, Steve Watkins. That 2000 Corvette 838 is the number. You saw that Corvette out there, 8 miles. Michael Agnew got to release the hounds on Michael Agnew. 613-1 on the 613. 27 on the tree. Let's see, 27 plus 1. I even think Chad Reynolds can do that math. And that's 28 total. Steve Watkins was 96 on the green light effort and had no shot. And Steve Watkins will be done for the day as Tim O'More and Steve Valdez. So again, Super Pro Door Car Buyback. Super Pro Door Buyback. Get you up in the lanes, please. Tim O'More. Steve Valdez out of Douglas in the Vega is going to be on the wrong side of the wind light. Tim O'More, 35 green and a bunch above is good enough as Steve Valdez was 103 on the green light start. Joy Cazzetti and Richard Llewellyn. Joy in that Joy Ride 77 Vega wagon out of Whitewater, Colorado. 598 is the dial-in for Joy. Richard Llewellyn. And Sky Blue 67 Shoe 2. Richard is green. Light green. When we talk about green acres, Richard was like 245 green acres, if you know what I'm saying. Joy Cazzetti was 66 green and 3 above and good. Richard Llewellyn was 245 on the green light start. And that is not good. It's Marcos Ocampo. 68 Mustang out of Glendale. See that 654 on the dial. And Daniel Fiello for Team K&N out of Yucaipa. Blue 82 Camaro, 630. Is the dial for Daniel. Red light start from Marcos. Daniel Fiello, 48 green, and then under by 7. Why hold a couple when you can hold 7? 630. Was the projected performance. Daniel goes 623. It's Curtis Zinzalita and Kyle Rizzoli. Kyle in his black on white trusty Camaro. 638 the number for Kyle. He will be doing the chasing. Curtis Zinzalita out of Flagstaff. And that big, heavy 68 Roadrunner. And I mean big and I mean heavy. I think actual curb weight of that car is right around 11,000 pounds. I definitely would want to push it on like a 2% grade. As Rizzoli will get the win. 64 green and 2 above is good enough for Kyle. Curtis Zinzalita had some room, not a lot of room, but he did have room. Dialed 670, went 669.6. He broke up by 4th thou. Got to the finish line first by 7th thou. Needed to take 3 or less. It was Brandon Fletcher and Kim Zimmerman in a 71 Thunderbird is going to get the win. 624 on the 621 was 50 green. Was Kim. Brandon Fletcher in the Hellcat was 33 on the green light start and 0.05 of a second too quick. But Kim Zimmerman We'll come back around in round number 2 is Jeff Jones out of Montrose. For Team Lucas Oil, Team Bracket Racing Products, 605 for Jeff will be doing the chasing. Noel Cuevas, and that green beast out of San Ysidro. 71 model Camaro, 674 will be leaving first. There for Noel. As Jeff Jones was 002 on the starting line, are going to pick up the win, going 608 to be 3 above. Noel was 95 green. When you're 95 green, your only hope is that the person in the other lane isn't very good either, but in this scenario, Jeff Jones was 002 and in a dominating position to get the win is Scott Taylor and John Schur. Scotty Taylor out of Columbia Falls, Montana. Gotta do a little research on Columbia Falls. 682. The dive for Scott Taylor, John Schur, and the Mr. Magoo 2 is off and away. And on a double breakout, Scott Taylor under by 0.03 of a second. John Schur under by 0.03 of a second. When you add all the little numbers up, Scott Taylor will take a 5 thou margin of victory. As Tom Gaynor and Tana Taylor. Tom out of Battleground, Washington, super stock Cobalt for Gaynor's Automotive. Tana Taylor out of Rigby, Idaho, the 70 Mustang. Tana's 70 Mustang is literally screaming to do like an 18-inch high wheel stand out to about 100 feet. But that's just me. Tana's rocked in the beams. But you knew that was going to be red. Tom Gator, free look at 588, 5890. The runner out of Division 6. 114 on the speed. Tana Taylor was red by 3.3. And then 678 on the elapsed time. And no good. C.W. Hofer and Leno Cimaroli. CW for Silver Platter Racing, the 87 Firebird out of Calamasa. Right over there in California. And Leno from right up the road in Phoenix, the 66 model Mustang, the spoiled rotten ride. And that is no G-O-O-D. CW Hofer 5-7 on the start and under by 3, but he'll be back in round number 2. It's Mark Kidd and Ed Niquette. Mark out of Twin Falls, Idaho, that orange 67 Chevy 2. A little LS power there for Mark. .610 will get the head start. Ed Niquette out of Lake Havasu City in the Cavalier. The super stock drive. See Kidd. That nose drop down to that 67 Chevy 2 to get the win. 51 green and a 10th above is rock solid. As Ed Niquette was 301 on the starting line. And when you have Mark Kidd in the other lane, 301 is not a good idea. Tim Arnswald out of Coachella. Jason Mercer, a long way from Coachella. Chestermere, Alberta, Canada. The Roadster, 633 for Jason. Arnswald, 767, so full tree. Roughly going to be the head start. And Jason Mercer just completely missed the tree. Arnswald down front. You'll see that nose dump down. And the win for Tim. Orange wall at 67 green and almost 11 hundredths above is good. Jason Mercer, after being way, way late, was a couple of tenths over, and that was just not pretty. On the buyback round for Jason Mercer is Jeff Safranik with the competition single. To wrap up Pro Eliminator Buyback, Jeff out of Phoenix at Colt Arms. 67 model. Jeff is 20 green. And 7020 on the 702. It's pretty sporty. As Jeff gets back into round number 2 of the Pro categories, we're going to move. Super Pro door car. Buyback round. Corey Jackson and Al Stevens will start us off in the Super Pro door car buyback. Corey and that electric orange 63 Corvette out of Washington, 504 the dial. Al Stevens, 62 Imp out of Pueblo, 632 the dial. All right, Super Pro Dragster buyback. Double entry Super Pro Dragster buyback into 3 and 4. All the rest of the Super Pro Dragster buyback into 5 and 6. Al Stevens, 001 green, 633 to get the win. Corey Jackson in that orange Corvette's 29 green, and under by 7th out, but still got to the finish line second is Al Stevens. It's pretty good on the starting line, 001. This is Rodney Snyder at a Grand Junction for Team Scotty Muffler. Camaro Roadster left side, Travis Ringeth out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Big tip of the cap to Travis for throwing some snacks up. The TNT Motorsports, Rad Torque Systems, Total Dairy Solutions, Pro 1 Safety out of Canada. On the Classics Bracket Series, which we'll talk about a little while later. Great 3-race series up there in Canada. At Mission, Medicine Hat. Is the difference on the starting line. Rodney Snyder is 006. And 516 on the 508 as Travis was 11 green and then slowed dramatically that 8th mile. Unfortunately will not make it out of the buyback round in that entry is Bill Bollock and Gary Roost. Bollock in that super cool 48 Anglia at a Litchfield Park. 602 the dial-in for Bill. Gary Roost in that immaculate black 55 out of Pahrump. Off and right hand side to the Bollock, left hand side, give it to Gary. 17 green, dead on 3, makes 20 on the combined. Bill Bollock was 35 green and was on a leisurely 112 mile an hour parade lap, because there was no way that race was going to result in a win for Bill Bollock. It was Kevin McClelland and Andrew Jaramillo. Andrew out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, the big Dodge Dart, 575 the dial. Kevin McClelland gets back in the show. As Andrew was read by 29th out, McClelland's 13 green and 540 to get the win. So Ryan Harem and Jonathan Fiello. Jonathan out of Yucaipa for Team K&N. And Ryan Harem for Team FTI, Team Mobile 1 in the Camaro. One driver is not going to get the win because Jonathan Fiello broke out. Jonathan was perfect on the starting line. Harem was 34 green and dead on 9. Jonathan gets to the finish line first by 0.07 of a second and breaks out by 3. So Harem got down there and put a little pressure on that brake pedal. Jonathan Fiello rounded out the back and was too quick. There's Jeff Broussard and Jason Pat in the love truck. Over on the right-hand side, 615 the dial for Jason, Jeff Broussard, and that black Sonoma, 688 is the number for Jeff. It's again, double entry Dragster Buyback in lane 3 and 4. Single entry Buyback, I need you in 5 and 6, please, for the Dragsters. What he just did for the remainder of the day. 006 green, dead on 0 for Jason. To be 6 total. Jeff Broussard was 12th thou at the let-go and was just completely annihilated as Judd Shoup and Chris Johnston. Johnston out of Keyport, Washington. We don't want to talk about the run that put him into the buyback round. 001 red, dead on 0. But we don't talk about that. Chris 622, the predicted performance. Gotta try to run down Chris. Not gonna get there. 005 green for Chris and 2 above. 624 on the 622. Judd Shoup was 15 green. Broke out by 11th thou. And took 21. Needed to tighten that up to 10 or less. To move the win light over to his lane, did not Chris Johnson. And his other entry is already in round number 2. So he's taking 2 forward. Vic Spitali and Ernie Macias. Vic out of Tucson, Arizona. That blue Roadster. Vic and Sharon and the team. Off and away on the right side, gonna get the win. 35 is the green light start for Ernie. 653 on the 648. At 117 miles an hour, Vic Spitali 87 green and a hun over. And still a hun behind to the stripe. That's Kevin McClellan. Is going to get the win. McClellan is 001. Gets to the finish line by 82,000. Breaks out by 2,000. Needed to take 80 or less. Eek. Chris Soman. We'll move on as Ken Sweo and BP Brad Pierce. Ken Sweo at Oregon City, Oregon in the Capri. Brad in the Corvette. Sweo, 007 and 1 above to be in front by 2 10,000ths of a second. Brad Pierce is 18 total and have a nice day. Ken Sweo, 0-0-0 deuce. Margin of victory there for Ken Sweo. Brad Pierce loses a toit one. Toit like a tiger. This is Don Toya and Chris Spitali. Toya for Don's Hot Rod Shop. And a 34 Chevy Texas, both drivers are blackjack on the starting line, and Don Toya is 7th out in front at the finish line and 4 over to get the win. Chris was 21 green, Don Toya 21 green. And when you do the math, you add, subtract, multiply, and divide. 7th out, the margin of victory there for Don Toya. Remember your order of operations, kids. Kyle Fritz and Larry Pittenger. So Kyle left side for Team Torco. Pretty good day yesterday. Silver State Refrigeration 10,000 to win event. It was deep in eliminations before getting bounced. Larry Pittenger out of Williams, Arizona, black 68 Camaro. 665 will be doing the chasing. Again, Super Pro Dragster. Buyback round. Should be up in the lanes. Bunch on the starting line. And Kyle Fritz made it pay off. 675 on the 672 was 29 green. Larry was a $125 on the green light start. You give up that much on the starting line, it's really tough to eliminate a win light. It's Kyle Fritz. Come back around for round number 2 is Darren Taylor and Curtis Zinzalita. Darren at Rigby, Idaho, the Firebird. 588 is the dial. Curtis Zinzalita. The 2 bulb head start. Darren Taylor. Zinzalita will get that entry back into the show. And goes 667. At 101 miles an hour, Darren Taylor, after being red, was one above 589 on the 588 prediction. Is Corey Jackson. Scott Taylor. So Corey Jackson left side. An orange 63 vet out of Washington, 502 is the number. Walk-in scoreboard, but not a win light. On that American walk-in cooler side, Corey Jackson was 503 with a 2. Scott Taylor flat out just didn't run the number. Dialed 678 and goes 692. Travis Ringeth, you should be up in the staging lanes, please. Travis. That TNT racing team car should have your pickup truck up in the staging lanes. While we have just a little bit of quiet time. And we ran the juniors just a little while ago. Just another reminder, our Tucson Dragway Junior Dragster program, our raffle this weekend, $200. So the tickets are $10 for a ticket. They're going to draw the winner out on Saturday before the shootout. Bob Darling is out and about, driving the pits, selling the raffle tickets. Everybody, just get $10 out, buy a raffle ticket. Help support the Junior Dragster competitors here from Tucson Dragway that are going to make the long haul up to Bannerman Speedway there in Morrison, Colorado. I'm saying you do not have to be present to win, so when you see Bob Darling out there, flip him a 10 spot and buy at least a ticket. Flip him a 20 or a 40 or a 60 or an 80. Let's help support the juniors here at Tucson Dragway. All right, attention on property as well. There was a ladies hoodie, sweatshirt, pink and black that was left in the tech area. And Sally Martini reports that it doesn't look too great on the fellas. So ladies, if you guys are possibly missing your pink and black sweatshirt, head over to the tech area, and there's a possibility of being peaches and herb with it. You know, because then you would be reunited. And it feels so good. All right, well, also while it's quiet, let's do this. We have a bevy of prizes up here in the tower. And Nathan Hershey's going to put something really good together for this one. All right. Jeff Ford. We need Jeff Ford to the tower. And we also need Matt Hawk to the tower. Right? Matt Hawk was our best losing package in the buyback round in Pro Eliminator and gets $200 in cold hard cash. Munson says Matt Hawk needs to swoop right on in and get his prize. And Munson also would like to recommend that you tip your waiters and waitresses and to try the veal. Okay, so Nathan Hershey's going to put together a really good package here. All right, so we have a little trivia question, and the first person that can come up and tell us the correct answer is going to be our winner. The super tough trivia question. Oh, are we going to do the Clay Smith from... Oh, okay, I like it. A Clay Smith package. Yeah, we're going to do that one. All right, trivia question is, we're very honored to have the Super Gas World Champion on site, Luke Bogacki. The first person that can come up into the tower and tell us how many points Luke scored during his championship season in 2021. The exact number. What was his point total to win that Super Gas World Championship? First person to come up in the tower and give that number, and it has to be the precise number, to Nathan Hershey, can be the winner. So Luke Bogacki's point total for his Super Gas Championship season last year gets to be the winner. And then we'll do all sorts of fun stuff in a little while too. And throughout the next 3 days. Parker Theobald comes up, gives us the correct answer, which was 734 points. The thing that's a little concerning is that Parker Theobald has a tattoo that says 734. On his, and Parker added that tattoo is on his lower back, which that's also a little concerning. All right, final pair. C.W. Hofer and Travis Rinkin. Gonna be our final pair. Here in the buyback round of the door cars. C.W. for Team Silver Platter. Cal Mesa. 87 Firebirds, 761 is the number. Travis Rink. Big thank to Travis. Came up and brought us some tasty vittles. Young man out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada for T&T Motorsports, Rad Torque Systems. Total Dairy Solutions, Pro 1 Safety in Canada on the Classics Bracket Series. Talk about that when we get some downtime. A great 3-race series up there for all of our Canadian friends. Looking at CW home for watching nose drop for CW, and the win going to go to Travis. 679 on the 675. Sasha, or the CW, dialed 761. He breaks out by 9 thou, was in front by 42 thou at the finish line. CW just took a big bite and only needed to take a little nibble. It's Travis Ringeth. We'll move that 88 S10 back in around number 2, as we're going to move into buyback round of the Dragsters. As Brandon Lynch and Greg Christensen are going to start us off in the buyback round for the Dragsters. Again, this is final call, like final call. Buyback round for the Dragsters. You should all be in the lanes. It's Brandon, that Race Tech prepared machine. Jeff Devy with the paint and design. But that Jeff Devy guy, he's pretty talented. I also need Jeff Ford to the tower. Jeff Ford. Need you up in the tower if you would, please. I think Matt Hogg has shown up. Christensen is going to get back. 15 green and 2 above. As Brandon Lynch was 26 thou on the green light start, dialed 495, it goes 498. And that entry will be done for the day. And for Brandon Lynch. It's again Jeff Ford. Need you up in the tower if you would, please. And Matt Hawk. Matt Hawk, if you would please come up to the tower. Jeremy Wilson and Cooper Chun. Jeremy at a Grand Junction. A purple and black and orange dragster with the wing. Alongside Cooper Chun, the young man out of Vancouver, Washington. Wingless dragster, 539 down. The American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack, that right lane, as we're looking down track. There for Cooper was 17 on the green light start. And Cooper come back around, and around number 2 is J.R. Learcamp and Chuck Babcock. Learcamp out of Washington, he is part of the Final Four in last night's Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Race. It's 10 grand to win. JR 474 is the dial. Chuck Babcock out of Yorba Linda. Now on the starting line to Chuck Babcock and Jared Earkamp. Will proceed. Chuck's reaction time was 1:43. And it left him in a very difficult spot, and was not able to overcome the deficit on the starting line. As Jared Learcamp was 33 green, and 0.08 of a second above the dial as he predicted 474 and was off the gas early to a 482 to light up the win light is Morgan Rose and Dalton Garreau. Morgan for Team Silver State. Young Leah, Henderson, Nevada, 455 the dial for Morgan. Good to see Morgan back out with us. Dalton Garreau out of Ledoux, Alberta, Canada. Both drivers are pre-staged. Morgan rolls in, Dalton right behind. Morgan, 10 green, 1 above to get the win. Dalton Garreau was 300ths behind at the start. Tried to get to the finish line first, was unable to do so. Still quicker than the dial as Morgan had 300 and change right down there and used that advantage down over there at the 8th mile finish line to get the win. It was Rob White. For Sammy Franco the third, 581 is the dial. 520 for Rob White. Dirty White boys out of Canada. 520. The number. Sammy Franco the third was 41. Breaking those beams after the green light come on. And was unable to hold off Rob White. So Team Canada take the win right there. As Joe Kidd Jr. and Giovanni Colecchi, Big Sexy, Maple Valley, Washington, 517. The dial for Giovanni. Joe Kidd Jr. 521 is the dial for the young man out of Marana. Red lights drop for Giovanni was 002. 518 is good. Zach Mazier, Thomas Bear. Zach, the young man for Team Lucas, Team Mazier up in Boise, Idaho. 495 is the dial for Zach. Thomas Bear. Cherry Valley, California for Lucas Oil and that Tom Bear School of Drag Racing. 503 the dial for Mr. Bear. Zach Mazier was 14 green and 2 under. To be a buyback round runner-up is Brian Sutton and Mark Campbell. I like the look of Brian Sutton's hot rod out of Pueblo West. The orange and the blue, the fade. Like that hot rod, Mark Campbell. It looks like a Pueblo sunset. I like where it head's at. Nathan Hershey. Mark out Olympia, Washington, 468. And Mark Campbell is 11 on the combined. 003 green, dead on 8 is 11 total. And Brian Sutton's 20 green and just flat out in the way. Chance Parker and Carson Campbell. Couple of young men. Chance out of Roy. 493 the dial for Chance. Carson. Olympia, Washington, 496. The dial in for the winged Mullis Dragster. Taylor out of Alamosa, Colorado. Racecraft Prepared Machine 473, excuse me, on the dial. Be leading second, Tristan Craig out of Las Vegas. The Neil Presimone machine will get the opportunity to lead first. I mean, you can't say definitively will leave first because Tristan could forget to take the finger off the button, could sit there for a while. Tristan, with the slower of the two cars, has the opportunity to get to lead first. Whether in actuality, if it happens or not, well, those are two separate things. I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say that Tristan's really good and that he will definitely leave the starting line before Trailer Strange does. I mean, that could be a prediction machine. By that much. Tristan is in second and away. And then dead on 9. 002 red for Tristan Craig. Taylor Strange was 11 green and 2 above. But Tristan is red by 0.02 of a second. It's Chris Baruman and Richard McFarland. McFarland out of Yucca Valley. And that super cool little shorty, hand-built Dragster for Richard, 593 is the dial. Chris Baruman, 495. Is just saying, man, I'm glad I don't have Chris Whitfield, who was, Whitfield was 5 total against him in round number 1? As Peter Biondo and Nathan Thornsley. All right, here we go. Prediction machine, first time is going to be open. Prediction machine is going to say that Nathan Thornsley and Peter Biondo have never raced each other before. Thornsley out of Palmer, Alaska. Peter's been a lot of places. I don't think he's ever raced in Alaska. No, it was the other one. Yeah. think of Peter Biondo being 13 total, but was still 2 thou shy. As Nathan Thornsley 003-5400 on the 539. As 11 total beats 13 total, and that's just nasty. It's Peter Biondo. We'll move entry number 2. Back into the program is Josh Herman and Steve Shearer. Everybody else is like, that's awesome. Biondo has 2 entries moving forward. That's super. Yay. It's amazing. Best day ever. Josh Herman versus and Josh Herman. We'll move on a double breakout. Steve Shearer down 498 goes 493. To be under by 5. Josh Herman 26 green under by 3. To be the lesser of the offenders. To be less offensive. To be closest to the dial in and light up the win light is Lloyd South and Mike Quinteri. Lloyd out of Rio Rancho, New Mexico. Rio River Ranch. It's a river of ranch dressing, New Mexico. I know that your lovely bride, Alicia, would love a river of ranch dressing. As my wife would also. Mike Quinteri, 005 dead on 4, is 9 total. Beats Lloyd Salison, 008 dead on 5, 13 total. I think we're at the point of the day where it's starting to get pretty serious. Like right now. Not later, but right now. Mike Quinteri, 9 total, beats Lloyd Salvison's 13 total. Oh, and Lloyd Salvison paid $100 to be 13 total and not get back into the show. Just not fair. KJ DeSa at LS Power Dragster and Daryl Wirtz at a Meridian for Allegiant Powder Coating. Be leaving second. The quicker of the 2 dragsters with no wing. KJ. 32 green and one above is good. Snugged it up. Toit like a tiger. 3 tigers to be exact. 3 thousandths of a second in front for KJ at the finish line. Daryl Wirtz. 59 green. Tried to get there. Was still 3 thou behind. Going 480. It was Logan Moore. And Dwayne Ringuth. Dwayne for that TNT Motorsports conglomerate for Rad Torque Systems. Total Dairy Solutions, Pro 1 Safety Canada on the Classics Bracket Series. Logan Moore. In Race Kids, Kidd Performance and Dyno. Marka Motorsports Machine. 34 green, 2 above. We'll get the job done. Dwayne Ringuth. Runner out Alberta, Canada. A little bit late on the starting line. 5'9" green. Predicted 467 goes 468.9. To be on the wrong side of the wind light. Adam Chioda and Bobby Dye Jr. Bobby was the runner-up in Super Comp at the second divisional race. Up there at Wild Horse Pass Motorsports Park on Sunday. Made it all the way to the final before Mr. Ryan Harem took out Mr. Bobby Dye. Bobby Dye Jr. out of Ontario for Specialty Fasteners. 480 on each side of the racetrack. Adam Chioda. Red light. Bobby Dye Jr. We'll come back around and play as Jack Sadler and Shelby Williams. Jack out of Henderson, Nevada for Team Big Speed. Love having Les Figueroa, Team Big Speed here on site. 488 is the dial for Jack. Shelby Williams for Team K&N. Shelby's 21 green and 486 for Steve's Kidd. We'll see Shelby back around in round number 2 is Bree Herman and Travis Theobald. Bree Herman out of Pueblo West. Bree there for Vandermeer Speedway. 456 on the dial. Travis Theobald for Team Theobald. Theobald Motorsports team put together their amazing winter trophies here this weekend at the K&N Southwest Showdown. High Juniors. Is going to take out Travis, 007 and 2 above, to be 1 thou in front. Travis Theobald was 21 green and 1 above and just a wee bit shy. All right, all my junior competitors, juniors, let's get you rolling up into lane number 2, if you would please, juniors. Get you rolling up in lane number 2. It's True Keys out of Pueblo. And the little shorty, 502 the dial, alongside Tyler Murrup. Tyler out of Sandy. For Team Jordan Mower, Team Pete's Diesel, 501 up on the American Walk-In Coolers lane. And juniors, get you headed up in lane number 2 if you would please. Starting line, but True, a little bit better on the racetrack. 33 green and 1 above. 503 and the 502 for True to be a hunt in front at the finish line. Tyler Murrup was 15 green and 6 above to not get out of the buyback round. It's Philip Jaramillo and Michael Pennington. Philip out of Las Lunas, New Mexico. 543 prediction. Alongside Michael Pennington for the Pennington brothers. That juggernaut out of Texas. See 472 on the American Walk-In Cooler side. Michael Pennington's 002 green. Said he's going to run 472. Goes 4710 for Michael Pennington. But it was all over on the starting line. It's Philip Jaramillo's 2 thou in front of the green light. It's Hank Pramoff and Paul Orton. Pramoff has completed the burnout. And is sitting out there, getting pushed back right up there at the 60-foot mark as Paul Orton is patiently waiting. Being pushed back is perfectly fine. We can get Hank moving forward. Stage and go. this happens, the trans brake's not going to hold. Like 87% of the time. But we'll see. That is not one of the 87%. Hank Paul Lorton, 10 green, 1 above to be a thou in front of the finish line. Hank Pramoff was 11 green, 477. Again, 11 green and 477. Final call, Dragster Buyback. Final call. My juniors should all be heading up into lane 2. My juniors should be heading up into lane number 2. It's Paul Lorton. We will see back in round number 2 is Don Toya and Leroy Duran. Toya out of Tucson, Arizona for Don's Hot Rod Shop. Leroy Duran out of Sun City. And the Dragster 498 will get the opportunity to leave first. Again, we do need Jeff Ford. Jeff Ford up in the tower, please. Jeff Ford. Need you up in the tower. Don Toya. Leroy Duran, give it Don Toya. 004 green, 4 above. And that combination of numbers results in a win line. Leroy Duran was 18 green, dialed 498, goes 502. And was a 100th of a second behind at the finish line. It's Don Toya. Is done. It's Kenny Bollet and Cassie Pennington. Kenny out of Marana, Arizona, the all-white dragster. Cassie out of Texas, part of Team Pennington. Cassie, 472 the dial. So 2 full bulbs and a little bit of a third will be the head start for Kenny. There goes Kenny. Cassie, Kenny Bollet, 007, and 1 above. Cassie, after being read by 5 thou, of course, runs right on the number. 4725 on the 472, but it was all over literally like 1 inch into the 660 feet. Cassie was read by 5 thou. Brandon Lynch. And Baruch Yama. That Pro Charge dragster, 538, which is picking them up and putting them down. Baruch out of Hermosillo, Mexico. Brandon Lynch out of Roy, Utah. The Race Tech prepared machine. Off and away. Baruch, 441. Baruch was 14 green. Brandon Lynch was 55 on the starting line. And final call. Super Pro Dragster Buyback round. Like, lanes are gonna get closed like real soon. There's Giovanni Kolecki and Alexis Thompson. Giovanni, 519 the dial for Big Sexy out of Maple Valley, Washington, and Alexis Thompson for Team Silver State. And Anderson, Nevada. Is the difference on the starting line. Alexis Thompson goes dead on 7 to get the win. 14 green, 465, 7 on the 465 is Giovanni. Got to the finish line first and took too much stripe breaking out. Moves Alexis Thompson forward as Jason Pat and Brandon Dolezal. Jason out of Chestermere, Alberta, Canada, Team Automax. 463 is the dial. Brandon and the red and black dragster out of Queen Creek. 453 is Brandon's predicted performance. So Queen Creek, Arizona. Gonna give Jason Pad the move back in round number 2, 006. There for Jason. It was 464.9 on the 463. To get to come back in and play Seth Zermano and Dustin Henches. Seth out of Alhambra, California. 489 is the dial for Seth. Dustin Henches. For Team Left Coast Racing, Olympia, Washington. Mullis Prepared Dragster, 490 is the number. Seth, give it a Dustin. 008, one above is good. Seth Zermano was 19 green, one above, but 13 foul behind at the finish line. For Dustin Henches to get the win and move on is J.R. Learcamp. And Jim Glenn, like all Washington right here. Jim Glenn right side. J.R. Learcamp is 009 on the green light start with a free sniff of 475. He takes a big whiff of 473. As Jim Glenn was red and too fast. He was like breaking every rule. There's Rob White, them Dirty White Boys out of Calgary. Or if you're from Canada, from Calgary. Cooper Chun out of Vancouver, Washington, the young man. In the Mullis Dragster, 540, be leading first. Rob White have the opportunity to chase. Left shoulder, here comes Rob. The wind light on a double breakout. It's going to go Rob White's way. Cooper was 10 green and under by 22. Rob White was 17 green, under by 16 thou, on that double breakout. It goes Rob White's way. Rob White's way. Say that 5 times fast. Mark Campbell, Olympia, Washington. 468 on the left side. Dalton Garreau out of Ledoux, Alberta, Canada. We really like Dalton's dragster. Cool kind of P51 motif. Dead on 2 is 12 total. Dalton Garreau was 17 thou initiating his run. And was dominated. It's Mark Campbell. 12 total We will see in round number 2 is Zach Mazier and Shane Thompson. Zach for Team Mazier, Team Lucas, 492 is the dial. Shane Thompson for Silver State Refrigeration. Shane with that gorgeous race tag dragster. Jerron Settles with Imagine That Customs. But a great red and yellow scheme on the Thompson Mobile. Go to Shane Thompson, 19 green, dead on 6. Zach Mazier, 007 on the green light start, now 492, goes 4916. Was in front at the finish line by 22 thou, breaking out 4,000th of a second. Zach Mazier took too much stripe down there, was out in front by 22 at the finish, broke out by 4,000ths of a second. Shane Thompson got down there, showed him the nose, and had a little grabby grab of the breaky break there for Shane Thompson to get on the right side of the number. Zach Mazier just couldn't react quick enough and ends up breaking out. So that concludes our buyback round for the dragsters. We are going to have 4 or 5 minutes of quiet time out here on the racing surface as our Tucson Dragway track staff does their thing. And we'll have our second session for our juniors. Then we'll move right into round number 2 in Pro Eliminator here on Lucas Oil Friday. So again, Jeff Ford, I need you up in the tower if you would please. Jeff Ford, could you use you up in the tower? All right, so let's give away some more stuff, Nathan Hershey. Should we do that other thing we talked about? The serial numbers? Okay, all right. So we have some stuff up here to give away. And this is what we're gonna do. In last night's Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Race, through all the rounds of racing that had been completed, Peter Biondow's worst reaction time was 009. So this is what we're going to do. You bring Nathan and I a piece of American currency.
No, we'll accept Canadian.
Yeah, we'll accept Canadian. It doesn't matter what it is. A 5, a 20, a 10, a 100, don't matter. But it has to have 2 zeros and a 9 in the serial number. So again, you have to have 0, a 0, a 9. Nathan Hershey has one right there. Absolutely. Okay, so the first, 5 people, it doesn't have to be consecutive, just as long as in the entire serial number, it has to have 2 zeros and a 9. Nathan Hershey has 2 of them. So 2 zeros and a 9 in the serial number of a bill. It doesn't matter what it is, a 5, a 10, a 20, a 1, it don't matter. Bring it up and show Nathan Hershey and myself in the tower, and we'll hook you up with a prize. Once again, you have 2 zeros and a 9 in the serial number of the bill. It does not have to be in order. No, you had more. Once again, 2 zeros and a 9 in that serial number on any bill. Come on up to the tower, show it to us, we'll hook you up with the prize. It's pretty simple. Trevor, the big dog. Trevor Reserve. These ones over here are pretty cool. Trevor, they made you run? That's not very nice. You get 2. Serial number game, you gotta have 009. Thanks, Trev. Doesn't matter what order. You gotta have 2 zeros and a 9. There you go. Hats over there.
All right, we got 4.
4? We got one more. No, and Mrs. Sweo needs to have Ken Sweo come up and... You do this one yourself?
All right, there you go.
All right, so we got one more. Yes, take some of those.
009, we got number 5. There it is.
009.
All right, that's 5.
We'll do more. We'll do more. We'll do more in a little bit.
We'll do more. All right.
Yeah, let's do more. Who else is up here on the?
Oh my goodness, we got a whole line.
Oh yeah.
All right.
All right, Nathan, cut it off, and whoever's up.
All right. 2 more. You just laid 11 total on me.
I know. Yeah.
One more. I'll go make him sign it.
All right, so the serial number game is done, but we're gonna do more. We'll do more in a little bit. So we appreciate everybody's participation. We're gonna do more in a little bit. We got a whole bunch of stuff that we can give away. I mean, Chad Reynolds sent me a picture that he has 009 on a bill, which is not surprising. The fact that it is surprising is it's on a $2 bill. Who has a $2 bill? I don't even know what this life you lead is. I'm completely baffled right now. Not only does Chad Reynolds have one $2 bill in his wallet, he has 2 $2. Who has 2 $2 bills in their wallet besides Chad Reynolds? You're just weird. All right, so second session here for our juniors today. We will do a run for the money for them a little bit later. It's Ariana Vizway, the youngster out of Tucson, Arizona. For Coleman Trucking, for Ariana. And Rudy Sweetman. Again, we are going to do a run for the money for our juniors here in a little bit. So Ariana and Rudy As Guy Brown in the chat bleacher says, the beard is weird, and that is a colossal understatement. Rudy, in the 6 to 12 age group, led by 56 thou, is going to go 12:04 through the 8th mile at 53 miles an hour. Ariana goes 12:06 after being 21 green, pretty good down there in the starting line. There for Ariana is Caden Kasner and Weston Forsyth. Weston over in the American walk-in cooler side. Caden Kasner out of Jurupa Valley. There for Team Kasner. So Caden over on the left side. Weston Forsyth. Doing work over on the right-hand side. Caden out in front of green by 18 thou. Weston Forsyth, 45 thou with a green line start. Go. 12:06 for Caden Kasner. And Weston's going to go 12:41 at 50.45 miles an hour. All right, Pro Eliminator round 2. Let's get headed this way. All my double entries in the Pro category. Double. Need you up at 3 and 4. Single entry on the Pro side. Need you up in 7 and 8, please. Once again, Pro doubles. If you're in both, need you up in 3 and 4. My single entry Pro ET competitors up in staging lane number 7 and 8. Logan Sweetman left side, and Parker Schroeder right side. This is our second session of our juniors today before we go into round number 2 of Pro Eliminator. There's Logan. Red light. Might as well push on the tree a little bit here in the second session. 9:14 for Parker. It's 70 miles an hour, 894 for Logan. At 72.96 on the speed. It's Caitlin Torres. Over on the left side. And we're working on the right lane. Getting all of our information for all of our juniors entered in correctly. So Caitlin Torres out of group 3. Outside 7844 at 82.89 on the speed. It's Jason Gonzaga. Next up on the left side. Sweetman. That electric paint cage. Laura. In our Group 1, Group 2 combo category. For the youngster is 8 in town. Blaine D'Annunzio alongside 8 in town. After the green light goes 925 at 68.67 miles an hour. It's paint black. And Levi Agnew. Levi out of Oak Hills. Beck Oil. Cooper's Propane. Pro Things Apparel. King's Ransom Machine. Paint in black. Youngster out of Mesa, Arizona. 6 years of age. There for paint black. So paint left side, Levi Agnew. In our junior session, red and red. Paint black 26, red. Levi was 106 on the red light, starting 12:01 at 51. 0.83 miles an hour, paint black. 14:47 at 42 miles an hour for the 6-year-old. That's just awesome. That's Ty Gaynor over on the left side. And Garrett Agnew. So Ty Gaynor in the electric junior, which was interesting. I was down there paying a visit to Chad Reynolds in the scissor lift when they ran the last time, and Ty Gaynor came streaking by, and just, you're used to the sound that a junior dragster makes, and that thing just ripped by. It's just super cool, like the innovation. So Garrett Agnew, 56 green. Electric hot rod goes 807 Garrett Agnew at 82.71 on the speed. It's again Pro ET, round number 2. Pro ET, round number 2. My double entry should be in 3 and 4. Everybody else should be in 7 and 8. Carly Ball for Team Lucas Oil over on the left-hand side. And Cash Pennington with the gray paint. And Jerron Settles. Imagine that, Customs. That flying airbrush guy. I like that flying airbrush guy. Dude's pretty talented. Is that Jerron Settles? Carly Ball rolling forward. Cash Pennington is pre-staged. There's the youngster out of Texas. American walk-in cooler side. Rolls through, knocks out that top bulb. Tree down. And away. Cash Pennington, 43 green. Into the 53 miles an hour. There for Cash Pennington. Carly Ball, 009 and 808. Allison Belay. Riker Rogel. And if anybody has the correct pronunciation for Riker Rogel, Nathan Hershey and I are 100% open to getting that. So Allison Bole, Tucson, Arizona for Team KD. And Don's Hot Rod Shop and Chuck Hawk Automotive there for Allison. Riker, 8 years of age from right over here in Tucson. Allison, best reaction time of the section. Riker is 225 paid, does 1194. It's Parker Williams and Mallory Dolza. Parker out of Chandler, you see Dad Lane. Parker, you see Dad Lane down in front. Pretty good super comp in 2021 and the two-digit number on the side of his hot rods in 2022 season. Now he goes on Creek, Arizona. Like before, because there's a Creek, Arizona that you think with Stanford's really good in Creek. There's no heat of England. I mean, they're, yeah, because I mean, it was, you know, Prince Philip. Was. It's 71 miles an hour. Parker Williams goes 897 at 72.13 on the speed. Dylan Hegwood. And Luke Makovica. So Dylan over on the left side. Well, the Hegwood family has been involved in junior racing, well, pretty much for forever. Luke Makovic out of Mesa. Luke rocking back and forth. He's rolling in to stage that machine. my guaranteed union break. Oh wait, do we have a union? We just started a union? Awesome. What are the dues? We gotta figure out what the dues are. Nathan Hershey. We'll sign on in today about round number 2 for a little bit, then we'll probably do the ever popular mid-round announcer switch, which is sweeping the nation. I can tell you I don't know what the union dues are, but I certainly know what the union dues are. All right, so we get ready to start a throw around at number 2. Got Scott Taylor, Jeff Dennis, rolling up here. Again, it is a Lucas Oil Friday, $5,000 in front. Up for grabs, we get to the opportunity for a buyback or anything like that. You want to take home that good check and someone will get all that. But if you want to make your name on that, let's make it good. You have to find that door and get more of those stores. You have that got there under the belt. There on the right side out, 679. Edwards on the right side out, 667. Keep it on the drop. 775.
tower. So that off. Man, Nathan Thornsley coming up here to the tower, and you've seen that. Oh well, Matt's busy right now. That's fine. He can come up later. Because I mean, we're only charging like $10 every 5 minutes or is the dial Matt Hawk in the Maverick. Going to get a sizable little head start with that 8. Gets there second, wins the breakout battle by going under by just about. Matt Hawk runs 8.248 on the 825, so a 2-thou breakout for Hawk to a 1-thou breakout for Fritz. That is Calvary on Matt Hawk. Here, pick up his 200,000. No, Jonathan Fiello. And we know Daniel has advanced on the Fiello family. Jonathan dialed in at 644 here in the 67 bodied at Chevelle, going up against Jones in the Nova with that triple nickel under the hood. 555 cubic inches for Jeff Jones. I don't know if I like it. That thing. 046 red, and then 603 on a 605. Jonathan Fiello, how about being 16 green and dead on 8? So Fiello in the Chevelle advances is now Joe Cox Jr. Mike Reed, 681 on a 682, 055 on the tree and under 5 thou. Joe Cox Jr. was 058 on the tree and under 12 thou. So the win line's going to belong to Reed in the pickup truck as we bring out the El Camino of Aaron McClellan. El Camino. Oh, well, the El Camino. The Arizona 640. El Camino, 59 at 645 and 648, so McClellan will return in the car truck for the car flatbed, and Jordan Hart going up against Chris Stout here. Stout in the Vega out of Pocatello, Idaho, 7:22. Down to the lower left side for Jordan Hart, the Corvette out of Tucson, 8:37. Right side. Green light start. so Super Pro door car, Super Pro door car. Your attention, please. Super Pro door car. Round number 2, we're going to get you headed this way. Double entries, Super Pro door car to lanes 3 and 4. Everybody else, single enter cars to lanes 5 and 6, please. So Super Pro door cars, if you are double entered for round number 2, go ahead and come on down to lanes 5 and, or 3 and 4. Double entered to 3 and 4. Single entered Super Pro door car round number 2, lanes 5 and 6. So head start to the wagon. Essentially was 31,000 better than Ken Passerby's full. Passerby ends up running 716 on the 7. You know, how was over the way back. Only maybe 19 running it yesterday. Got down to 8, what? Wayne Pratt was 006. $34 a stripe and breaks out by 7,000 a second. So it's Rizzoli advancing is now Chris Citro and Denal Reif. Denal in the Camaro out of Albuquerque with the LS swap in full effect. 697 the dial for Denal for Chris Citro. The Mustang from right here in up the road in Marana, but either way. Citro
6:54, 6:60, so it is right. Who will return is Tim O'More and Paul Lorton next to. Lorton, La Vega, 6:34 down. Tim O'More, the Camaro with the 611 dial. Here on the left. Ooh. I'm just kind of watching the chat boards. Oh, here comes the links again. Calls it quits here in round number 2. Tim O'More, 14 green, dead 4. He's 18 total. To chalk up his second round victory. So O'More. Going to return the Camaro is Peter Noyen and Tannen. Occasionally you will. C.W. Hofer, 004 red. Hands the win light back over to Tony Marconi. Marconi, 006 green. And then goes 588 on the 587. So when Marconi and Arrow get the win light, C.W. bow out here, Howard DeWard, Mark Wall roll up here. 1976, the roll gauge for the Arrow was a $7 upgrade. Arnswald lights up the board on his side of the racetrack. Howard DeWard was 28 on the fourth foul slower than Tim Arnswald was 1-4. DeWard runs 2 above the dial. Arnswald moves on. Now, did Tim change? I don't see, did he move? Because like La Quinta and Coachella are pretty much in the same valley. I mean, they're right next to each other. And I'm wondering if Tim didn't move. He just went, you know what? If I start telling people I'm from Coachella, it's more, hip.
Strong at 19 to green, 698 on a 697. We'll get him the win light. I don't know where Matt ran off to, but he should. Matt needs to pay Matt. So Matt's going to pay Matt. That's the good thing.
Mark gave us 608 on a 609. With those 37 on the tree, 82,000 is right. Number 8 out by 4,000 for the second, and Austin Downing and Tom Gaynor. Gaynor over the right side, 588 to down with go ball. Austin Downing over to the left, the Duster out of Tempe, Arizona, 715 down. Numbering up my action. And Sasha Colbert. So over with a 756 down on the right side, Agnew with a 612 down on the right. Michael Agnew had given up 600 to the second advantage in reaction time with a 102 light to Sasha's 041. Sasha got there first, took a jump too much, and breaks out by 2 down. Agnew survives. Goes 598 on 598, 76 green, dead 1, but no good. Taylor 26 green, dead 7. Alright, so Super Pro scorecards, double Leonard. Double Leonard cards 3 and 4, single Leonard cards 5 and 6, and that's kind of how it's going to work. So what about Luis's Venezuela Swift? Home run right side, 616. Down, this one up on the board. Jeff Jones. Trying to clear the throw to the Nova. And the starting line, 604. We'll beat it out. So head start to Luis. Jeff Jones at 15 green. And that will be that, I believe, for pro round number 2.
Dang, I don't know. You had actually double entered here, and I know your car not cooperate. They just wanted to make the day a little bit better. Jeff? $250 gift certificate from the 2022 K&N Southwest Showdown is up here in the tower for you. Again, it is Lucas Oil Friday, $5,000 to win on the line for Pro round number Super Pro side as we get ready to roll into that. And we get ready to roll into Super Pro door cars. We've got $10,000 on the line. Here in a little while, we're Junior Dragster run for the money. Don't need you yet, juniors. I'm not calling you. Don't stay taking your naps, Dad. Dads. The game, having a Coke. Are there any games on right now? I don't think so. I'm sure there's like a hockey game somewhere or something, but. Oh yeah, the conference tournaments. College ball. But again, we're talking about the raffle for the Tucson Dragway Junior Dragster program. All of the proceeds going to go up there to help the kids make their way to the Buyback. And we talked about it a lot. It's a $200 lottery ticket bouquet. And all we need to do is buy a $10 ticket. Get a chance to win. So yeah, if we get a chance, I'd take it, please. I certainly would. Just want to remind everybody that the videographer and Cody Huntington been out taking lots of videos, lots of photos, lots of good stuff. And he will continue to be out here. So again, if he does happen to stop by your pits, or if you see him out in the staging lanes or up here on the racetrack, what he is doing, at least when it comes to life. The rest of his life may be a shambles, but at least when it comes to the
West Coast bracket race trailer. To get entered into tomorrow's $50,000 shootout against the Kidd Performance Shootout, $50,000 shootout. They're going to take those entries back to their team. West Coast bracket race trailer. The doors were wrong. Doors were wrong. Trip, zip, perfect, and then. McClellan is up 39 total, ran number with a 34-foul reaction time. Had a couple of foul to work with and couldn't quite see the nose of the new green car. Chris Johnson, 623 out of 622 after the 23 reaction time. He is 19 foul above his time. Joe Kidd Jr., 668 on a 667. He is 19 foul above his time. Comes down to a foul in the stripe, which was the difference in reaction time. And the win line will go to Camaro. Out of Washington is now Steven Dolan and Jeremy Jacobs. How about Jeremy Jacobs, 13-3, 10-2, comes down to the margin of strike. And the win line belongs to Jacobs. Steven Dolan, 6-17 on a 6-19 after another 28 reaction time. Bring up Dave Johnson and John Pazetti. Johnson and Beretta. Got a game 3. You got a 23, you got a game 3. Sure. Winning on the breakout. John was 21 on the tree. Dave Johnson had a double 09 reaction time. And then goes 542, 2 on 543, takes 14,000 strike, breaks it out 8,000. John Pazetti breaks down 6,000 by that 2 little down difference in the breakout. Pazetti will bring the wagon back around for 3, so bring out Corey Jackson and Shane Thompson. Thompson for Team Silver State on the right side, and that Nova. That's in line. 504 on 502, not in town this year. Reach Derek Snyder. Snyder in the left side, 4 minutes, right junction, Colorado.
Love truck going up against the Scotty Muffler sponsored Camaro. All right, I'm going to pause for a minute so I can buy raffle tickets. Snyder gets the win light over Jason Pat on the double breakout. Pat was 008 on the tree. Snyder was 10 green, and Snyder had like a little trail of smoke that looked like it was coming out of the back of that Camaro as he made his way down the racetrack. And 507 on a 508. He's under 4 thousandths of a second. Jason Pat is under 17 thousandths of a second. And once again, the double breakout math comes into play. As we bring up Cody Robinson and Greg Christensen. Christensen in the Vega, down 587, giving up the head start to Cody Robinson's Camaro, down at 652. 2,000 the split between them in reaction time, and the Vega will find itself triumphant. 13 green, dead 5, 18 total for Greg Christensen, taking a 23,000 stripe. Cody Robinson was 11 green and 30,000 off to be 41,000 total. As he bows out. All right, so with that, Rick Lister and Ken Swiel are going to roll up here. And hey, final, and I mean final call for Super Pro Door Car. Last chance, last opportunity. It's your last chance for romance. Rick Lister got a little bit of work to do. Ken Swiel grabbing the advantage on the starting line, and 587 on a 587, 13 dead 2, 15 total. Swiel advancing to round 3. Rick Lister was 21 green and had nowhere to go. No hope, no chance, nothing. So it's again, Super Pro Door Car, this is your last opportunity. Super Pro Dragsters for round number 2. We need our double entered dragsters to start making their way to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Dragsters, if you are double entered, we need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Again, Super Pro Dragsters, double entered, need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. And Super Pro Dragsters green sticker, if you're single entered, let's get you headed into the lanes as well. So again, Super Pro Dragster green sticker, single entered, headed to the lanes. Fiello lights up the board. 625 on a 624 by 5 thousandths of a second. Fiello gets the win line. 19 green and advancing. Joe Kidd had the 058 reaction time. And then breaks out trying to run it down. Couldn't do it. So Travis Ringo brought us up those like really tasty little, what are they called, cheesies? Kind of like the Canadian version of Cheetos. They're delicious. He's dialed in at 652. Kyle Fritz dialed in at 669, and the Ringeth crew, essentially the TNT team, got a little series of bracket races they're putting on up there in Edmonton, Mission, and Medicine Hat, Alberta. It's like a June, July, and August type deal. The Oil City Classic. They're gonna kind of try their hand at the world of promoting and get a little bit of this like high dollar bracket racing up there north of the border. Kyle Fritz dialed in at 669 here on the left side. 672 on the 669 for Fritz. Ringeth goes 662 on a 652, 14 green and a tenth above the dial. Not going to work out, but yeah, if you want a little bit more information, like a lot of the Canadian racers have come down here to do a little bracket racing. Maybe we can get some of our U.S. racers to head up into Canada where the weather will be a little bit cooler up there for July and August than it would be down here in, like, you know, the desert. Because we know that June, July, and August here can be a little bit rough. So you may get an opportunity to do a little traveling, head north of the border, and go check out that Oil City Classic. 3 to choose from. You got the West Coast Classic, the Oil City Classic, and the Summer Classic. He said so clearly. I think my phone is not working. Here we go. Ramona, 003 beats a 009 off the line, and Macias on a double breakout gets the victory. 648.9 on a 652. Macias gets to the stripe second, picks up the win light. Feaster was 009 on the tree. Over on 656 on the 663. So 31 thou under on Macias' side, 44 thou under on Feaster's side. Goes 629 on a 626. He is your winner. Jeff LaSalle, 25 green, gets the commiseration memory. That's a moment. That's a moment. That's not good. Something to drink about later on. Don Toya and Steve Rohrs. So Don in Don's hot rod shop was actually like, I mean, believe it or not, when we were looking for that complete third member, Don in the hot rod shop, like, unfortunately, Don did not have what he needed here in this round to get around Steve Rohrs. Rohrs, the Frederick, Wisconsin-based card, 001, 654 on a 653. Gets the victory. Don Toya was 19 green, 12 thou above. To be 31 total and checks out is Chris Silman and Ryan Harum now. Silman in the Datsun, Harum in the Camaro, and Troy, unfortunately, to answer your question there in the chat board, no. No, Brandon did not. Silman in the Datsun, 571 here, 567, win line goes to Harum. One above the dial, 22 thou on the tree, and gets their first 21 thousandths of a second. Silman was 40 green and 13 thou above the dial. Lanes 3 and 4, Super Pro Dragster. Double entered cars, we do need you in lanes 3 and 4. Single entered dragsters with a green sticker for round number 2. Single entered dragsters with a green sticker for round number 2 need you headed to the lanes as well. Curtis Enzalita, Justin Lamb. Head start was massive as Justin Lamb goes flying by the finish line. Quick tap of the brakes to be dead at 9. 009 dead on 9 for Justin Lamb. Still gets the nose across the stripe first by 32 thousandths of a second. Zinzalita was 064 on the tree, and then goes 6, 6, 6, 6. Bummer. So again, we talked about the fact that Justin, essentially they built that car specifically for the purpose of printing big checks. Ask her to bring out Dan Lafferty and Jason O'Terry. O'Terry on the left side, 704. Dan Lafferty on the right side, dialed in at 474. The head start for Jason O'Terry here is going to be huge. Lafferty is trying to run him down. Lafferty mashes the brakes before the finish line and goes dead on 6. So the last two cars down that right side of the racetrack grab the brakes to drop and dead on. 474 on a 474 for Lafferty, 17 green, taking a 9,000 stripe. Jason O'Terry ends up 7:039 on a 7:04 after an 0:33 reaction time. My goodness. 140 miles an hour for Dan Lafferty, 104 miles an hour for Jason O'Terry. And Lafferty, at 140 miles an hour, was on the brakes. How about Dan Bain? Big time matchup there, going to go to Dan Bain as he goes 006 and runs 5:43 on a 5:42. Kyle Rizzoli was red by 5 thousandths of a second. So now we got Nick Downing and Luke Bagaki. Luke, who's got those certificates we're going to be giving away for a scholarship, essentially like a 1 month free or a 3 month free, or we got a bunch of those gift certificates up here for that This Is Bracket Racing class or school, however you want to call it. 484 the dial for Luke, 720 the dial for Nick Downing. What is it about like these 7+ second cars going into like these up against the 4 second cars? Again, about a 200 foot head start. Against Luke. Oh, Nick just about had it. 002 on the tree, taking a bit too much at the stripe. Getting there first, 0.08 of a second, breaks out 4 thousandths of a second. Luke with 16 green, I believe he grabbed the brakes as well, ends up 490 on a 484. But wow, just wow. It's going to bring out Ricky Duschel and David Beckwith. Beckwith in the Malibu. 754 dial right side to Ricky Duschel, 629 dial left side. David Beckwith ends up running 741 on a 754. 24 on the tree and yeah, no good. I'll bring up Wayne Pratt. And the driver, a little Pontiac G5. Trying to think of another. What do we got here? Because it's like Janet's better half? No.
Other way around.
Janet's other half. That's what I meant. I totally messed that one up. Janet's other half. Other half. Janet's definitely. Well, the driver of that G5 owes me and Mike $1. Wayne Pratt, 19 green, goes 609 on a 611. Steve was 15 green and then goes 585 on a 588. Gets there first and breaks out. Yep. So we'll be looking for the dollar bills up here in the tower. It'll be good. All right, so now Race Kidd and Gabe Torres. This one will be fun. Race here on the left side in the Nova. Gabe over the right side in the Corvette. Janet is definitely the better of the two. 10 on the tree and 615 on a 613. No good for Gabe. But Race Kidd at 009. and 16 thou above the dial to get to the stripe first by 10 thousandths of a second. So the 25 pack beats the 35 pack. Is now Daniel McClelland and Chris Johnson. Johnson up in his second entry. I believe Daniel's up in his second entry here, because I think we saw them both earlier. I know we saw Johnson earlier. 622 the dial for the Keyport, Washington-based Camaro. 535 the dial for the Plomp, plomp, plomp. Oh my goodness. Chris Johnson was trip, zip, perfect in reaction time to McClellan's 031. And even with all the whomping that was going on down there at the finish line, Johnson still breaks out 619 on a 622, taking 56 down at the stripe to hand the win back over to McClellan. Weesh. McClellan 535 on a 535, dead on 3. It says you need a lucky round. Got it. Got it. Here's Bruce Briscoe. And Dustin Wirtz. Wirtz of the Corvette, 527 the dial. Briscoe, the first of the dragsters. We got kind of our transition there. The answer is yes. 529 on a 527, Dustin Wirtz taking care of business. 23 on the tree, Bruce Briscoe was 036 in reaction time and goes 527 on a 524. And for all of you out there in the chat bleachers, if you had, you couldn't hear us for a little while or whatever, I believe we're back. I know we've been back here in the pits for a while, but we are back. Mark Campbell and Elliot Franco. Franco, out of La Palma, California. Spitzer-built car sitting on the left side of the racetrack. 548 the dial. Going up against Campbell, out of Olympia, Washington, with a 467 dial. I'm wondering if I just start messing with Chad. Get that audio taken care of. 469 on a 467. Mark Campbell is moving on. Elliot Franco was 20 on the tree, takes 36 thou at the stripe, and needed to take 35 thou or less. Breaks out 1 thou. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. As we bring up KJ Desan, Matt Larson. All right. So Larson dialed in 478, KJ dialed in 494. And just because I can, KJ by 19 thousandths of a second, Matt Larson. 005 and 479 on a 478. Larson picks up the win light, moves to round number 3. KJ, after being 19 thou red, it just seems to be like a predestined outcome. Red and dead on. 19 red, 494.4 on a 494. But I'm still in my mind trying to prevent myself from not just messing with Chad and being like, hey, so, park, 4, 3. Second chance marker, 004 or 005 green. It goes 491 on a 493. The win light was already on for Chase. He legs it out across the finish line. As Learcamp 465 on a 463. Problem was the red light at this end of the racetrack by 8 thousandths of a second did not align well with the program that Learcamp had kind of laid out for that lap. Now bring up Logan War and Jim Calloway. the way with a 536 dial. Race car coming in out of Artesia, New Mexico. Is it Artesia? Artesia? Because I know in Boise you have to like do this. They want the sound, not the Z sound. Not zzz, they want zzz. Logan Ward out of Erda, Utah. Where's Erda? Is it over by Tooele? Thousandths of a second. He goes red, runs 536 on a 536. Logan Ward 473 on a 477. Again, holding a few in his pocket. He was green 28 thousandths of a second. So is it Erda or is it Erda? Okay. Duh. Duh. How about Stan Essery and Kyoki Dasa? So KJ, up just a few pair ago, ended up bowing out. Kyoki gonna have to try and keep the family name in the game here as we continue on with a Lucas Oil Products $10,000 win Friday for Super Pro. Essery dialed in at 473. Kyoki dialed in at 452. Head start belongs to Stan in the sunset-powered, rad-sponsored ride at a Sherwood Park. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. And True Start comes into play. Stan Essery, 473, was leaving first, 003 red. Or leaving first, yeah, 003 red. Kyoki Dasa, 452, 004 red. Leaving second, and the win light belongs to Stan. As True Start rears its head. If you love True Start, there you go. If you hate True Start, there you go. So J.R. Learcamp and Lindsay Meserve. Learcamp left side, down 473, out of Washington. Meserve dialed 481 out of a little town that's just south of Washington. Yeah, Washington, yeah, right. Not the state of Washington, but I'm just saying. So the race tank ride of Lindsay dialed in at 481. The bonus ride of Lindsay. Giving up 200ths of a second advantage in reaction time. J.R. Learcamp gets to the stripe first by 200ths of a second. And goes 474 on a 473. Learcamp 18 green, Lindsay was 38 green. And that's going to bring up Mark Kidd and Greg Hicks. Hicks out of North Las Vegas, 480, dial in at right side. Mark Kidd, who's going to be sponsoring that $50,000 shootout that's happening tomorrow night. The Kidd Performance and Dyno 50K. If you haven't been by the trailer to enter yet, you still got time. Go get your entry for your chance to win $50,000. Reaction time and down to the racetrack, or down to the finish line, it's going to be Mark Kidd. What a race. Oh my. 16 dead 9 for Mark Kidd, 19 dead 7 for Greg Hicks. A 25 pack beats a 26 pack, and Greg Hicks is sent packing in that pair by 1,000th of a second. That ain't no good. All right, so we've called Super Pro Dragsters double entered. We'd call Super Pro Dragsters green sticker. We're now calling everybody Super Pro Dragster. So Super Pro Dragster red sticker. Basically, if you are a Super Pro Dragster and are still in for round number 2, we've called y'all. We've called all y'all. To the staging lanes, please. So all Super Pro Dragsters need you to the lanes, please. Here is Peter Biondo and Adam Kiyota. Big time at this end of the racetrack, and hoy. Peter Biondo loves twos. 002 on the tree, dead on 2, taking 2 thou at the stripe. Adam Kiyota was 009. And with a 009 reaction time, Peter Biondo puts 4 total up on the scoreboard and said, thanks anyway. Try harder next time. Jeez. Adam Kiyota 009 and is sitting there wondering, what do you got to do? Like, what do you got to do? Like, what did I ever do to that guy? Parker at Theobald and Dean Bush. Parker dialed in at 484, Bush dialed in at 477. Adam Kiyota's like, why couldn't I have been in that pair? I was 009 on the tree. Both of these guys were like 29 and 64. When I'm 64. So Parker, 486 on a 484 after an 064 reaction time, not gonna work. Dean Bush, 29 green and 2 above, 479 on a 477. And Steve LaBarber, you are absolutely right. The Hicks and Kidd matchup was nasty. The Kiyota and Biondo matchup was mean. It was that way all day yesterday. The quality, I guess I should, not the quality, because the quality of matchups like that, side-by-side races like that, this has kind of always been there. It's the quantity that is increasing dramatically here at the Southwest Showdown. Shelby Williams, 485 on a 484 after no 25 reaction time, gets there first a thou and lights up the scoreboard as Kevin Johnson is 40 on the tree, dead 3. So 510 on a 510. Shelby Williams, 485 on a 484, and Williams gets it done on the hole shot. 25 green, picking up the win light is now Bob Siemens and Tom Bayer. I mean, yeah, you're talking about the quality of racing that's been out here. It's the quantity. It's happening more and more and more and more. It's getting to the point you show up to a Southwest Showdown race, you better bring your A game. It has. I mean, it's been brought. Oh, it's been brought. It's just that, you know, at a certain point, you run into somebody else, and like the bugs that were hitting my windshield last night, it just 494 dial was leaving second and left 7 thousandths of a second too quick. Bob Siemens, 38 green, goes 529.9 on a 530 after his win light was already on. And that's going to bring out Rob White, Trevor Larson. Larson at a Glenwood, Minnesota. 467 the down for Trevor. The Mullis-built car going up against Rob White's Mullis-built car. 519 the dial on the left side. And I see we got a good group of folks that are following along on the chat bleachers. I'm hoping that you are not having any issues here as yet again as Rob White leads first. Chase finish line says Trevor's moving to round number 3, 468 on the 467 for Trevor. Rob White was 18 green. Trevor was 3 thou slower than that with a 21 thou reaction time. White taking 22 thou at the stripe, breaks out 3 thou. Needed to take 19 thou or less is now Jolie Wenger and Dustin Henches. Henches, who in, was it round number 1? Ended up having some technical issues with the dragster, had to roll it back into the pits, got it squared away, came back, raced his way through the buyback round, and is now finding himself lined up against Jolie out of Odessa, Texas, down in at 511. No problem there for Dustin Henches. 001 on the tree to Jolie's 044 reaction time, as Dustin on the double breakout wins with a 488 on a 489. So now it's John Lorbiecki and Carl Canavo. The Pizza Man out of Las Vegas dialed in at 490. John dialed in at 494. And that's going to be that. So the Anthem, which is just a fun little car to watch. I mean, it'd be a gas to drive, but it's fun to watch. Yeah? You probably did see a few of those. Yankees car starts to make a move towards the middle of the racetrack. Both drivers were 003 on the tree. Carl Canavo ends up 2 above the dial to get their first 19th thou and get the win light. Lorbiecki taking kind of the long road to get there. Ends up 497 on a 494. Went over and took a really, really close look at the center line. Got it brought back into the right spot as Neil Presimoni and Jeff Taylor are going to roll up here. That'll be kind of my last pair as Miss Sally has so kindly delivered dinner. Mike has already taken care of his deal. He's going to be taken over here in a minute. Jeff Taylor dialed in at 471. Neil Presimoni dialed in at 500. And for those of you that are listening in on the chat bleachers, I am so glad you're here. We are also glad you're here. We're really glad Chad Reynolds is here. Bank Shift bringing you the live feed. It's the HolleyBankShift.com live feed. It's Neil Presimoni and Jeff Taylor. Jeff Taylor has the advantage. Scoop Rock down at the finish line and goes 478. Scoop rocking it to 210 thou. 504 and a 500 for Neil Presimoni after an 049 reaction time. Jeff Taylor getting the win light by 2/10,000ths of a second. Next pair in the water box, it's going to be fun. And Mike Eames is going to be here to tell you all about it.
Marco and Shane. Peravaleris and Thompson. Marco left side. Marco and Layla, Petaluma, California. 455 is the dial. Shane Thompson for Team Silver State. Shane out of Henderson, Nevada. 485 is the dial in. There for Mr. T. So we're in round number 2, Super Pro Dragster. Both drivers are in. Tree. Right side. Shane Thompson by 0.02 of a second takes out Marco. 20 green. 486.3 on the 485. Marco was a little bit better on the starting line, I believe. Got down there and got behind it. Didn't want to. Shane Thompson out in front by 2 thou is going to get the win. It's Taylor Strange and Philip Pennington. Pennington, a team out of Three Rivers, Texas, 494 for P squared. Taylor Strange out of Colorado, 472 the dial. The Dragster and the National Auto Collision Center side without the wing. Not gonna get there, completely locked out. 14 green, dead on 9 is 23 on the combined numbers. And Taylor Strange was 28, ripping the finger off the bulb, off the button, excuse me. And Phil Pennington goes into round number 3 as Josh Herman and Jason Rosenbaum. Jason Rosenbaum for Crime Pays. The young man out of Victorville picked up a pretty good win. up to Las Vegas Motor Speedway a couple weeks ago. And the really good program that Shane Thompson and Greg Hicks put together. There for the bracket program there at LVMS, Josh Herman. The Hermanator out of Pueblo, Colorado, for Herman Racing. Jason Rosenbaum's 13 green, 4.839 on the 484 prediction, but it was all over right down there. Josh Herman was read by a thou. Chuck Hogg Jr. and Michael Pennington. Chuck out of Tucson, Arizona, 477. Over the left side of the racetrack, and Michael Pennington, that took 2 entries down to the final 8 cars yesterday and was bounced in both there in the quarterfinals. Pennington conglomerate. A whole slew of Pennington racers here this week at the K&N Southwest Showdown, which we so greatly appreciate. Starting line, and Michael Pennington snugs it up to 17-10 thou at the stripe, 16 green and 1 above, beats 17 green and 1 above. For Michael Pennington, it's Patrick Marbach. On the solo, the Little Red Shorty out of Bismarck, North Dakota. I think the shorties are fun. Push the tree, push a little too hard. 6 thou out in front, 5049 on the 503. Patrick Marbach on the solo. We will see in round number 4 as Kenny Bollet. And the Peep Show, Preston Pennington. We just saw Michael pick up a win. So Pennington 469 is that I will be doing the chasing. Kenny Bollet in the all-white machine has 588 on the dial. Kenny from right over there in Marana. Last the stage. Rip, tree, down. Red light start for Kenny by 11 thou. 469, 4677 was John Stockton, 12 on the green light start. Was Mr. Pennington. Kenny Bollet was out in front of green by 11 to turn on the second round. Red light is Tim O'More out of Tucson, Arizona. 495 the dial for Tim O'More over on the left-hand side, and Baruch Yama out of Hermosillo, Mexico. That Pro Charge Dragster. Baruch over on the right side. It's going to be last to stage. Right side, Tim O'More left lane. Tim O'More is going to get the win on a breakout. Baruch got to the finish line first by 22 thou, broke it out 6 thousandths of a second. Took a little bit too much down there at the finish line. Tim O'More, it's 12 green and 3 above to be good enough as Don Toya and Chris Whitfield. So Don Toya for Don's Hot Rod Shop from right over here in Tucson. You heard Nathan Hershey talk about it a little while ago, how Don and the team came to the serious aid of a racer in need. It's 493 the number, and Chris Whitfield for Go Fast Energy. Out of Littlefield, Colorado. Reaction times for both competitors, and on a double breakout, Don Toya will move on. 009 and 1 thou under for Don Toya. Chris Whitfield was 008 and 8 thou under. It was Don Toya. We'll move on as Larry Richardson and Kelly Ritchie. Larry out of Alamosa, Colorado, 489 will be off and away first. Kelly Ritchie. Another one of the Alberta, Canada machines that have come a long way to be with us here at the K&N Southwest Showdown. Kelly's already in. Off and away, and Kelly Ritchie will get the win. 16 green, 4 above, as Larry Richardson breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Got to the 8th mile finish line by 31 thou. Need to take 29 or less. Flip the win light over onto his side. Did not. Kelly Ritchie for Team Canada. This is who we will see again in round number 3. Chris Baruman and Dave Mazier. Mazier out of Escondido from Mazier Enterprises. As Mazier Enterprises was our sponsor of our round number 2 Pro Eliminator Best Losing Package, which I do believe we have it posted on the wall. Sorry. Chris Baruman, the bigger the offenders, and left first, so it is not a true star win. Baruman 19 red, Dave Mazier's 13 red. And speaking of Dave Mazier, Howard DeVore in the Hound Dog Best Losing Package in Pro round number 2 gets $250 certificate from our friends at Mazier Enterprises. So Howard DeVore, if you'd like to make your way up to the tower and get you hooked up with your prize. As we have Bree Herman. And Jim Glenn. Jim Glenn, who was your Super Comp champion of the season opening Winter Nationals. Had a pretty good run at Phoenix the week after. International men down there. Trying to chase down Mr. Glenn, not going to be able to get the deal done. 12 green and 1 above for Jim Glenn. Snugged it up to 1 thou at the finish line. Bree Herman was 30 green, dead on 1, and no shot. Is Ryan Harem and Paul Lorton. Harem has already won a race in the last 7 days, as he won Super Comp at the 2nd Divisional at Wild Horse Pass Motorsports Park, part of the Division 7 event. Last weekend, high gear out of Huntington Beach for Team Mobile 1 and our friends at FTI. Paul Lorton, Peoria, Arizona. Hughes Performance. American Bill Dragster, 477. You see that wing rocking back and forth. They're going to get the win. 13 green and 1 above. It's Paul Lorton. It's 28 green, 2 above, and 16 thou shy at the stripe is Ryan Harem. We will see, and Morgan Rose and Alexis Thompson. Before Morgan Rose was married, Morgan Rose was Morgan Thompson, otherwise known as Big Sis. Like Shane standing back down there in the middle. Right now, Shane Thompson of Switzerland. It's like good news. One of my kids is going to go in round number 3. Bad news is both kids can't go into round number 3. So Morgan left side, Alexis right side. Big sis left side, little sis right side. This is kind of fun. Little sis with a win. 12 green, one above from Alexis. Morgan was 26 green and 2 above as little sister takes out big sister. There for Alexis Thompson. Trube Keys and Mike Quinteri. Trube out of Pueblo, Colorado. 504 is the dial, a little short wheelbase hot rod. Mike Quinteri out of Anchorage, Alaska. Team Alaska came up in the tower. I asked them if they drove the machines down or what happened, and they told me that they shipped them down to Las Vegas. They ran the Thanksgiving race. After they shipped them from Alaska, then they loaded them up and drove them down to Phoenix. They had a place for them to stay and drink keys for sleeves. And then they ended up down here with us. Mike Quinteri, 22 green and 490 are the numbers. Trube just rolled the beams, and that was not what Keys was looking for. That's Mike and Team Alaska. Back at round number 3 is Dylan Smith and Darrell Wirtz. So Dylan Smith, Buckeye, Arizona, the rear engine dragster, 518 the number. Darrell Wirtz for Allegiant powder coating. Late, ripping the finger off the button there in the cockpit. Dylan Smith, 31 green and 2 above is good. Darrell Wirtz was 72 on the green light start, which led to his demise. All right, R. $50,000 Kidd Performance and Dyno Shootout. Again, go get that entry taken care of tonight. You can purchase the entries for tomorrow until 7:30 p. That is 7:30 p.m. So we're talking, what, another hour? Hour and 4 minutes. Jeremy Wilson and Carson Campbell. J-Dub at a Grand Junction, 463. Washington. And the Mullis chassis in Carson, 19 green. And dead on 5 to get it done. Jeremy Wilson got down there and made the wrong decision to get behind. Because Wilson was 006 only at 133 miles an hour. He got down there and let Carson Campbell through to be dead on 5 and get the win. It's Colton Aragon. Blake Williams. Blake out of Chandler, Arizona. A young man who had a top 10 campaign on the Super Comp Trail out here in Division 7. 487 the dial. Colton 486 is both drivers. Down there in a win for Blake Williams. 488 on the 487 with 17 green. Colton Aragon was 28 on the light. Got to the finish line first by 11th thou. Breaks it out by 9 thousandths of a second. Needed to snug it up to 2. Did not do so. Blake Williams gets the win. And we'll see in round number 3 is Jason Dawson and Nick Cobb. Jason out of North Las Vegas, Nevada. Nick Cobb, that's Michelle's guy, out of Lake Elsinore. Nick, last year at the K&N Southwest Showdown on Sunday, took it all the way to the final. And ended up 1 spot shy of the big check. 481 is the dial for Cobb. And a red light start. Nick Cobb by 16. Dawson 19 green. Bob's night is done. Here in Super Pro round number 2, Jason Dawson. We'll see the track in round number 3 is KJ Dessa and Mark Lalonde. I think, call it a hunch. A yellow dragster is going to win this pair. I don't know, what do you think?
You're not that
Safe bet?
funny, Mikey.
KJ 494 for the young man out of North Las Vegas, Mark Lalonde. The veteran out of Cottonwood, Arizona. 506 is the dial. Lalonde is in first. KJ Sage is second. Red light start for KJ by 1. And that one itty bitty thou is massively important. As Mark Lalonde, 21 green and 2 above, is good as KJ's 1 thou red is Race Kidd and Jason Pad. Race for Kidd Performance and Dyno out of Boise. 473 is the number, Jason Pad. And of Alberta, Canada. Most prepared hot rod, 461 is the dial there for Jason. Jason Pad was 12 green. Race Kidd was, 12 red, and Race Kidd was 004 red, and on true start, as Race Kidd left first, but was red by the least amount, and will get the win. Race 004, Jason Pad, 12 on the red light numbers, and Race Kidd survives and advances as Bruce Briscoe and Cassie Pennington. B squared out of Pueblo West. 527 the predicted performance for Briscoe, and Cassie Pennington for Team Pennington, 472 the dial. Again, Howard DeVore. Make your way up to the tower if you would, please. You were our best losing package in round number 2 of Pro Eliminator. Get that great Mizzier Enterprises. Cassie Pennington. I'm sure was a little confused as stage lights flickered around, and Cassie's 64 green, but 470 on the racetrack. J.R. Lehrkamp and Cooper Chun. And a couple of Washington runners who could have ran this race a lot closer to home versus all the way down here in Tucson, but we'd rather have them in Tucson. J.R. out of Olympia, Washington. Cooper out of Vancouver, Washington. Cooper Chun by 9 thou is going to be your winner. 26 green, 1 above. Is good enough. J.R. Lehrkamp is 28 thou at the start. Now 473 goes 4747 and was 9 thou shy of the win light. There's Jimmy Wenger and Bobby Dye Jr. Bobby Dye Jr. Specialty Fasteners. So Jimmy Wagner, 474 dial in. Leave second. On the starting line, just 3 thou. Is the difference, Bobby Dye Jr. 12 green, dead on 5. Is good for Bobby Dye Jr. And that Specialty Fasteners team car. Back around for round number 3. Stan Essery, Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada, 473 for Team Rad Torque Tools and Val Torres Jr. Out of Chino, a TNT Supercar for Val, 472 the number. Stan Essery, just by 100th of a second. For Val Jr. 24 green, 476 as we were ripping all over the place down there. Stan Essery was 37 green and 302 quick as Val Jr. does advance. All right, while we do have a little bit of quiet time, the next little order of business, we are going to change up the program just slightly. Once again, we are going to change up the program just slightly. After round number 2 of Super Pro Dragster, we're going to go right into round number 3 of Pro Eliminator. And then right into round number 3 of Super Pro Door Car and Super Pro Dragster. Then we're going to run the Run for the Money for the juniors. When we come back around to run round 4, we're not going to run Pro Eliminator. We're going to run the Super Pro categories, as we know we're going to have an extra round, and we would rather make up that round at this point in the program. So once again, we're going to run round number 3 in Pro, Super Pro Door Car, Super Pro Dragster, then our Run for the Money for the juniors. Then we come back around for round number 4. We are not going to run Pro Eliminator. We're going to skip them. We're going to run round number 4. In Super Pro Eliminator, and then after that, we'll run round number 4 in Pro Eliminator. So we have an extra round in the Super Pro category, and we're going to make that round up. They're in round 4 versus way later in the program, in an effort to keep cars constantly going down the racetrack, keep the track warm. Sure, Tucson Dragway is pretty important. Kevin Johnson out of Draper, Utah, backing up after the burnout, the Dragster the wing. Over in the left lane, 509 is the dial. And Giovanni Kolecki. Big Sexy out of Maple Valley, Washington. Giovanni has 518 on the American Walk-In Cooler scoreboard. Giovanni will be first away. Dead on 6, 11 green to be 17 total. Giovanni was 005. Takes 13 thou at the stripe to break out by 1. Big Sexy, that was not sexy. Taking 13, breaking out by 1. Kevin Johnson. We'll see you round 3. There's Rob White and Greg Christensen. Rob out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Dirty White Boys, 517 is the dial. There for Rob and Greg Christensen out of Colorado. 475 the predicted performance there for Greg. That was the difference in the reaction time, and Greg Christensen will get the win. 11th out. The start dead on 9 on the racetrack. Down to 475 goes 4759. Rob White was 19 green, 2 above. Greg Christensen being 20 total. Rob White had to be dead 0 to move the win light over to his side of the racetrack. It did not do so. It was Peter Biondo and Val Sr. It's a pretty matchup right here. Val out of Olinda for Val Torres Racing and Val Torres Construction. 475 is the dial for the guy who finished number 7 in the world in Super Comp last year, and Peter Biondo and the Pervaleris Dragster. Peter out of New York. 456 is the dial. Left side, Val Senior 006, and one above to be 8 thou in front for Val Senior. Peter Biondo 15 green, 1 above, and was 8 thou behind at the stripe as Val Torres Senior takes out the Terminator. All right, final call, Super Pro Dragster. First call pro, round 3. Get my double entries in lane 3 and 4. Everybody else in 5 and 6. This is Marco Pervaleris and Riley Learcamp. Marco out of Petaluma. Dad Nick, sister Layla. Back behind Marco. The lights flashing on the side-by-side reds. Riley Learcamp was 008 red. Marco was 001 on the red. Riley Learcamp, not a True Star win for Marco, as Riley left first and was the more worser of the red lighters. Riley was 008 in front of green. Marco was 001. As Marco Pervaleris will advance as Josh Herman and Jessica Bogacki. Josh out of Pueblo, 458. The dial for Herman Racing, and Jessica for Team Mosier. Carterville, Illinois, 470 is the dial for Jessica. Josh Herman flat out missed the tree. Josh Herman's 55 on the starting line, and you rarely, and I mean rarely, see that out of Josh Herman. And then it's dead on 5 for Josh, but Jessica was red by 1,000 and under by 400. Like breaking all the rules. As Bree Herman and Gabe Torres. Bree and the Pueblo West. Team Bandemir, Team Herman. 457 is the dial for Bree. Gabe Torres, G Money. For Val Torres Construction, Val Torres Racing, 472. The dial for Gabe. Once again, Pro Eliminator round number 3. Get my double entries up in lanes 3 and 4, please. My single entry up in 5 and 6. Red light start for Gabe Torres with a solo, 28 green and 2 quick. Dialed 472 goes 4709, but it was all over except for the crying on the starting line, as Bree was red by 16 thou. Gabe Torres will move on as Larry Richardson and Dustin Henches. As we are 488 heads up. But 008 is going to get the win. 8 green, dead 4 is 12 thou on the combined numbers for Dustin Henches. Larry Richardson was better on the starting line, 004. Got down there, 490 with a 1 on the 488. Dustin snuck around and got the win. It's Philip Pennington and Tanner Theobald. And absolutely positively, like final call for Super Pro Dragster. If you are still in competition here for round number 2, you are like extremely late. In Pro Eliminator, double entries should be up in 3 and 4. All my single entries up in 5 and 6. So Philip Pennington, Three Rivers, Texas, 493. As we look down there at the scoreboard, Tanner Theobald for Team Theobald Motorsports. Tanner's got 485 on the board. On the starting line, Pennington 002 green, under by 3 thou. Beats Tanner Theobald's 29 green, under by 8 thousandths of a second. So Philip Pennington. Come back around for round number 3. Let's bring up Michael Pennington and Thomas Bear. That's a real good matchup here. And a real good matchup in the burnout box. We'll talk about that one in a minute. Michael Pennington out of Texas. You saw Philip move on for Team Pennington, 470 the dial. Thomas Bear, 502. The Lucas Oil Team Machine at Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing. Bear bumps in. Michael in. Tree away. Missed the tree. Michael Pennington, 10 green off the gas, 475 to get the win. Bear was 50 on the tree. I mean, you want to talk about like, Josh Herman was 55 on the starting line and I was stunned. Thomas Bear was 50 on the tree and I'm flabbergasted. I haven't looked at the moon. Is it a full moon? Some weird, wild stuff. Greg Hicks and Chris Whitfield. This is juicy. Mr. Hicks out of North Las Vegas. A brand new Molus machine. 482 the dial in for Greg. Chris Whitfield, the young man out of Colorado. 470 is the dial in for Chris. Hicks will have the opportunity to leave first. Be looking over that right shoulder for Chris Whitfield. Whitfield in first. Hicks in. Hicks, 006, 2 above to seal the deal. Chris Whitfield, a little bit late, getting the finger off the button, 33 green, dead on 8, and 9 thou shy. John Lorbiecki and Jeff Taylor. Lorbiecki in the bantam that just violently leaves the starting line. It's fun to watch. 495 is the dial. Jeff Taylor, the white dragster out of Apache Junction. Lorbiecki is going to get the win after being perfect on the starting line. As Jeff Taylor's red by 2 thou. We're going to see that bantam back around in round number 3. Which is a lot of fun. As we get to see John's Bantam back in round number 3. Jeff Taylor, that entry is over. It's Dave Mazier and Preston Pennington. In Pro Eliminator. My double entries in 3 and 4. Everybody else in 5 and 6, if you would please. Pro, round number 3. So Dave Mazier from Mazier Enterprises. See 476 on the dial. That white Mazier team car will have the opportunity to depart the starting line first. And Mr. Pennington. There's literally only one disappointing thing about all the Penningtons being here. Literally only one. In all the vehicles in all of drag racing, Peeps Roadster is my personal favorite car in all of drag racing. And they didn't bring it. And that makes me sad. No, I just want Peeps to bring it to Vegas. Rips down there as Peep Show gets to keep rocking. 14 green, 1 above for Mr. Pennington. Dave Mazier was 36 at the start, and that led to his demise. It's Tom Carlson. The competition solo out of Two Harbors, Minnesota. I mean, if there's Two Harbors, Minnesota, it would stand to reason that there would be like 3 Harbors, Minnesota. No? With a free look at 593. How do you feel about 592.0? There for Tom Carlson at 127 miles an hour, as that's going to wrap up Super Pro round number 2 for both the door cars and the dragsters. We're going to just keep pushing forward with Pro Eliminator round number 3. Once again, the next order of operation. Pro round number 3. Super Pro door car round number 3. Super Pro dragster round number 3. Then our run for the money in the juniors. Then we're going to skip Pro Eliminator round 4 because we have an extra round in the Super Pro category and we want to run them at that point versus having an extra round when we don't have as many cars and it ends up with a lengthier delay. So we're going to run that extra round of Super Pro after round number 3 in the juniors. Does that make sense? Good. Hope so. I hear cars going around in a circle out there. All right, I hear rumblings, I hear grumblings. I hear rumblings and grumblings. So Pro Eliminator round number 3 is going to be the next thing we see on the racetrack. Again, we've talked about it before. Next little bit, Pro Eliminator round number 3. Super Pro door car round number 3. Super Pro dragster round number 3. then our junior dragster run for the money. Then we're going to go right back to Super Pro Door Car, round number 4, Super Pro Dragster, round number 4, and then Pro Eliminator, round number 4. We're going to skip Pro at the front of round 4 and move it to the rear. All right, final call, Pro, round number 3. Let's get a first call, Super Pro Door Car, round number 3. Super Pro Door Car, round number 3. Get my doubles, if there are any, into 3 and 4. Again, Super Pro Door Car, my doubles up in 3 or 4. The rest of my Super Pro competitors in the door car side. Get up in the lanes as well, please. Steve out of Wisconsin, 654 the dial-in. Be doing the chasing. Kyle Fritz for Team Torgo. The 89 Firebird out of Mesa, 668 is the dial there for Kyle. On the starting line and a good position with the win line. 007-2 above for Kyle. Steve Roars was 82 green. Tried to get down there to take the stripe. It's quicker than the dial to do so. Was still 400 behind. Kyle Fritz was in control through the whole entire 660 feet as Ken Gorman and Scott Taylor. Gorman out of Rio Rico in the red eye. 673 is the dial. Scott Taylor, Columbia Falls, Montana, 65 Chevelle. 670 the dial there for Scotty. 100th of a second is the difference in reaction times. And Scott Taylor's going to get the win. 683 on the 677. Ken Gorman got to the finish line first, broke out by 300ths of a second. Scott Taylor will come back around in round number 4 of Pro ET as Eric Daniels. Eric is still part of yesterday's Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Race. As we're down to 4 cars in that deal. Eric out of Chandler, Arizona into Vegas. 704 is the dial. Tim Arnswald, 767. The dial for the Camaro out of Coachella. Arnswald going to get the win, 768 on the 767. Eric Daniels got down there and made the wrong decision. Cut Tim Arnswald loose. Was in front by 6th out of the finish line. Tim O'More and Justin Lamb. Also a friendly reminder for all of our competitors here at Tucson Dragway. The rule of thumb, when those lights go on, shining down on the racing surface, that means when you come up to stage, your tail light also needs to be on. So again, those lights illuminating the racing surface of Tucson Dragway. Those bad boys come on. Your taillight needs to be on when you stage your vehicle. It's Tim O'More, Justin Lamb. Rad. And a double breakout win going to go to Tim O'More. Justin was a little bit better on the starting line. 18 green and 2 Hun 2 quick. It's Tim O'More. Was 23 green, behind by 5 at the start, or then under by 12 thousandths of a second on the double breakout. Tim O'More ends up on the right side of it. This is Michael Agnew. 69 Chevelle out of Oak Hills, the red machine. Over in the left lane, 610 the dial, Denal Rife. The black on red, 76 Camaro out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. So Agnew left side in the Chevelle. Rife right side in the Camaro. Rife will get to lead first. Agnew gets around a little hole shot of Denal Rife to get the win. This Denal just didn't get around the numbers. Sasha Hofer and Daniel Fiello. Daniel out of Yucaipa. 623 of the dial for Team K&N. And Sasha Hofer, the young lady out of Calamasa. With 755 on the board for Sasha. Machine dip, and Daniel Fiello is 10 green. Goes 624 to get the win. Sasha 34 green, 1 above, and 2 Hun shy. It's Aaron McClammon and Mike Reed. Mike Reed out of Peoria, Arizona. 79 Dodge, 679 is the number. Aaron in the El Camino out of Vail in the state of Arizona. 646. Mike Reed, crazy reaction time, and already a winner as Aaron McClammon is led by 18 thou. And Mike Reed goes down there and misses a perfect run by 2 stinking thou. 678.8 on the 679, but was perfect on the starting line. And Mike Reed will advance as Rob Strong and Luis Valenzuela. 69 Nova. 614 dial there for Luis out of Tucson, and Rob Strong out of Hemet. The yellow 68 Firebird. Luis Valenzuela pre-stage. Rob Strong gets in there. Both are staged. And Rob Strong left side. Luis Valenzuela right side. 660 feet later, dead on 4 to get the win for Luis. Rob Strong. And Super Pro Door Cars, Super Pro Door Cars, you should all be in the staging lanes, please. Super Pro Door Car. Get you all in the staging lanes if you would, please. As Ricky Duschel and Tony Marconi. Tony out of Surprise. That's 76 Plymouth Arrow Roadster. 586, the predicted performance for Tony Marconi. Ricky Duschel, out of Palmdale. That white on black 69 Camaro, 625, the number for Ricky. So almost a full bowl, but going to be the head start for Ricky. As you saw that Camaro bouncing in to light up that stage beam. Ricky lights on both sides. Tony Marconi, 586. 67.5 on the 586 to be 13.10 thou in front of the finish. For Tony Marconi, Ricky Duschel's 26 green, one above, but the most important number, got to the finish line second by 0013. Tony Marconi, we'll see in round number 4, is John Cazzetti and Victor Sandoval. John out of Whitewater, Colorado, the 66 Chevrolet Nova 629 will be leaving first. Victor Sandoval out of Tucson, Arizona, the 84 Camaro 559. On the American walk-in cooler side, on the win light, 560 on the 559 to be out in front by 8 thou of the stripe to get the win. John Cazzetti was 85 green and 1 thou under, but Victor Sandoval had him covered. It was Kyle Rizzoli and Luis Ortiz. Kyle Rizzoli out of San Luis Obispo. The black on white Camaro, 633, the dial in for Kyle. Luis Ortiz. The 68 Valiant out of Tucson. Over on the right side, 631. On the starting line of Kyle Rizzoli, dead on 4. Will survive and advance. Luis Ortiz was 2 thou better at the starting line, under by 100th of a second. Taking 16 thou at the stripe, needed to squeeze it a little tighter. Kyle Rizzoli got down there and dumped the nose. To get behind and get the win is Jeff Jones and Jordan Hart. Jeff out of Montrose, 72 and over for Team Lucas Oil. On Lucas Oil Friday, Jordan Hart. The 97 Corvette out of Tucson, 835 is the dial, and so it was almost a 2.5 second head start. So a full tree plus 2 bulbs. Jordan Hart going to be out there, 100 feet or so. That's pretty close to 100 feet. And Jeff, here with Jeff Jones, 606. On the 601, 2 advance. Jordan Hart, a little bit late on the starting line and a little bit slow on the racetrack, and that rarely is a good combination, is Jeff Jones. We'll move forward as Tom Gaynor and Jonathan Fiello. And Super Pro Door Car, we need you. Jonathan Fiello out of Yucaipa for Team K&N. The 67 Chevelle. So Tom Gaynor is super stock Cobalt for Gaynor Automotive. Battleground Washington race car for Tom Gaynor. We'll come back around in round number 4, 640. There for Jonathan on the 643 was 59 on the tree. Talked about this before, man. If you're like 5 red, 6 red, and the guy in the other lane is like 00 green or like 12 green, you can live with that. But when the guy in the other lane's 60 green, it's a tough pill to swallow. It's Tana Taylor and Scott Taylor. Oh, prediction machine. Taylor's going to win here. The prediction machine is flawless. Scott Taylor's going to get the win as Tana Taylor's led by 67 thou. Scott Taylor 38 thou on the green light start, and off the gas 30 to go 691. Tana Taylor 67 red, and dead on 5, but it was all over. Right down on the starting line is David Beckwith at a Rancho Cucamonga. The red 79 Malibu. Rancho Cucamonga is just fun to say. Christmas tree on Freelink 750, 745.6. There for the young Strata Rancho Cucamonga. Let's see. What cities are also fun to say?
Los Lunas.
Los Lunas, that's a good one. I mean, obviously Walla Walla. And you gotta go with another one in Washington, Pew Wallop.
Intercourse.
That one too. I just moved a Super Pro door car. Trade. Nathan Hershey's going to tell you about Mark Kidd. Or Race Kidd. Excuse me, Race Kidd and Kevin McClelland. Race over on the left side. Mid-Mac over on the right side in the Roadster.
Well, there you have it. You pretty much said all there is to say. No, I mean, Kevin McClelland dialed in at 537, Race Kidd dialed in at 608. The red light is going to belong to Race Kidd, 16 green, and ends up 604 on a 608 dial. Kevin McClelland was dialed in at 537, ends up running 539, but goes 002 red. As he leaves the starting line, handing that instant win light over to Race Kidd. And with Race Kidd picking up the instant win, that will bring out the Firebird of Kyle Fritz, who Mike Eames kind of pointed out to me the starting line procedure for Kyle Fritz. He'll roll up here, pop the door open, like stick his hand out there for a second, check the wind. I'm guessing it's like a wind check thing. Whatever it is, Shane Thompson over on the other side, 496 the dial for the Nova. So Fritz all right, as Fritz and Shane Thompson take their spots on the starting line. Runs down Kyle Fritz. Actually, Fritz holds on, goes 6-6-6-6, gets there first, but breaks out in the effort, so Shane Thompson gets the win light. Fritz gets there first, but Thompson gets the light. 14 green and 4 above. Gets the win light for the Orange Nova. Fritz takes 5 down at the stripe. And that's going to bring up Rodney Snyder and Ryan Harriman. While we bring out Rodney Snyder and Ryan Harriman, we need Super Pro Dragster for round number 3 to lanes 7 and 8. Double entries, let's get you headed to lanes 3 and 4. If you're a double entered dragster to lanes 3 and 4. Again, green sticker and red sticker. There is no more differentiation tonight between the green sticker and the red sticker. So again, Super Pro Dragsters, all y'all. If you are double entered, make your way to lanes 3 and 4. Everybody else go to lanes 7 and 8. Ryan Harriman wins it on the green light start against Rodney Snyder's red light start. Snyder red by 0.04 of a second, goes 507 on the 506. Ryan Harriman 562 on a 565 with the win light already on. Throw a little shout out to everybody out there in the chat bleachers watching along on the Bank Shift live feed. It is a Lucas Oil Friday. Live feed brought to you by the good folks at Mickey Thompson. You got Silver State Refrigeration. Of course, we're down here at the West Coast Bracket Races at Tucson Dragway. Ken head to head, and Luke wearing that number 1, showing a little bit more of why he is wearing that number 1. 009 dead 6 for Luke. Sweo was 26 on the tree and dead on 1. So essentially, as Mike Eames pointed out, kind of a rematch from last night where Ken Sweo walked away with the win light on his side, being 9 total. Luke remembered that and went, I will avenge. And he did. Ken Sweo, I mean, not bad, 26 dead 1. Luke was just a little bit better, as we've now got Gary Roost and Wayne Pratt. Pratt's already staged up and set in the white Camaro out of Blooming Grove, Texas. Gary Roost set to go in the 6 flat to dial for Roost, 609 to dial for Wayne Pratt. Pratt gonna break out 608 on a 609, but Gary Roost had him covered. 10 on the tree, 18th thou above, puts him 28 total, getting to the stripe first by 14 at 10,000ths of a second. As once again, Super Pro Dragster, everybody that remains are double entered cars. Go to make your way to lanes 3 and 4. Everybody else make your way to lanes 7 and 8, please. Al Stevens and John Cazzetti. Cazzetti, 628 dial, left side. Stevens in the big Impala, 629 dial, right side. And it is a red light for John Cazzetti in the Wheelie Wagon. 627 on the 629, Al Stevens. With the lights already illuminated on the American walk-in cooler side of the racetrack. Stevens was 085 green and essentially is given a gift with John Cazzetti going red by 15 thousandths of a second. So Cazzetti exits as Al Stevens moves on, and that's going to bring out Dan Lafferty and Greg Christensen. Christensen, 586 is the dial. Getting the head start in this pair is Lafferty. Rolls up here out of Wendell, Idaho. I mean, Mike Eames of the prediction machine. I don't really know what to think about the prediction machine.
Flawless.
It is flawless. It's also riskless. Christensen getting a sizable head start with that 586 dial, and then gives himself a sizable disadvantage with an 068 reaction time. Dan Lafferty 14 green and 5 above, 477 on a 472. Grabbing the brakes just before the finish line as Dustin Wirtz and Chris Johnson will be the next two. Johnson out of Keyport, Washington, 618. Dustin Wirtz out of Nampa, Idaho, dialed in at 524. And as we're thinking about that, Mike, with the prediction machine, I'm sitting here thinking to myself, it's like, yeah, okay. How about this? I'll say the winner of this pair lives north of Tucson. I mean, come on. Please. Okay, 524-1 on a 524. Dustin Wirtz lights up the left lane, that scoreboard. 23 green, dead 1 for Dustin. Chris Johnson was 22 green, had a couple of thou to work with, ends up taking 15 thou at the stripe to break out 13 thou. Ouch. So there we go. Dustin moving into round at number 4 for Super Pro. And again, remember the rotational adjustment that was handled here just a minute ago. Once again, double enter dragsters. Need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Double enter dragsters. Need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. If you are one of our double enter dragsters that is still in competition, need you to lanes 3 and 4. Everybody else, dragsters, need you to lanes 7 and 8. 540 on a 542. Dan Bain under by 13 thousandths of a second. Tom Carlson goes 588 on a 591 to be under 23 thousandths of a second, and it's going to be Bain, 17 green, getting the win on the double breakout mat, the left lane out of Ruidoso? It's in New Mexico. That's one that just I struggle with. You got Two Harbors, Minnesota, okay, easy enough. But the Ruidoso, maybe there's a meaning there. How about Ernie Macias, Jeremy Jacobs? Jacobs, left side in the Savoy, or right side in the Savoy, dial 582. Macias, left side in the Burrito, dial 647. Reaction time advantage goes to Jacobs, win light to Jeremy Jacobs. 10 green, dead 2. 12 total, taking a 19th stripe on that right side. Ernie Macias was 22 green, dead on 9. Puts up 31 total, but Jeremy Jacobs, 12 total. Pack moves to the next round as we bring out Steve Rers out of Frederick, Wisconsin. 653 dial, big head start over Justin Lamb's new topless Camaro. Lamb in the Rat Torque ride, 462. The dial in here on the left side. In trouble. 462 on a 462, Justin. 19 green, dead 1. Gets to the stripe first by 12 thousandths of a second. Steve Rivers was 38 on the tree, had nowhere to go, no opportunity to advance. There's Justin Lamb's car that he has built for essentially everything not NHRA. Is working out just fine as Daniel McClellan and Daniel Fiello. Fiello right side, 623 dial in the Camaro. McClellan left side, 534 dial in the Roadster. I gotta admit, I'm like, he leaves green, Daniel Fiello leaves red. 12 thou on the wrong side of the tree for Fiello. Ends up keeping his foot in the throttle to run 618 on that 623. McClellan, 023 green light gets him the win, and then runs 5.339 on a predicted 5.34. And that'll work out just fine for him. We're getting down to the end of our Super Pro door cars, starting our Super Pro dragsters. We got David Beckwith and Logan Warr. Now Logan Warren, race kid, ended up kind of doing the double entry thing, splitting the dragster between the two of them, as Logan unfortunately did a little damage to the race car earlier in the weekend. So a 472 dial for the dragster, a 747 dial for the door car. Huge head start for Beckwith. Dragster's closing in fast. Beckwith trying to hold him off, and on a double breakout, it's going to be the dragster, Logan Warr. Warr gets there second, breaks out 2 thousandths of a second. David Beckwith taking 30 thou at the stripe, breaks out 7 thou. Beckwith was better in reaction time. Had an 011 reaction time, but Logan made the right decision down at the finish line. Let Beckwith get there first. Beckwith breaks out first, and we'll put out a final call. Super Pro Dragster, round number 3. All of our double entered cars should already be in lanes 3 and 4. Everybody else, I mean, that's red sticker, green sticker, that's anybody that is still in competition. For round number 3, you should be in lanes 7 and 8. Unless you're double entered, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. We'll just put it that way, right? Philip Pennington, right side. 493 dial. Stan Essery, left side, 471 dial. The Sunset Power Plant, the M&M Dragster. Giving up the head start to the Three Rivers, Texas-based Pennington Brothers team. And it will be Philip Pennington. Again, I don't know if you've heard this go round. Double breakout. Pennington 492.5 on a 493. Had an 11th thou advantage down at the finish line. Breaks out 0.05 of a second, gets the win light as Stan Essery was 31 green. Ends up running 470 on a 471. So Pennington 5 thou under, Essery 6 thou under, comes down to once again the 1 thou difference in the breakout. Win light goes to Pennington. So again, making our way through round number 3 here. And we're about 5 minutes away from cutting off entries for the $50,000 shootout tomorrow. That's just tonight. I mean, we'll stop sales for the night. But again, got about 5 minutes left if you're thinking about trying to run down here and get yourself entered into the Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout for tomorrow. I mean, you got that $595 entry that'll get you into the game. You have 5 minutes left, otherwise you got to wait for tomorrow. You got to wait for tomorrow. So it's Carl Canavo, Tim O'More back up for the burnout. O'More has had a pretty darn good run in the Camaro. Trying to keep the run in the Dragster alive. And with a 500 difference in the dial, Tim O'More is going to watch him. Or Tim O'More will get the opportunity to leave first. Carl Canavo dialed in at 490 over on the right side. Trying to see if he can line up one more scoreboard. So again, Super Pro Dragsters, you should be in the staging lanes. Now, Junior Dragsters, we do want you getting those cars ready to go for your run for the money, please. Second win line goes to Canavo. And honestly, Canavo missed it really for the first time. I mean, 0.43 on the tree. Canavo's been better than that most of the day, but missing it, kind of like what Mike Eames was talking about earlier. You're red, and the other guy's like, 15 or better. You're like, okay, I can deal with that. You're red, and the other guy's in the 40s, 50s, 60s, something like that. You're like, nah. That I can't deal with. So Tim O checking out. Carl Canavo moving on as Kevin Johnson and Dustin Hinches. So we'll go ahead and do a second final call. So this will be the final call. Right now, Dustin Hinches, 6 green winner. Kevin Johnson let go way early. Reaction time was in the 080 side on the negative field as the red light illuminates here on the left side. I think it's awesome. And then goes 508 on a 508. So again, red and dead on. One more time, Dustin Hinches with the win light as Chance Parker and Michael Pennington. So all of our Super Pro Dragsters should be in the staging lanes. Junior Dragsters, again, remember, we are going to be doing the Run for the Money. So Junior Dragsters, make sure you got your dial-in selected and be ready. We haven't called you yet, but we will be calling you soon. So I'm just kind of giving you that that announcement that Junior Dragsters, you are on standby. So Junior Dragsters, get those cars ready to go. We're going to be calling you like it's going to be 005 to a 005. Pennington, Michael, 005 red. Parker, Chance, 005 green. His chance will run 489.1 on a 490 down. Again, wind light turned on at this end of the racetrack when Pennington left early by 0.005 of a second. Is now Peeps, Pennington, and Peter Biondo. Oh. Peeps and Peter and Peeps. 468 the Dow for Pennington on the right side. Pete and Peeps, or Preston and Peter, depending on that. Munson's over there like, hey, pay attention to me. This is it. So a 456 Dow for Biondo, a 468 Dow for Pennington. Tree drops, we stay green. This round results in termination. The Terminator, 003 dead on 6, lays down a 9-pack on Peeps Pennington. Pennington was dead on 2. The problem for Peeps is he was uncharacteristically late at this end of the racetrack. 044 on the let go for Peeps Pennington, and Peter Biondo comes out of it 9 total to get the win light. Man. Battle of the Bigs going down here in round number 3 of Super Pro Dragster. Round number this one. Bob Stevens, Carson Campbell. 529 was the Dow for Siemens. He goes 528.5, gets there first 4th thou, and breaks out 5th thou. Carson Campbell was 14 green, gets there second, and breaks out just 3th thou to light up the scoreboard. And again, I mean, stop me if we've heard the term double breakout a few times here in this round.
Is it le double?
Le double. Le deux. Breakout times 2. All right, so Mark Campbell down 466. Marco Paravalaris dialed in 455. So 1100 to split in the Dow. In the Dow, in the Dow. Stage, set, go. Reaction time. And Marco Paravalaris is 3 total. Campbell is 8 total. I think that's a contender for like best losing package. I don't know that it'll get it, but that's a contender. 006 dead to Mark Campbell and runs into the freight train that is Marco Paravalaris, who is 002 and dead on 1. Margin comes down to a 5 thou stripe. And Essential Campbell and Paravalaris both throw their best left hook, and Marco Paravalaris lands it square on the chin. Junior Dragsters gave you the heads up here just a minute ago that you were on standby. You are no longer on standby. We'll take you into the staging lanes, please. Junior Dragsters, come on down. Let's get you ready to run for your run for the money. Val Torres wins this one, 12 green and 75 on a 473. So 12 green, 22 thou above. Puts a win light in Val's column. Dylan Smith was 32 on the tree. And with Torres being 34 total, Dylan Smith being 32 on the tree, had 2 thou to work with. It just kind of evaporated on him before he got to the finish line. It's now Matt Larson and Mark Kidd. Larson over on the left side. Mark Kidd on the right side. I gotta tell you, man, the chat bleachers have been really, really quiet. I'm feeling like left out, you guys. How about a 36 light for Matt Larson, and somehow, some way lights up the scoreboard. Mark Kidd was half of that in the reaction time, had the 018 light, ends up 3 above the dial, 467 on a 464. Larson gets the win light as it looks like Kidd give it back. He done gived it up. Comes down to a 3-foul stripe. Larson gonna have to go over and say thanks, Mark. As Dean Bush and Mike Quinteri. Quinteri out of the Anchorage, Alaska camp, which is still right now the Great Frozen North. 489 the dial over on the right side. Dean Bush from Las Vegas in Nevada. Dean Bush, 009, dead on 5, no good. Puts up 14 total. Mike Quinteri is 005, dead on 8. To put up 13 total. Quinteri, good to go. I mean, come on. 14 total, no good. Sorry, Dean. Wrong place, wrong, right. I mean, it's not like you're, you know. Mark Campbell, who right now is back at the pit area, crying gently to himself under his helmet. Or maybe he's sobbing out loud. I don't know. I would be screaming. I would be donating heavily to a swear jar somewhere. But Val Torres and Don Toya. Toya dialed in at 492. Torres dialed in at 473. Doesn't Marco have a tendency to do that to people? Wasn't he involved in something like that up in Boise? Oh, Don Toya is going to be joining the camp commiseration. Val Torres, 11 green, dead 5, is 16 total down at the finish line. Don Toya was trip, zip, perfect, take 18 thou to break it out, 2 thou on the loss. That is going to hurt as well. Jeez. Josh Herman, Jason Rosenbaum. Rosenbaum in the Crime Pays racing team, and I was always kind of like, wait, Crime Pays? Well, it turns out, I mean, he's an officer of the law, so he gets paid to fight crime. So therefore, crime pays. Yeah, boy. He's one of those guys out in the victory. You know why I pulled you over? Josh Herman, 33, green, dead, 0. 458 on a 458. Herman gets the win light at 148 miles an hour. Rosenbaum was 21 green, take 15 thou at the stripe, breaks out 3 thou. Son, you don't know why I pulled you over? Just because I felt like it, that's why. Nah, you're dead on 0. Cooper Chun and John Lorbiecki. Lorbiecki coming in out of Peoria, the 32 at Bantam. And for Cooper Chun, 537 the dial in and a Dragster. As we're in set ready. 2 hours split between that action time, and the win line's gonna go to Cooper Chun. 15 and dead on 9. Cooper putting up a 24 pack. Gets to the stripe first by 34 thousandths of a second to win it. John Lorbiecki, 17 and 4 above the dial. As he gets the win line is Jason Dawson, Patrick Marvick. Oh, look at that. Jesse Adams checking in on the chat bleachers.
Jesse did a great job getting that track.
Oh my goodness. That's been amazing what they've done with the track up there. Absolutely amazing. I mean, seeing some of the pictures and everything that they've been posting up on Facebook, that thing is it is a great place to race. Absolutely great place to race. It's just going to be a lot of fun. Jason Dawson letting go, and he just missed it. I don't think he had the numbers in the box right. Patrick Marvick, 20 green, and then goes 5-0 at 3. Yeah, Chad, we noticed that as well. Not sure if that's maybe just a buckle or something like that on the diaper, but we did notice it. We always thought it was kind of cool. It's just, you know, it's going to be fun. J.R. Learcamp, Cassie Pennington, they're the two that are pulling up to the starting line right now. Turns on for Cassie Pennington, 11 green, 471 on a 470 for Cassie. J.R. Learcamp, 35 on the tree, runs dead on 9, and that's not going to help out. So Miss Pennington continues the charge of the Pennington Mobiles as Ryan Harum and Gabe Torres. A couple of racers, again, talking about that are very familiar with each other. Spend a lot of time doing that. What's happening, Mr. Kelly? Steve Kelly checking in online as well in the chat bleachers. I like seeing these guys and gals that are watching along on the Bank Shift live feed. Loving it. So Gabe's dialed 472. Ryan Harum is dialed 465. Harum goes ahead and nudges the nose of the dragster forward to turn on the stage bulbs. Gabe does the same thing. We're ready, steady, go. Belongs to Ryan Harum, and he capitalizes on that. 25 green, dead on 8 for Harum. Puts him 33 total to get the win line over Gabe Torres, who had the 056 reaction time. And Gabe, again, not a typical Gabe Torres reaction time. Usually like a whole bunch better than that. But Ryan Harum utilizes the opportunity, turns on the scoreboard on his side of the racetrack, moves into the next go-round. And again, racers, remember, especially our Super Pro racers, we've got our junior dragsters lined up back in the staging lanes. They're going to be coming out for their run for the money. So junior dragster is going to be doing the run for the money. And then we are going to go right back into Super Pro. So essentially, pro cars, you get a little bit of a break here. But we'll get right back into it with Super Pro door cars, and then we'll get after it with Super Pro dragsters. Again, it's going to be the opportunity essentially to bring the Super Pro cars. They are one round behind. We'll get them caught up. We'll go back into our regular rotation. On the starting line, and Dave Mazier uses exactly what he needs to get the job done. 32 on the tree, and then 480 on a 476. Mazier backs into Kelly Ritchie for the win, as Kelly was 90 on the tree, runs 473 on a 474. Let's bring up Blake Williams and Shelby Williams. Not necessarily related. But Blake, who was one of the top 10 players in Division 7 in the Super Comp ranks last year, and Shelby, who is kind of following in her father's footsteps. Really, and I mean really, as of late, coming into her own and becoming a force to be reckoned with. 480 is the dial for Williams, and the K&N car on the right side. Blake Williams dialed in at 487. The difference between the two in reaction time, and the win line's going to belong to Williams. Blake. 489 on a 487. Blake Williams, 22 green, 2 above the dial. Gets to the finish line first by 0.03 of a second. Shelby Williams was 42 on the tree, and then goes 483 on a 480. So Shelby 3 above. Let's bring out Trevor Larson, Bobby Dye Jr. Bobby in the left side, 478 is the dial. Trevor on the right side. And the win light turns on for Dye. 009, 13th thou above for Bobby Dye. Trevor Larson was 006. And 42 thou off the mark. So the win light belongs to Dye. And we got Jeff Taylor and Alexis Thompson. Miss Alexis, who in the last round ended up having to race Big Sis, ended up with the win light, now rolls back here to take on the Apache Junction, Arizona-based 598 cubic inch big block Chevy powered Mullis ride of Jeff Taylor. Taylor down 470. Alexis dialed in at 0.07 of a second quicker than that with a 463. And we got junior dragsters who are going to be rolling up here soon to do a little running for the money. You've got the format? Okay. Who are we still looking for? Howard DeVore and Ricky Duschel and Jeff Ford. Win light belongs to Alexis Thompson, 464. On the 463, Alexis moving on after an 026 reaction time. Jeff Taylor was 30 on the tree, 2 above the dial, and 9 thou behind at the finish line on the loss. Oh, the SNL references are flowing up here. What was the name of that show that he did? It was some, I know, it was Chris Farley, but it was it the Chris Farley show? I can't remember. All right, so chat bleacher guys and gals, you guys are always really good at this. Help us out. Was it the Chris Farley show on Saturday Night Live? You remember that one time? Oh my goodness. You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucy. 069 on the tree for Dustin Henches. Can't do that against Pennington's. 13 green and dead 9 for Phillip. Gets to the stripe by 22 thousandths of a second and gets the win light as Shane Thompson and Jim Glenn. So Jim Glenn, I don't know like how many national events he's competed in or all of that kind of stuff, but he won at the Winter Nationals in Super Comp. Interesting little story with Shane Thompson. The very first national event that Shane Thompson entered in Super Comp, he went home with the Wally in Phoenix. It wasn't Phoenix 92, but it was in Phoenix. I'm just saying, so. Anyway. So Shane over the left side, down 43. Jim Glenn on the right side, down 475. To Thompson. Win light, Shane, 486 on a 483. Margin at the finish line was 4/10,000ths of a second. Jim Glenn, 43 green, and then goes 475 on a 475. 50 total. Shane Thompson was 12 green and tried to give it back to Jim. And luckily enough still had 4/10,000ths of a second left when they hit the finish line. It was the Chris Farley show? Did somebody clarify that for you? I mean, the Chris Farley show was good. Still, I think some of my favorite skits of all time are Jeopardy. Saturday Night Live Jeopardies are just... You got Mark Lalonde and Greg Christensen. The split between the two in reaction time. Lalonde was 10 on the tree. Greg Christensen was not 10. Had the 041 reaction time, and Mark Lalonde is able to hold on by 5 thousandths of a second to get to the win light. So we go from watching Peter Biondo and Peeps Pennington a little while ago to watching Greg Hicks and Peeps Pennington now. So Peeps, 467 dial on the right side.
Prediction machine.
No.
Peeps is going to be better than 43.
No. All right, fine. Fair enough, Mike. 482 for Greg Hicks is the dial on the left side as they've got the pre-stage bulbs lit. Mike Eames calling out and be like, I don't think Peeps is going to be 44 again. Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah. Oh, Greg Hicks. Greg Hicks is paying a price because Peeps came back mad. Peeps, yeah, there we go. Since we were doing all the P's, that's it. Peeps was pissed. Just that's flat out like that. Peeps, 001 dead 5, 6 total. Greg Hicks is 8 total. So what, now that's 2 8-packs that lost in this round? Oy. 8 total and bye-bye. Yeah, Peeps, that's it. It's just Peeps was pissed. Race Kidd and Michael Pennington. Kidd over the left side, 472. Pennington on the right side, 470. Oh, man. Oh, Greg Hicks is like, come on, man.
8 total wasted space.
Are you serious? 8 total Peeps going around like that. Oh, Michael Pennington goes 6 total. 004 and dead on 2. Race Kidd was 16 green and dead on 6. And he gets punted here in this round. Oh my goodness. George LeBlanc out of British Columbia. Final car in round number 3. We got the junior dragsters lined up. Run for the money. Final call for juniors. If you're going to play along with us in the run for the money, you need to be up here, please. 22 on the tree and 587 on a 589. So let's see, in that go-round of Super Pro, at least, just in the dragster portion, I know I saw 2 8-packs that lost. No good.
The 2 Penningtons back-to-back.
Oh.
12 thou total.
Yeah. As Eames pointed out, the 2 Penningtons back-to-back added up to be 12 thou total. There's going to be some people out there that definitely have something to drink about. Hi, chat. Okay, hold on. But Mike Eames is going to educate me. We have to do math?
Yeah, that's why I'm
Oh.
and $200 to each winner.
All right. So in the junior dragster run for the money, normally we do the whole run for the money thing like, hey, closest to the dial without breaking out, reaction time is the tiebreaker. No. In our 3 groups, there's a $200 in an envelope up here to win for each category. So $200 to win in the run for the money. What are we going to start our things off here? Is this group 1, group 2, group 3? I think this is group 1. Looking at the dial-ins on the scoreboard, this is going to be group 1. So in group 1, it is based on, and in group 2 and group 3, same thing. It is best overall package. So reaction time and closest to the dial, we'll add it all up. That's what I'm saying. I know it's only like 8 o'clock at night, but I'm running on 2 hours of sleep last night, and now I have to do math. That's all right. They're going to check the math, but, oh, by the way, Howard DeVore and Ricky Duschel, need you to come on up here to the tower and see us. Howard DeVore, best losing package in pro round number 2, gets you a $250 Mazier gift certificate, and Ricky Duschel, best losing package in pro round number 3. I'm going to get you that California Car Cover Company $200 gift certificate. So Ricky Duschel, go ahead and come on down. Howard DeVore, come on up here to the tower. And I think there's one more Post-it note stuck on the door up there, or stuck on the window. Should be our best losing package, round number 2 for Super Pro, which is going to get a set of Hoosier tires. Larry Richardson. So Larry Richardson coming up here and see Matt Fishley in the tower. Ricky Duschel come up here and see Matt Fishley in the tower. And Howard DeVore come on up here and see Matt Fishley in the tower. This is where it gets kind of fun. We've got 3 groups of junior dragsters that we're going to be racing with this weekend. And again, it's kind of racing for the big money. And it looks like we've got what should be the final touches. Going down here. Once again, junior dragsters, if you are not in the staging lanes yet, you are in big time late. Yeah. You're very late. What do we got? We dealing in Group 1. We got Peyton Black and Rudy Sweetman. Rudy over the right side. 1210 is the dial for Peyton Black on the left side. We have got a 1440 dial. Again, we are looking at the combination of reaction time and closest to the dial, best total package. Going to get $200 that is sitting up here in an envelope. We got 3 of them up here, 1 for each group. See? Don't poke the bear. All right, pre-stage bulbs are lit between Peyton and Rudy. Rudy over on the right side, Peyton on the left. Rudy. Sorry, a little flashback to one of the greatest football movies ever made. So the reaction times are up on the scoreboard. We've got a 200 light for Rudy, a 120 light for Peyton. How close can you get to your dial? Looking for 1210 over on that right side, goes 12:35. Looking for 1440 on the left side and ends up running 14:36. So goes under the dial over here for Peyton, which is going to put Rudy kind of at the top of the list for right now. We go ahead and fire up our next 2. So Ariana Visuet lining up on the left side with an 1197 dial. Again, looking at our group number 1, which essentially is what our 6 to 9-year-olds, I believe. Yeah, so our 6 to 9-year-old category. So with Ariana Visuet over on the left side, and Allura Sweetman over on the right. You got Rudy, who's sitting at the top of the list right now in our 6 to 9-year-old category. Pre-stage bulbs are now lit. I see those scoreboards light up with some nice reaction times. All right. So an 089 for Ariana. How close can you get to that 1197? 1206 for Ariana here on the left side of the racetrack after the 087 reaction time. 209 was the reaction time. for Allura Sweetman, but then ends up running too quick, 1387 on the 1406 for Allura. I believe that is going to put Ariana kind of as the leader in the mix right now in our 6 to 9-year-old category, as Lucas Hodges comes rolling up here and across the way from Lucas. It's Weston Forsyth. So Weston on the right side, the dial shown on the board is a 1245, and for Lucas Hodges, essentially going right down there with a 13.90 second dial. All right, Weston. 077, the reaction time. For Lucas Hodges at 393 reaction time, a little bit slower than what the total package is right now, and Weston gets there too quick, 1228 on a 1245. So that'll leave Ariana currently leading the way in our run for the money in the 6 to 9-year-old category. Weston had the light, ended up breaking out down at the big end of the racetrack, as Lucas Hodges goes 14:05 at that 393 reaction time. Again, right now for our unofficially, again, we're talking unofficial, but we are kind of keeping track of things. Ariana with a 179 total package in the 6 to 9-year-old category, as we have now Levi Agnew and Cash Pennington. Pennington over on the right side of the racetrack. Did I have them bring them like 5 cars in here now? Between Cassie, Peeps, Philip, Michael. All right, so Cassie, Peeps, Philip, Michael, and Cash. 5 cars. There you go. So the 1190 up on the scoreboard for Pennington on the right side, 1197, the number up on the scoreboard for Levi Agnew with a 179 currently leading the way. We'll watch those scoreboards to see what reaction times pop up on the list. And if they are better than a 179, well, then at that point I'm going to rely on Mike to do math. And if that fails me, I don't know how well I'll do. All right. Cash Pennington says he likes to stage it up deep. And unfortunately for Cash, the 224 won't be able to overcome the 179, but Levi Agnew is looking real good with the 048 reaction time. Gets down there and on a 1197 runs 1306. A little bit off the mark. So with that, we move into Riker, Rotel, Hotel, Motel, Holiday Inn, and Gary Bagaki. So Gary here on the left side, Riker on the right side. Again, 179 being the best of the bulbs so far. Gary ends up with a 227 light. Riker leaves early. So as Riker rolls down, going to play match game on an 1193, goes 1199, and for Gary it's a 1211 on the 1190 dial. Gary, who last time down the racetrack was like right on that 1190 mark. I'll bring out Caden Kasner, who I believe is going to be the last of our 6 to 9-year-olds in Group 1. So unofficially right now, looking at Ariana with a 179 total package. And with a 179 total package, Caden Kasner lining up here. Is Caden gonna, he's gotta be better than 179 on the tree. Don't go red, just be better than 179, and then we'll figure out whether it will be Caden or Ariana. Going to get the job done. He is 041 on the tree, chasing down a 1206. Caden making his move to the finish line. It's going to be 1210 for Caden Kasner, and that is going to put him 84 total. Unofficially, Caden Kasner should be the one that's going home with that envelope. We're going to go back and double check, but unofficially, Caden Kasner looks like he is going to be the one in group number 1 that will get it done and run for the money. We're going to move into group number 2, and as we move into group number 2, Super Pro Door Car. Super Pro Door Car. Again, remember, we had that rotated schedule. Not really rotated, but just kind of manipulated, modified. Not modified. It was the modified schedule where essentially we're going to skip Pro for this go around. We're going to go right back into Super Pro. That had a lot of time between, you know, the dragsters and now the juniors, and Super Pro's going to have plenty of time to get the cars turned around. That will get us caught up to where we've got Pro and Super Pro on the same number of rounds that are left. So again, Super Pro Door Car, Super Pro Door Car. Let's get you headed to lane 7 and 8, please. Super Pro Door Car, come on down to lane 7 and 8, please, as we got AJ Town and Logan Sweetman. Moving into our next group, 1:14 to a 1:17 on the reaction clocks, and it's going to be 9:07 on an 891 for Logan, 9:41 on a 9:00. For AJ. So we'll see how we do. So we've now got Parker Schroeder. And Ty Gaynor. All right. So Parker Schroeder here on the left side, dialed in at 897. So it's Ty Gaynor, dials in at 891. Parker Schroeder dials in at 897. 898 after an 095 reaction time for Ty Gaynor. That's looking like a nice little lap out of Ty. Be like, huh? Yeah. 171 for Ty Gaynor. Parker Schroeder was 093 on the tree and then runs 920 on that 897 as we'll now bring out Blaine D'Annunzio. So Parker Williams and Blaine D'Annunzio. D'Annunzio left side, dialed in at 898. Parker Williams dialed in at 898. So as we're in and set, 064 to an 061, the potential is there to take over the top spot. Who can get closest to that 898? Well, D'Annunzio goes under with the 896. Parker Williams ended up 25 thou above the dial. Looks like he's going to be 86 total. Oh, look, I did math. Yay me. At this point of the night, going off like a couple hours sleep last night, and I want to know whose crazy idea this was to do total package. I blame Chris. Oh, it's such a great time. Allison Boley. Rolling up here now, and what is Allison going on solo? Going to be the final one here in Group 2. All right, so kind of the same situation we were in last time. Allison Boley rolling up here, final car in category. We know that as of right now, 86 total for Parker Williams is unofficially leading the way. We'll see if Allison Boley, first step, got to be better than 86 on the tree. That part's done. 18 green for Allison. Now playing match game with a 902. And goes too quick, 894. On the 902 dial, Allison Boley breaks out at the big end. And it looks like unofficially Parker Williams could be the one to lead it in Group number 2. Final call, Super Pro Door Car. Final call, Super Pro Door Car. Need you back into the lanes, please. Final call, Super Pro Door Car to the lanes, please. Look at that. I'm almost going to turn 50 and my voice has finally changed. I finished puberty. Yay me. All right, so here we go. Starting into Group number 3. And starting with Group number 3, we've got, I believe, Travis Hodges over on the left side. I'm sorry, Jacob Hodges. My mic is leading me astray. All right, so Hodges and Ball. Carly over to the right side, 810 is the dial. Jake Hodges here on the left side, dialed in at 790. 2/10 split. No, it doesn't really, I mean, it's not like we're, it's not like an elimination round. We are just playing match game. Who can put up the best combination of reaction time and dial-in to go home with the $200? $200. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Jake on the left side. Carly and Jake going in at almost exactly the same time. 9 thousandths the difference in reaction time. Carly is better this end of the racetrack with the 041. And on the 810 ends up 818 on the 810. Jake Hodges runs 782 on a 790, so Hodges under. Carly Ball over. Ball gets the win light. Super Pro Dragster. Super Pro Dragster. Let's get you headed to the staging lanes as well, please. Super Pro Dragster. Let's get you headed to the staging lanes, please. So 118 for Carly Ball. First 2 cars down the racetrack in Group number 3, leading the way right now. Collins, we're going to bring out Jacelyn Gonzaga. And over on the other side, Dylan Hegwood. So Dylan's dialed 795. Jacelyn's dialed in at basically in the basement at 790. That's as low as you can go. So what are we at, 118? Watch the scoreboards. No, not in this age group. 118 will not hold up. I would agree with the prediction machine in that aspect. See? How about 007 Dylan Hegwood, 20 on the tree for Jacelyn. Hegwood, 802 on a 795. I gotta admit, I thought they would be a little bit closer than that. Jacelyn was 20 on the tree, and they go 786 on the 795, or 790. I would concur. 84. 77 above the dial and 7. Dial the reaction time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Puts you at 84 total. So Dylan Hegwood takes it from 118 down to 180. What did we win it on? 84 in the 6 to 9-year-olds. 86 in the 10 to 12-year-olds, group 2, and right now we're at an 84 in the 13 to 17-year-olds. Huh. All the kids want to be like each other. So that is Mr. Collins, Jacob Collins, here on the left side of the racetrack. And opposite side looks like that might be Garrett Agnew. If I can tell by the paint scheme on the car, I think it is Garrett. Yeah, Garrett Agnew and Jacob Collins. 793 and a 792. All right, so 84 is the best of the bunch so far. Pre-stage bulbs lit over on the Agnew side of the racetrack. Pre-stage bulbs now lit on the Collins side of the racetrack. And how well can you play the game? Well, 118 over there for Garrett Agnew is going to really competition. 038 on the tree and then 790 on a 793. For Collins is going to be a little bit too quick. So we're still sitting at that 084? Thank you. See, Mike is here to serve as my brain as we are getting into the fuzzy point of the evening. I think we may have had a number in wrong. Anyway, we'll see. All right, so now it's Ty Gaynor and Torres and Gaynor. 790 the dial for Caitlin. 805 the dial for Gaynor in the electric car. 84 leading the way. Red light start for Torres. Gaynor's 34 on the tree. And 15 above down at the finish line. So we're going to end up with a 49? If I'm correct there. So 49 at total for Gaynor over on the right side. Going to get around Dylan Hegwood there. Thank you very much, Mr. LaBarber. It is the fuzzy part. And I mean, it's just because, you know, driving in late, getting up, all of that kind of stuff. But there's no place I'd rather be right now because we are having a ball. Luke Makovica or Makovica? I like Makovica because it's got kind of that, you know, old school feel to it. Yes, and Luke Makovica, 790, the dial on the right side of the racetrack. Like Czechoslovakian, Transylvania, something or other. For Luke Makovica, goes red at this end of the racetrack, runs 793 on a 790, and I believe that is going to do it. We'll go back and double check the run sheet. And I do like that. I was just provided a little bit of trivia that is going to be a ton of fun when we start giving away some prizes again. As a matter of fact, I think we might just do that right now. Well, I'll have to wait a minute, but we might in a minute. We'll do it in a minute. All right, so our Super Pro door cars are going to be rolling up here. So we are, again, going to go back, we'll double check everything. We've got, okay. Well, we got that handled. We got a little track prep going on here. And we've actually got a pretty cool little piece of trivia to talk about here in a little while. We're going to take just a quick little break. Oh my goodness. Kind of watching what's being said on the chat feed right now. People are talking about like old K2 skis and all of that kind of stuff. That's definitely a throwback to the 80s and 90s. Of course, they're still racing on them. I mean, I saw a whole bunch of K2 skis kind of being highlighted at the Olympics. You know, when everybody kind of holds up their skis to show what they're doing, but that's kind of interesting. All right, so we should have all of our Super Pro door cars. What is going to be round number 4. No. Chad, I'm just getting notified that apparently something has moved and the sound quality has gone back to no good. So we'll see what we got there. So again, Super Pro Dragsters, round number 4 should be back in the staging lane. Super Pro door cars are already back there. My Beams has escaped somehow the tower. Oh, no, he's actually over on the other side doing the, reconfirming everything. All right, so we'll do this. We are going to go ahead and do that little piece of trivia. We'll give away a few more hats before the day is done. And like previously, this isn't the trivia question, but like previously we talked about like, hey, there's one racer out there who has won, a championship at the junior level, a championship at the divisional level, a championship at the junior level, a championship at the national level, as well as a championship at the NHRA professional level. And we talk about that, and people are like, oh yeah, that's Langdon, because he won like up in Denver to get his Wally at the junior level, and then he won a world championship in Super Comp, and of course he also won a world championship in Top Fuel, but that type of thing. So we've got a racer here on property who, just as we kind of look back at this racetrack specifically, so at this racetrack specifically, there is a racer on property who has won a junior divisional here, has won an NHRA divisional here, and has also won at a Southwest Showdown, essentially at the West Coast bracket races. So this race, who's won a junior divisional at this racetrack, has won an NHRA divisional at this racetrack, and has also won in the Southwest Showdown at this racetrack. So I'm going to say, like, the first 3 people up here who can tell me who that driver is, we'll get you some of the giveaways from up there in the tower. Final call, Super Pro Door Car and Super Pro Dragster. Final call, Super Pro Door Car and Super Pro Dragster. We need you down there. So there is a racer who, again, has won at the junior divisional level at this track. Has won at the NHRA divisional level in the big cars at this track. First 3 people who can come up here and tell me who that racer is, we'll get you some goodies, some giveaways. Have we confirmed it?
We were right on all 3 accounts.
We were right on all 3?
Yep.
Then with that, mic drop, I'm going home. Okay, nope.
We should. It's breakfast.
All right. So it is now official. We looked at it. Mike helped me, mostly Mike. I'm not even going to claim it. Mostly Mike. So it is Caden Kasner, Parker Williams, and Ty Gaynor, who were best in their categories. And for each of you, we've got an envelope up here in the tower that's got some cash in it. like $200. So Caden Kasner, Parker Williams, and Ty Gaynor, go ahead and come on up here to the tower. We're going to get you your envelope with some cash in it. I think we've got our first contestant who believes that they know who is the racer that has won at the junior level, at the NHRA divisional level, as well as at the West Coast Bracket Series race level. Who is that racer? And we're not going to say it out loud because we're looking for the first three, but who do you think it is? We got our first winner. Go ahead and pick your favorite hat out of that bunch right over there. You can take that with you. So we got our first one that figured it out. We'll see who our next ones that can figure it out. All right, so we got one who figured it out. We'll see if the next two have got the right answer, and they can get their pick of the hats out here. Is George LeBlanc, who was the final door car down in round number 3, is the first car down in round number 4, and unfortunately it's not going to work out for him. Al Stevens, 40 on the tree, goes 625 on a 627, and will get the win light. George LeBlanc was 15 green, had the better bulb, but gets there too quick, takes 40th out at the stripe, and goes 582 on the 586. That'll now bring up Dan Lafferty and Dustin Wirtz, the Idahoans. Yeah, as Mike Eames pointed out, it'd be another Saturday night at Firebird Raceway. Crazy. So with Dustin dialed at 525, Dan dialed at 472. We'll do one more final call for the racers. So this will be the final racers. How about 489 on a 472, but it didn't matter because Lafferty was red by 22 thousandths of a second. Dustin Wirtz, 15 green, and goes 523 on a 525 with the win light already on. So we go from a Saturday night showdown at Firebird Raceway up there in Idaho to a all Chevy shootout between Race Kidd and Shane Thompson. Thompson with a 495, Race Kidd with a 606. Thompson's closing in fast, but it's going to be Race Kidd who holds on for the win light. Kidd was 12 on the tree and goes 608 on a 606. Shane Thompson, 22 green, and then goes 494 on the 495. Take 19th out of the stripe to break out 9 thousandths of a second. Hey, pro bracket, round number 4. Round number 4. Need you to go ahead and make your way into the staging lanes, please. Pro round number 4, we're looking for you to make your way into the staging lanes, please. Some fun with this. Dan McClellan getting the win light, 27 green over Ryan Harum, 533.0 on a 533 for McClellan. Ryan Harum on the 564 ends up breaking out at the big end, and the first person that came up here with the guess on who is the racer that's running the junior division at the West Coast bracket race level got it right. The next two came up here and were close, but didn't quite have it. Dan Bain getting the win light there, 541. On the 538 was 19 green. Gary Roost was 009 on the tree. Taking 45 thou at the stripe and goes 599. 5 on the 600 dial. Here's Jeremy Jacobs and Justin Lamb. Justin over on the right side. In his Rad Tour Camaro, 461 is the dial. And Jeremy Jacobs, 581 in the 62 Savoy out of Whitman, Arizona. So a 581 to a 461. Head start going to go to the Savoy. Once again, Super Pro Dragster, you've been called into the staging lanes for round number 4. Pro round number 4. You have been called into the staging lanes as well, please. Pro round number 4. Come on down. 6. Make that 8 thou, separate them in reaction time. See, Matt, I'm not, 7 total for Justin Lamb. 461 on a 461 after his 005 on the tree. And then you got Jeremy Jacobs, who was 13 green, dead 1. So a 14 pack, no good. And oh my goodness. Last round we had Peter Biondo and Peeps Pennington. This round, our transition pair, as we move from the door cars to the dragsters, Luke Bogacki in his topless Corvette and Peter Biondo behind the wheel of Marco Peravalaris' machine. Oh my goodness. Pause for one moment here. Luke dialed in at 483. Peter Biondo dialed in at 455. The Terminator versus Cool Hand. In round number 4 of Super Pro, gives the win light to Luke. Luke Bogacki, 002 on the tree, and goes 480 on a 483. Peter Biondo, 003 red, and 456 on a 455. So Marco Peravalaris and Philip Pennington. And you know what, for this pair, I'm going to bring in a guest announcer real quick. Just one round, guest announcer, one pair. Caden Kasner, you just won $200 in the run for the money. Racing is definitely in your blood. Tell me a little bit about this pair.
Well, Philip Pennington is dialing a 492, and Marco Fornosto is dialing a 454. Let's see who wins it.
Nice job. You're a regular at this. You're a regular at driving the race cars. You're a regular at picking up the microphone. That's crazy, man. Here we go.
Alright, so Marco goes at 12, and Marco wins it. It was 1 off the dialing, and 1 off the dialing for the one other guy, but he was better. Marco was better on the tree, so he won.
You're a natural, man. Thank you.
We can go home.
Thank you, Caden. Appreciate all the help, dude. It is Peravalaris, 12 on the tree, and 455 on a 454. Pennington, 25 on the tree, and 493 on a 492. So 25, 1 above for Pennington, 12 and 1 above for Peravalaris, as we got Josh Herman and Carson Campbell. Campbell over here on the right side, 492. The dial for the Mullis-built car out of Olympia, Washington. Josh Herman out of Pueblo, Colorado. Dialed in at 458. And a 459 on a 458 is going to work for Herman. Herman was 11 on the tree. That was 24 thou better than Carson Campbell. Campbell had the 492 on a 492, was dead on 6, but ends up 20 thou behind at the finish line. And that is that. Josh Herman continues to roll through the field as Cooper Chun and Michael Pennington are going to be our next pair of cars. So again, pro bracket, you should be back in the staging lanes. Pro bracket, you should be back in the staging lanes. Cooper with a 536 on the right side. Pennington with a 469. I'll finish up this last pair, and then Mike Eames going to slide back in, take over for a couple of minutes as we continue to make our way through the day. Again, still looking for 2 more that have the right answer. Of one more? Oh, we got one other one. Okay, so we're looking for one more that's got the right answer. What racer has won at the junior divisional level, at the NHRA big car divisional level, as well as the West Coast bracket race level at this racetrack? Who is that racer? We'll see. Chun was 21 on the tree. Pennington had given up 0.04 of a second, and Pennington ends up getting the win light as Cooper Chun takes too much at the finish line. Takes 5 hun, breaks out 1 hun. That is it. Pennington gets a gimme, and we'll roll into round number 5. And speaking of rolling, I'm going to roll off to the side here, and Mike Eames is going to roll into the hot seat.
It's like Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Just roll bones on over here and we'll let your daughter out of school. Bobby Dye Jr. Do you realize if we played by the rules right now, we'd be in gym? Whatever miles we put on, we'll take off. We'll drive home backwards. Bobby Dye for Team Specialty Fasteners out of Ontario, 476. Perfect on the starting line. And that racer is going to light up the win light as well on a double breakout. Alexis, 3 zeros. They're on the scoreboard, 462.5, under by 5 thou. To get the win, Bobby Dye Jr. under by 14 thou as Alexis Thompson will move into round number 5. It's Chance Parker and Matthew Larson. Larson and the winged Dragster Mullis prepared machine out of Yuma for Larson Farms, 480. The dial in for Matthew, and Chance Parker, the young man out of Roy, Utah, 490 is the dial. There for Chance. He's going to leave first. And he's going to leave 2. Matthew Larson with a free look of 480. He goes 475. There's Matthew Larson was 15 green and good. After Chance was red by 12. Was also Tuquay going 486. Dave Mazier and Patrick Marbach. Dave from Mazier Enterprises out of Escondido. 476 is the number. Patrick Marbach and little shorty red dragster out of Bismarck, North Dakota. Alright, so a small bit of confusion, but everything is kosher. Dave Mazier, 476 is the number. Patrick Marbach, 502. As the short little dragster will leave first. Thanks to all of our pro competitors that are up in the lanes. So we're going to get hot and heavy here in the next little bit. We're going to be turning and burning. Dave, Patrick, in the little short dragster, 20 green and 1 above to get the win. Dave Mazier was 13 green, down to 476 and goes 483. He's missed it by a little. As Patrick Marbach will get the win as Ryan Harem and Mike Quinteri. Mike out of Anchorage, Alaska. 490 is the number. There for Michael and Ryan Harem for Team Mobile 1, Team FTI at Huntington Beach. 465 the dial there for Harem. To get the win. Quinteri breaks out by 25 thou, taking 47 down there at the finish line. As Chris Rhea in the chat bleachers. I think Chris Rhea might be the only one in the chat bleachers that picked up a win at last week's Good Vibrations Motorsports March meet. Had the pleasure of talking about Chris on the microphone all weekend. For Team 7 Up, as we bring up Shane Thompson and Carl Canavo. Shane at Henderson, Nevada. 482 the dial in for the Grand Poobah over there at Silver State Refrigeration. And Carl Canavo, the pizza man out of Las Vegas, Nevada. This is Shane Thompson in a dominating position, goes 485 to get the win. Shane was 36 on the green light start. And Carl Canavo was 102 at the rip and had to go 0.04 of a second under the dial to get there first by 110 thou, but Shane Thompson is 3 above and is good. It's Philip Pennington and Logan Orr. Logan for Kidd Performance and Dyno. In Race Kids Hot Rod, Logan done blew his up on Wednesday. Early Thursday. Logan alongside Philip Pennington. Pennington 492 for Team Pennington out of Texas. Philip will be leaving first in that blue white dragster. On the starting line, Pennington is going to get the win on a double breakout. 490 with a 6 on the 492. Logan Orr's under by 0.04 of a second, was 37 green. Pennington was 1-3 on the green light start. Was ahead by a couple of hun and was on the right side of a double breakout win there for Philip Pennington. Mr. Devin Peck, we're doing all those on site. My good man, the answers to Nathan Hershey's very difficult trivia question. Dustin Henches and Blake Williams as we're heads up 487. Right there with you, Chris, right there with you. They're in the chat bleachers. I think between me and Mike English, I think we got 967 messages about every hour about that specific question. So Dustin left side, Blake right side. Dustin for Team Left Coast. Blake Williams, who finished top 10 in Division 7. In Super Comp Eliminator, speaking of guys who finished in the top 10 in Super Comp, we got a guy that finished top 10 in the world in the pair behind. So we'll try to naked eye the reaction turn. Was looking at, but it wasn't the tree. Or he had some numbers in the box wrong. Blake Williams, 12 green and 6 above is good. Dustin Henches was 156 on the reaction time. And when I say that that never happens, I've never seen Dustin Henches do that on the starting line. So there was some definite shenanigans and tomfoolery there for Dustin. Blake Williams. Background for round number 5 is Cassie Pennington and Val Sr. Mr. Torres out of Valinda for Val Torres Racing. Val Torres Construction, 472 the number. For Val, will finish number 7 in the world. Alongside Cassie Pennington, that Pennington juggernaut. Out of Texas, 469. Like a whole gaggle of Pennington race cars here this week. And Cassie Pennington, a pretty easy one, 17 green, one above, as Val Sr. was completely froze out because Val was 65 on the green light start. Down to 472 and goes 474. So Cassie will move forward is Mark Lalonde and Val Torres Jr. Val, who won the 50 grander at this event last year, the Kidd Performance and Dyno $50,000 shootout. Val out of Chino. 473, the prediction for Val, and Mark Lalonde out of Cottonwood, Arizona, that yellow Yancer machine, 507. The dial for Mark Lalonde. Val Jr., 17 green, and was holding a few down there, 4701 on the 473. There for Val Jr. as we continue to work through Super Pro round 4. As Preston Pennington with a competition single. Talked about this earlier today. The only, and I mean the only disappointing thing about all the Penningtons being here is Peeps Roadster is literally in all of the drag racing cars in all of the world. Is, if I had a gun to my head, I would say that is my favorite race car on the planet, is Peeps Roadster. And they didn't bring it, much to my dismay. I'm super glad that all the Penningtons are here, because they're really good racers. They have great stuff, but I miss Peeps Roadster hardcore. I'm a Roadster guy, what can I say? He's going to get a friendly 467 on the starting line. And 466.4 on the racetrack. Going 2 pair at 146.97 on the speed. I hope Lane Savar knows the answer. Lane Savar, how come you're not? Okay, I know it's a long way from Washington, but you better be in Vegas. Lane Savar, that is. Jerry Devenpeck better be in Vegas too. And no, I am not going to be the new spokesperson for the MyPillow. I mean, I know why. Mr. Mo. But the answer is no. We're going round number 4 in Pro Eliminator, right? Is that where we're living? All right, Super Pro Door Car, Super Pro Door Car. Round number 5 is getting the lanes, please. Super Pro Door Car. Oh, Super Pro Door Car. Wait, hold on.
Because we switched, remember. So Super.
All right, Pro Eliminator round 4. Are we good? But let's confirm. So it's all Super Pro, door cars and dragsters to the staging lanes. As we talked about it before, we're going to be fast and furious. Burn them and churn them. So Super Pro door car, Super Pro dragster, a quick turnaround. Let's get rocking and rolling. Super Pro door car, Super Pro dragster. I know it's a quick turnaround, but we need you. There's Jonathan Fiello, Team K&N. Tony Marconi. It's unusual. Jonathan's been in the right lane pretty much the entire day. Tony Marconi kind of likes that right side of the racetrack, the American walk-in cooler side, the Plymouth Arrow Roadster. The 585 in the Chevelle 67 model, and Tony Marconi 586.6 on the 585 with a guy who has had a lot of success here at the Southwest Showdown. Jonathan Fiello run comes to an end in round number 4 in Pro Eliminator, 23 green, 2 above. That's Tony Marconi. Gets to keep on keeping on. Kyle Rizzoli and David Beckwith. Beckwith out of Rancho Cucamonga in that red Malibu. Kyle Rizzoli, black on white Camaro, 633 for Kyle. To get the win. Kyle Rizzoli was 37th out down there on the starting line. Dialed 633 and ran 634.3 over down yonder and was 2 hun behind at the finish line as David Beckwith bounces Mr. Rizzoli. Kyle could now go back in the pit area and celebrate the Dodgers signing Clayton Kershaw for 1 year. So Michael Agnew, Daniel Fiello, 607 the dial in for the 69 Chevelle of Michael Agnew, the red machine over on that left side. Daniel Fiello out of Yucaipa, the blue 82 Camaro, 621 the dial. Michael Agnew takes out Daniel Fiello as both Fiellos are out in round number 4. Agnew 608 on the 607 was 10 green and had Daniel Fiello fully locked out as he was 24 total was Michael Agnew, and Daniel Fiello was 62 green and just in the way. It's Kyle Fritz and Luis Valenzuela. Once again, Super Pro. Both sides, door car and dragster, need you in the lanes, please. And while we're at it, we need our 4 remaining competitors from last night to make their way up into the staging lanes, pretty please. Eric Daniels, Ken Suio, Peter Biondo, and J.R. Learcamp, as we need to wrap up last night's Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation event. Once again, Eric Daniels, Ken Suio, Peter Biondo, J.R. Learcamps get headed up this way as all 4 of you have been eliminated from competition today. So we can get that baby wrapped up from yesterday's Kyle Fritz. First, here comes Luis Valenzuela and Kyle Fritz, 25 on the combined. 18 on the green light start, dead on 7. Luis Valenzuela was 21 green and over by 4. It was Kyle Fritz. Had a pretty good couple of days. He went deep yesterday. And another good run today. Down into round number 5 is Tim O'Moore and Victor Sandoval. Victor out of Tucson, the 84 Camaro over in the right lane, 558 is the dial. Tim O'Moore, also from Tucson, in his 88 Camaro, 610 the dial for Tim, who had a pretty good weekend up at the Strip of Las Vegas Motor Speedway during the Thanksgiving event. And Lane Savar, I'm really disappointed that you confused me with Nathan Hershey. Nathan is substantial, and I am average at best. Victor Sandoval trying to come up alongside, and no, double breakout win. Gonna go Tim O'Moore's way. Tim under 3 thou. Victor Sandoval under by 11 thousandths of a second, and Tim O'More gets to race some more in round number 5. As Scott Taylor, out of Columbia Falls, Montana, gets to take on Scott Taylor from Columbia Falls, Montana. So we get down to 16 cars or less, we're on a ladder. Scott Taylor carried 2 entries, and just how the ladder shook out, Scott Taylor had to race himself. The same car at the same time against each other, so one entry gets to carry forward, and he gets the solo, 45 green and 674 for Scott Taylor to take one entry through. Kind of a bummer, like you double enter to the same car and we get to the ladder round, you got to race yourself, but it does happen. There's Jeff Jones and Tim Arnswald. Again, Super Pro Eliminator. Both door cars and dragsters need you back up, please. Door cars and dragsters need you back up, as we're at that time of the day where we are going to rock and roll, rock and roll. I do need my 4 competitors left from last night. Back up into the lanes. Eric Daniels, Ken Suio, Peter Biondo, and Jeff Jones. Grotesque, putrid, heinous, ugly red light in round number 4 by 36 thou. Tim Arnswald with a free look at the racetrack, 768, with 76 trombones leading the big parade on the starting line. I'll tell you, if you're going to be 76 on the starting line, like deep in eliminations, you got to get a little bit of luck. And he got it with Jeff Jones going red by 36 thou, and that's going to wrap up, I believe, round number 4 in Pro Eliminator. We should have wrapped. So Super Pro, round number 5, and we do need our 4 competitors to wrap up last night's competition. Eric Daniels, Ken Suio, Peter Biondo, and J.R. Learcamp. I know you guys are making your way up there. So we do have to wrap up our Silver State Refrigeration $10,000 Racer Appreciation event. We got down to, well, basically 4 cars last night, and Mother Nature decided that she had had enough. Decided she wanted to spittle all over Tucson Dragway, which really is not that kind. So we halted the festivities last night. We'll wrap up that 10 grander today, in addition to the winner of that Silver State Refrigeration $10,000 Racer Appreciation event. The winner gets a free entry into tomorrow night's Kidd Performance and Dyno 50 GUR event. And like nobody ever wins the Racer Appreciation event and then parlays that victory into Saturday and wins the 50 grander. That never happens. Oh, wait a minute, except for last year when Val Torres Jr. did it. So you're saying there's a chance. Nathan, I don't know if you knew this or not, but you can't triple stamp a double stamp. So Ken Suio, you are, I believe, the only one that's missing. I think, but don't quote me. no mo, you cannot double stamp a triple stamp. You cannot. So when Pro comes back around for round number 5, Mr. Beckwith will take on the Dodge truck of Mr. Reed, Cal Fritz, and Scott Taylor. Michael Agnew and Tim Arnswald, and Tony Marconi and Tim O'More will be your matchups at 8 cars. Beckwith in the Malibu, Reed in the Dodge pickup truck, Kyle Fritz for Team Torco, Scotty Taylor from Montana, Michael Agnew, Tim Arnswald, and the Chevelle and Camaro matchup, and Tony Marconi and Tim O'More will be our matchup at 8 cars. It's 4 fantastic matchups as we're down to 8 cars left in Pro. So Lucas Oil Products Friday, as we are whittling our field in half every time we complete a round. Whittling, when we come back for round number 5, we'll have 8 cars in Pro Eliminator. And I believe I overheard the race operations side at Tucson Dragway. Did I say 22 car total left in Super Pro? Nathan Hershey's like somewhere out there. So we're working on crowning a winner, $10,000. Cool whip. Whip. Say cool. Cool. Say whip. Whip. Say cool whip. Cool whip. So here on Lucas Oil Friday, $10,000 to win in Super Pro, $5,000 to win over on the Pro side. Pro side's down to 8 cars. We got the big checks. We got the trophy courtesy of Travis Theobald and Theobald Motorsports sitting up here. We've been admiring them all day. That Travis Theobald guy, he's kind of a big deal. Makes some pretty cool stuff. Nathan Hershey just dropped the I mean, he's no Parker. I 1,000% kid. That's a good point. I mean, Tanner is our favorite. Who we can, Lindsay's the favorite by far. That's a good point. Knox is probably the favorite of everybody. Knox is a rock star. So I hear rumbling, I hear grumbling. And now I hear nothing. Stephanie Mott in the chat bleachers. Stephanie Mott?
Marathon runners.
Yeah. Every time I drive 13.1 miles, I think of Stephanie running 13.1 miles.
I realize how much quicker and less time
Yes.
you out there and expend way less.
So much quicker, so much less wear and tear to drive those 13.1. All right, here we go. Super Pro. Hey, how about this first pair? Super Pro door car. We're going to start with Race Kid and Mr. Justin Lamb. Race for Kidd Performance and Dyno. 67 Chevy 2, the LS Power 605. Alongside the Rad Torque Systems Camaro Roadster of Justin Lamb. 459 the dial for Justin. Pro Eliminator lanes 3 and 4. My 8 cars left in Pro. Put fuel in them, charge the battery, get back up here. So Justin out of Henderson, Nevada, in his new Camaro Roadster. Just a cool hot rod. I love watching both cars back in or bump in because they both got brake lights. You can see here comes Mr. Lamb, and Justin Lamb pushes Race Kid to break out. Justin 459.6, dead on 6, and 17 green is 23 total. Race was 16 green, put 605 on the car, goes 6021, breaks out by 3 on. As Justin Lamb will make it down to the ladder round as Daniel McClelland and Al Stevens. Peabody for Team Tuna Tank in the Roadster out of Orange, 533. I'm sure Shirley's watching the live feed. Daniel's lovely wife, and Al Stevens out of Pueblo, Colorado in the 62 Imp. Love that car. 625 for Al. McClelland is in second. Tree, and we're away in a red light start for Al Stevens. It's 007, and a free data acquisition run that results in a 532 at 130 miles an hour for Daniel McClelland to get down into the ladder round. As Dan Bain and your Super Gas World Champion Luke Bogacki. Pro Eliminator. Pro, need you in the lanes, please. Pro Eliminator, need you rocking and rolling. So Cool Hand, 481 on the dial for Team Mosier, 2019 Corvette. And Dan Bain, who was the runner-up at the second divisional for Wild Horse Pass on Sunday in Super Street Eliminator, takes it into round number 5 here today. Run around in New Mexico. Spot as Luke is 11 on the starting line and dead on 1 to be 12 total. And Dan Bain is 24th foul on the green light start and did nothing but waste a bunch of race fuel because he had no chance. Michael Pennington and Dustin Wirtz. It's a pretty good one here. Michael out of Laverna, Texas, 469 for Team Pennington. Dustin Wirtz, Napa, Idaho, 63 Corvette Roadster for Dusty Buckets, 523. The predicted performance for Wirtz, so a full bulb and an iota of a second bulb will be the head start for Dustin Wirtz. Pre-staged. In, Wirtz flickering that second bulb a little bit before it fully illuminated. Pennington's 20 green and 470 to get the win. You saw Dustin, he pre-staged, staged that bottom bulb flicker before it fully illuminated. And I'm sure that was a little concern for Dustin. He was a little bit late ripping the finger off the button to be 74 green. And Michael Pennington come back for round number 6 is Ryan Harum and Patrick Marbach. Mr. Harum for Team Mobile 1 and our friends at FTI. Home base is Huntington Beach, California for high gear. 466 is the dial. Patrick Marbach and little red shorty out of Bismarck, North Dakota. 503 is the number for Patrick. On the starting line and better down there at the finish line. 19 and one above to be 8 thou in front at the stripe for Mr. Harem. Patrick Marbach's 29 green, one above, and a wee bit shy there at the finish line to be a 5th round runner-up. It's just better saying, hey, I got beat in the 5th round. No, it's 5th round runner-up. It's not what happened, it's how you say it. It's Philip Pennington in the blue, let's see, the blue, and white dragster. Is that about right? 4 blues? 492 the dial. And Blake Williams. Blake Williams out of Chandler. Top 10 finisher in Super Comp at Division 7 last year. I need Marconi, Fitz, and Reed. My 3 pro cars that I'm missing. Need you up in the staging lanes like right about now, Funk Soul Brother. Left side, Blake Williams. Right side, Philip Pennington. On a double breakout is going to get the win. Pennington breaks out 4 thou. Blake Williams was 16 green. Got to the finish line first by 0.02 of a second. Broke it out 8 thou. Pennington was 14 green, under by 4 thou, and on a tight one. Toit like a tiger. Philip Pennington. We'll be back for round number 6. It's Marco Pervaleris and Val Torres Jr., which is pretty sporty right here on the starting line. Marco out of Petaluma with Nick, Layla, and Peter Biondo. Back behind watching Marco. And Val Jr., the TNT Supercar out of Chino, who had a really, really good 2021 K&N Southwest Showdown. Looking to march towards another big check of this event. Is in a good place and going to get the win on double breakout. 454.2, under by 8 thou. To take the win is Marco Val Jr., under by 15 thou, and another double breakout. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Marco Pervaleris makes it down to the ladder round. It's Cassie Pennington and Matthew Larson. Cassie, see, 2 Penningtons are already pushed forward to the ladder round. We're trying to get 3 Penningtons on the ladder here. Cassie, 469 is the dial. Matthew Larson for Team Larson Farms out of Yuma, Arizona, the Mullis Prepared Machine. Toby Giese and those guys up at Mullis, man, they're putting out some cool stuff. 475, Larson going to be leaving first. Will take the win. 16 green, 1 above for Matthew Larson. Cassie picked a horrible time to be 61 on the green light start. Rips it on down there to be dead on 5. But Matthew Larson had Cassie completely froze out. 16 green, 1 above to be 27 total. And Cassie had no chance. It's Josh Herman and Shane Thompson. Herman out of Pueblo, Colorado, and his Mullis Prepared Machine for Herman Racing. 457 will be doing the chasing of Shane Thompson for Team Silver State Refrigeration out of Henderson. 482 the dial for Shane. And I really like the work that the Flying Airbrush Jerron Settles did on Shane's dragster. The red, the yellow, sharp. Not good on the tree. 44 on the starting line, left first by a couple of hun. Josh Herman going to get the win. And Shane Thompson down to 482 and was well off the pace, going 495. as I'm befuddled by that last pair. But Josh Herman, all that matters, get the win light. Preston Pennington, Mr. Peeps, and Alexis Thompson. Peeps out of Three Rivers, Texas. So 2 Penningtons have already advanced down into the ladder round. Cassie was just defeated. So we're trying to get a 3rd Pennington. Alexis Thompson is like, I'm right here. Alexis out of Henderson, Nevada for Team Silver State. Back a couple of rounds, took out Sister Morgan to proceed in tonight's festivities. Alexis, last to stage. Tree, and away. Alexis is late. Peeps is in a big, dominating position. 004 for Peeps, 3 above. Going 469 on the 466. Alexis was 42 on the starting line. Dialed 462 and goes 463, but Peeps was in full control and takes out Alexis Thompson. They're in Super Pro round number 5, and I believe final pair was right there in Super Pro round number 5, and I believe we are going into the semifinal round of last night's Silver State Refrigeration $10,000 Racer Appreciation Event. Those of you that did not hear or were not aware, we got down to this point yesterday. It started to rain, so we had to pull the plug. We said when the opportunity arises, we'll finish this event if by chance everybody was eliminated, and or if somebody had a late run, we would do it at the end. Well, everybody ended up being eliminated, so we get this opportunity as Eric Daniels and Ken Suio, as the opportunity has arisen. So Eric Daniels, representing the pro guys off the bottom, the 76 Chevrolet Vega out of Chandler, Arizona, 701 the dial. Ken Suio, the 72 Mercury Capri out of Oregon City. This is to go into the final round of the $10,000 to win Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Event. The winner of that race also gets a free entry into the $50,000 Kidd Performance and Dyno race that will end the show tomorrow. Tree down for Daniels. Red light star for Ken Suio. As Eric Daniels off the bottom is 004 to get the win. Goes 698 after Ken Suio was read by 9 thou. Runs it on out and goes 583. So Eric Daniels, at worst, gets a free weekend entry because Atwood is slotted for the runner-up of the event. And looking to join Eric Daniels in the final round will be Peter Biondo or J.R. Learcamp. Mr. Biondo out of New York, driving one of the Paravaleris Dragsters. Peter for Biondo Racing Products, little spring fling bracket races. J.R. Learcamp out of Olympia, Washington, in his Dragster. 474 is the dial. I mean, right now, out in the East Coast, I don't think Emily's awake. She might be. Double breakout win goes Peter Biondo's way. Biondo was 004. Eric Daniels was 004. Biondo was under by a hun. J.R. Learcamp under by 16 thou, and Peter Biondo by 6 thou. Is going to be in the final for the 10 grander. So Peter Biondo, Eric Daniels will make up your final in the Silver State Refrigeration $10,000 to win racer appreciation event is Mike Reed and David Beckwith. As we're down to 8 cars in Pro Eliminator, $5,000 to win on Lucas Oil Products Friday. Mike Reed in the Dodge pickup truck, 675 the prediction. David Beckwith, 743 as we continue to rock and roll as our Super Pro competitors. You guys will be on the ladder. To fill and charge and head this way promptly. David Beckwith will get the win, 19 green and 1 above. 744 on the 743 for Beckwith. Mike Reed was 98 green and was the bug. David Beckwith was the windshield. As Beckwith runs it on down to the semifinals here on Friday in Pro Eliminators. Michael Agnew and Tim Arnswald. Battle of Chevrolet products. Agnew, the 69 Chevelle out of Oak Hills, California. 607 is the dial. Green, dead on 5. 31 plus 5 is 36 on the total, and Tim Arnswald was 51 on the starting line and was just a big waste of space. Michael Agnew walks out Tim Arnswald to get down to 4 cars in Pro Eliminators. Kyle Fritz and Scott Taylor. Fritz out of Mesa for Team Torco and the Firebird. 6. And I'm scared to say the last number on the dial, but it's evil. Scott Taylor, 674 the dial out of Columbia Falls, Montana, the 65 Chevelle. 674 will be leaving first. There, Mr. Taylor. Another double breakout win. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hint, hint. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. Scott Taylor under by 8 thou. Kyle Fritz under by 18 thou. Scott Taylor will take it down to 4 cars on another double breakout. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Double breakout. So Tim O'More and Tony Marconi will be our final pair in category. All right, Super Pro. All the remaining Super Pro competitors, get headed this way, please. Call the burnout is made. With Tim O'More and Tony Marconi. They're in that makeshift chat room. Hey, Beyond, it is not that way. When we get down to the ladder in Super Pro, it is all merged together. So the door cars and the dragsters get merged at the ladder round. So it's not necessarily a door car versus dragster final. They all get merged. Once again, my Super Pro competitors, we'll talk about that ladder here in a minute. Super Pros get fueled and charged and headed back around. Tim O'More and Tony Marconi looking to join the final 4. Here on Lucas Oil Friday, Tony, Surprise, Arizona, the Plymouth Arrow Roadster will be doing the chasing. Tim O'More, last to stage in his Camaro. Tony right side, Tim O'More left side. Tim O'More gets to race some more in round number 6. 33 green. Tony Marconi was 32 on the green light start. Tim O'More got down there and said he was going to run 609 and go 609 and sticks the landing with an 8 was the score from the Czechoslovakian judge. Tony Marconi said he was going to run 584, goes 585 and was 3 thou behind at the finish line. Henry Roberson, that is correct. $5,000 to win in Super Pro, it is separate. $10,000 to win in $5,000 to win in Pro Eliminator, 10 grand in Super Pro, and yes, they are 2 separate classes. So speaking of Super Pro, the ladder is, I believe, Philip Pennington and Josh Herman, Luke and Michael Pennington, Peeps and Ryan Harem, Daniel McClelland and Marco Pervaleris, and Mr. Larson and Mr. Lamb are the matchups. So Pennington Herman, Luke and Michael Pennington, Peeps and Ryan Harem, Daniel McClelland and Marco Pervaleris, and Matty Larson and Justin Lamb are the matchups with 10 remaining in Super Pro. And we do need those 10 up in the lanes. Pretty please. We implore you. We encourage. We beg. Oh, we're not at the beg stage yet. We are at the beg stage. Nathan Hershey says we are at the beg stage. Let's see. No, we have not. We have best losing package prizes to give away. We're still looking for Mark Campbell. We're still looking for Larry Richardson. We are still looking for Ricky Duschel. We're still looking for Howard DeVore and Jeff Ford.
Hello, hello. It is cold. I don't know, it's got to be in the 40s. And it is chilly up here for sure. So I am wearing 2 hoodies and gloves and sweatpants because I'm cold. So we've got the rotator going by, that's why it's loud. As we get ready to go into our Super Pro round number 6 here on Lucas Friday. Another big thanks to Silver State Refrigeration, who has been our live broadcast sponsor all weekend along with Holley. Want to thank the staff here at Tucson Dragway, of course, Nate and Mike. It's always awesome to listen to those 2 idiots. And I say that with all the love in my heart because they are truly just great people, and I love being around them. Very good dudes for sure. And we've got a bunch of great racing left, obviously, as we've got a couple more rounds to go, but they should go pretty quick. And then tomorrow, start it all over again, and we go and run this kind of a race tomorrow, starting earlier tomorrow. We will be live at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, 9 or 9:30. And then we're going to run all day, and when this is done, then we will start a 50K shootout, which is a limited entry deal, and it's pretty cool. It's going to be a good deal as well. So looking forward to that. Rapid transit, thinking that you're getting robbed. Then you must think you're getting robbed every time you go to the store. But I am staying warm, or trying to, because it is chilly. Thanks to Chris Forsyth and his family and the entire West Coast Bracket Races crew. It's great to be a part of this team. They're such good people. They're very fun to hang out with. So Definitely appreciate that. Also want to say thank you to Barn and RTC for doing a great job as moderators, especially today. We got attacked by a bot. Just so you know, tomorrow in the chat, we are going to change the chat settings because these bots are becoming a bigger and bigger problem for all of us, for us, Motor Mania TV, everybody. And so we are we're going to change it to where you have to be a subscriber in order to chat. I don't care if you click subscribe and then you chat all day and then you click unsubscribe. It doesn't matter to me. But that's what we're going to do because we think that that will stop the bots from being able to get in. So we'll see. Yes, Robertson Racing. The mask is not a fashion statement. When it's cold, it does help. I laugh at that. Everybody bitches about wearing masks, but when it's the winter, every idiot out there is wearing a mask if you're anywhere in the cold anyway, so whatever. The juniors for sure beyond the badge really do love the juniors and love that they got to do their dash for the cash tonight as well. It's going to be cool. There's a bunch of neat stuff that's going on here at this event. Just great family fun. There's bonfires and partying going on as well. It's just a great crew. It's a really neat organization and a really cool deal as far as the number of people that are here and they're from all over the western states, which is pretty cool. How do we verify what? 88 Pro Street. Thank you, Mopar Man. Yes, Rapid Transit, they do keep you warm. Yeah, Dragster Jeff Kreider. Dude, I said earlier, I was like, I don't understand how the Russians can afford to spend time hacking into our chat. Don't they have more important things to try and do? They must have got bored. They're tired of the Ukrainians, I guess. Oh, 88 Pro Street S10 is asking, how do we verify drivers? Okay, I'm confused, dude. No, 88 Pro Street subscribers. You need to subscribe to the channel. I don't know what you're talking about with driver. Mad Calmark, hey dude, how are you? I appreciate all you guys tuning in. Reading the chat here while we go. This type of night is tough because we're all tired, been out here all day, ready to go. And it gets to be so, such a long day, but you can only get cars up here so quick. And I'm always like the most pushy about that. I hate it when guys have cars that can't get up here in a hurry. Because that's not what I do. We build stuff that'll just go. But everybody has got to get out and do what they want to do and get their cars ready the way they, get them ready. Obviously, it's a big deal. So, Jesse Adams in the house, dude. Just hit me up. Let me know. Jesse Adams, the Trippin' Adams Race Club. They're taking over Reading Drag Strip. It is now Reading Motorsports Park. They're doing a concrete pour there, changing the track to concrete, all kinds of stuff. So it's pretty cool. Luther Bordenero, Bang Shifter Motor Mania. I don't understand what the statement means. We love Motor Mania. They're good friends of ours. We do a lot of work with them. Oh, I know who you are, 88 Pro Street. Otis B. Driftwood. My dog's name is Otis. He's my favorite person.
Good pro. Then when we get to our final $10,000 race appreciation,
I haven't been to Reading in a million years.
that's what we'll put that first in down there.
Well, let's see
Oh,
here.
I've seen that before, but it's really fast.
I don't see any cars yet at the front of the lane. Yes, Luther, this is Bangship. Hello, Stephanie Mott. Awesome. Thanks, Luther. We appreciate it. So, hello, Tracy Hawker. So, one of the really cool things that's going on. Hey, dude. One of the really cool things that's going on this weekend, and the guys haven't mentioned it yet. I was telling them about it earlier, but Peter Biondo was not really planning on driving a dragster here. He was planning on just getting in a rental car and driving it, maybe. But so when he left his house, he grabbed the only fire suit that was there. And so Peter Biondo this weekend is actually wearing his late father's fire suit, which is just super cool to have the old man riding with him. I love that. So it's just super cool. It just makes me happy. I love the Biondo family, and Pete is just such a good dude, and he's so much fun to be around, and he is killing it out here today. Today was a little tougher on him, but he's still in. He's going to the final for the 10K from last night, so that's cool. The Bass Knuckler. Yes, we are covering the Spring Fling in Vegas. We've made this announcement a bunch of times on other broadcasts, and here yesterday and today. We will be doing the Spring Fling Million. We are also going to have Drag Racer TV, Warren Evans, on the property with us. And so we are collaborating for this one, and we are going to put together a hell of a broadcast. Right now, we're trying to decide how many cameras we're going to have. But it's going to be a cool combination. You're also going to hear me announcing some at that event, because I won't be all by myself, which is going to be cool. We have all kinds of cool stuff coming from the Fling, including people today hitting me up and asking me if I wanted to drive their car at the Fling. And so, yeah, it's nuts. It's cool. So if you have awesome things that you want to see us do at the Fling, let us know with the coverage, because this year is going to be our best combo of crew and everything we've ever had. It's going to be awesome. Very cool, Brad Baker. Very cool, Jerry McCracken. John Victorino. Love it. Yes, it's going to be awesome. Warren and I worked together on Sick Week several weeks ago, and we've known each other for years now. And Warren and I have, me and Mark Walter helped Warren get started when he very first decided he wanted to do this. We told him it was a very bad idea and you would never get rich doing it, but he wanted to. And he's such a great guy, and it's really fun, and I do really like working with him. We get along really well, and we've had a great time this year already working together, and look for more stuff to come from that. It's cool. I was really I was really happy when Peter approached me and said, "Hey, I'm thinking about asking Warren if he wanted, would want to help with your deal and you help with his, basically. And what do you think?" And I said, "I'm all over it. If it's good for the event, then it's good for all of us." And so it's pretty cool. So I am hearing that they are ready.
We'll take it down one more time.
Oh, they're going to make the tractor go one more time down the racetrack.
Stay here.
Just to keep the heat in it. It's getting cold out here, folks, and the desert gets cold in a hurry. And so it's important to keep the heat in this racetrack. But, yep.
Mark Campbell, Jonathan Yellow, Patrick Buyback. Oh, Campbell came up with that.
Robertson says Pete's going to stick it in the winner's circle. I think it'd be awesome. I think it'd be cool if Marco won tonight and Pete won, from last night's race. That'd be pretty cool. But dude, Luke Bagacki in the house, Justin Lamp, dude, it is crazy the cool people that are in the house. Rizzoli, I mean, all these guys that are here today that have been running hard, dude, it's nuts. It's going to be really interesting. We shall see. I hear cars. Yeah, Luke is on fire. This has been the year for Luke. He went out there and said, "I want to win a Super Gas championship." And he did it. The 5th highest points for a sportsman championship in history. It's pretty impressive. And that dude is a hell of a guy. And now you can learn how to bracket race from him. So check it out for sure. Oh, yes. Cars coming around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. Super Pro, round number 6. FTI, round number 6. Right here going down Tucson Dragway for Lucas Oil Friday at the K&N Southwest Showdown. Folks, it's time for some more race cars.
Whittle. We are going to whittle. From 4 down to 2. I see that the bang shift feed is shifted back from Chad's lovely and wonderful face to point at the tower where you can see our pro cars. Nosing out from behind what is probably one of the neatest murals in drag racing. I mean, to have that mural of Tucson Dragway painted across the front of the tower here is pretty dang cool. Sounds like the word back from the staging lanes is, we got everybody. Which is a good thing. What's happening, Mr. Mopar? Glad to see that everybody has been playing along with us in the chat bleachers. Got a whole lot of folks that are all kind of picking their horses of who they think is going to take it all the way in each of the categories. We're about to find out which two are going to have a shot at the trophy and the check and the title. In our pro category. What's happening, Mr. Brad? Tim O'More and David Beckwith. The Malibu out of Rancho Cucamonga going up against the Camaro from right here in Tucson, and O'More as Mike Eames had mentioned a couple of times, and it is definitely worth mentioning a couple of times because it was kind of a big feat for Tim to be able to take home that big check Thanksgiving weekend when they went up there to Vegas. And I'm looking at kind of a couple of previous Vegas winners, nose to tail here in the left lane. That Red Chevelle we'll see coming up here in just a minute. But right now, Tim O'More dialed in at 609, Beckwith dialed in at 743, and Beckwith does not stay green. Leaves the starting line 043 on the wrong side of the tree and hands the win over to Tim O'More, who runs 608 on a 609. 47 green for Tim O'More is enough to give him a berth into the final round here in our pro category, and we'll see who he'll be taking on. Beckwith was 43 red, ends up going 741 on a 743, as O'More has solidified his spot in the final round. Scott Taylor and Michael Agnew. Taylor out of Montana, 672 the dial on the right side, going to be getting the head start over Michael Agnew's 69 Chevelle. Lining up on the left side with a quick little blink of the bulbs. Agnew's in and set. Taylor's off and gone. Scott Taylor has got a bunch in his pocket. With that change, he goes 675 on a 672, and our final is now set in pro. Scott Taylor, 33 green, 675 on a 672, 3 above, still gets him to the stripe first by 0.06 of a second. Agnew, 607 on a 606, but just missed the tree at this end of the racetrack. Agnew with a reaction time that starts with a 1, that's one that's going to kind of linger on him in the overnight hour. Is going to be thinking about the one that got away, and that was it. So Taylor will be coming back to take on O'More in the final round of pro as we make the swap into our Super Pro category with Peeps Pennington and Josh Herman going to be the first pair. Herman out of Pueblo, Colorado. Pennington coming in out of Texas. Peeps, who had a little fire brewing down inside of him after what was a tough loss in one round, came back and ended up being 6-2. Finish line says Josh Herman on the double breakout is moving on to the next round. Herman was 16 green, goes 457.7 on the 458 to end up 3 thou under, getting there first by a thou. Pennington was 22 green and then goes 466 on a 467. He's 8 thou under and checks out. So Herman with a 16 light into what will be the round of 5. There's now Michael Pennington and Cool Hand Luke. Luke for this is bracketracing.com elite, lining up on the right side, the reigning Super Gas World Champion out of Illinois. The topless Corvette dialed in at 481. Getting the head start, but not by much, over Michael Pennington's 469 dial. Dragster on the left side. Yes. Brutal. Luke, trip, zip, perfect on the tree. Michael Pennington was 002. Pennington takes 11th thou down at the finish line to break out 11th thou. Luke Bogacki was dead on 2 and a 2-pack. The reaction time for Bogacki as he is dead on 2, getting the win light over Pennington. Pennington was 002. Get to the stripe first, 11th thou, and break it out 11th thou. I mean, yeah. If he would have been 10-0, I mean, it would have been a tie. Justin Lamb and Matt Larson next 2. So you got Herman advancing. Bogacki's advancing. And it is vicious. Larson, finish line says Larson, the dragster, is advancing. 19 green, dead 3. for Matt Larson, getting a 14th thou stripe for the win. Justin Lamb was 18 green and 18th thou above the dial, 459 on a 458. So Larson's a dragster, getting it done in a tough matchup. So we've got Herman, Bogacki, and Larson, who have all advanced here, as now Philip Pennington and Ryan Harem down to 2 pair left in our Super Pro category. You know, I'm going to have to find that prediction machine and just throw gum in the gears. All right. Pennington down 492 over to right side. He's fully staged. Ryan Harem gently takes it over. Both cars down to the finish line. Ryan Harem getting the win light here as Philip Pennington takes 30 thou at the stripe to break out 14 thousandths of a second. Pennington checking out via the breakout. Harem 467 on a 466. Harem was 23 on the tree. Pennington was 17 on the tree. And Ryan Harem will return for round number 7 in Super Pro. And down to our final pair in round 6. Couple of Californians that are more than familiar with each other. Daniel McClellan, Peabody, lining up on the left side in the family roadster for Team 2 in a tank. 531 is the dial, and Marco Paravalaris with a 454 dial and team out of Petaluma, California. Sister Lella's down there watching on, does the tuning on the car. Marco does the driving here. By 7 thousandths of a second. Win light turns on for McClellan. Marco was 009 on the tree, take 15 thou at the stripe to break out by 1 thousandth of a second. McClellan 16 green and dead on 7. Oof. Oof. So pretty much from that one, I mean, the battle scars from round number 6 of Super Pro, win or lose, they didn't walk away unscathed.
There was a lot of carnage.
There was some serious fighting that happened there in that round, and the 5
that were able to move on. Yet Josh Sherman with a 16 line. Luke Wagaki with a perfect reaction time. Ryan Harem with the 23. Daniel McClellan with a 16 and light. And Matt Larson with a 19 thou reaction time. They're going to go back and rework the ladder for the 5 that are returning. But we've decided our finals in pro. Ah, sure. That's great. So, let's see here. Should we give it like a little, closed circuit message for Daniel McClellan? I don't know if I can say it quite the way that Shirley would, but it'd be like, what a hunk. That Daniel McClellan. Oh, it's awesome. What a hunk. We'll see how the hunk does when he comes back at 5. That was a spectacular show. This is going to be fun. We're getting ready to run. What will be our first final round of the weekend. Again, yesterday, $10,000 Racer Appreciation. $10,000 win race courtesy of Silver State Refrigeration. Jane Thompson and the company. Say it like Mr. T would. We'll have to see. best losing package in round number 5. Goes to Tony Marco. So Tony, you can come up here to the town. And see Matt Rescheduling, and we are getting into the Silver State refrigeration. $10,000 to win in the final round. Again, not only just the winner is $10,000.
Thanks to St. Thompson and the Silver State Refrigeration Company, they also get that free entry into the $50,000 Kidd Performance and Dyno shootout that's going to be happening here tomorrow. So Peter Biondo, driving one of Marco Paravalaris' cars, utilizing the expertise and knowledge that Lella brings to the game and tuning these rides, bringing in his Terminator-like reflexes to let go of the button and drive the stripe, going up against Eric Daniels, the 76 Chevy Vega. So the Pro Car entry has raced its way here into the final round in the Chandler, Arizona-based 350 cubic inch small block Chevrolet. Dialed in at $699. We'll be getting the sizable head start over Peter Biondo with a 453 dial. The dragster on the left side. Winner gets 10 grand and a free entry into the $50,000 race. Runner up here going to get the free weekend entry. So neither one walking away empty-handed. Tree stays green. Underway. Peter Biondo, 453 on a 453. 18 green and dead on 5 to light up the scoreboard down at that end of the racetrack. Eric Daniels was 26 on the tree, leaving off the bottom, and goes 704 on the 699. So it will be Peter getting that free entry into tomorrow's $50,000 shootout. He also gets the 10 grand, the big check, the trophy, the whole deal. We're going to be headed down on the return road here in just a little while to talk to Peter as he makes his way back this direction. Eric Daniels gets the free weekend entry, and for Daniels in the Vega, doing a great job of driving his way into the final round. And before we head downstairs, just because I know Shirley was saying, say it like Mr. T, I pity the fool who don't think that Daniel's a hunk. I know that was a terrible Mr. T, but I'm just saying I pity the fool. Anyway, we got our pro finalists getting ready to make their way back into the staging lanes. Our Super Pro round of 5 is going to be coming back here in just a moment. And let's see here. We're going to double check. Check.
check, check, check.
All right. So we are down to our finals in the pro category, down to 5 in Super Pro, but finishing up last night's $10,000 to win Silver State Refrigeration Racer Appreciation Run. And Peter Biondo, we talked about the fact that yesterday, just before it started raining, on an absolute tear, the reaction times were there. Obviously, you're driving a very fine piece of machinery. And then everything kind of changed. You had to wait almost 24 hours to get back in the car to make another chance at this 10 grand, but it worked out in your favor. And tell me a little bit about your day. Tell me a little bit about your night, having to kind of think about it before you came back up here to give it a try.
Well, anytime you end up in the winner's circle at a big buck bracket race, it's a great feeling. Well, Nate, I don't race as much as I used to, and you turn 50 and you start saying, when is it gonna start slipping away from you a little bit? It really goes through my mind when I get to the races, and God willing, it's still I'm still doing it all right, and I'm having fun when I do get to race. So I want to, the track held really nicely on a cold track. It's really great to be out here racing. It's really great to see all these cars out here, because I'm starting to get nervous about our Vegas race with the price of fuel, but Chris is showing me that it's going to be all right, and it's just a great day. I want to thank the Peravolaris family. They gave me a car that really, really good, and me and Marco, we feed off each other, and we really take each other to another level.
So tell you, what's the difference? For flying in here, basically helmet in hand, you don't have to worry about running the race. You don't have to worry about your own equipment. You're pretty much given, a race car that is going to perform. Lela, who's over here tuning in, knows exactly what the car is going to do. Does that take some of the pressure off for you?
Absolutely. They get the car ready. They spoil me. They get the car ready for me. Lela can dial it almost to the 1,000th, and she saved me 1 or 2 rounds when I was going to pick a number, and she picked the other number, and I went with it, and they're really good at what they do. They got a great Class A operation.
Well, it's definitely cool to have you out here racing along with us here at the Southwest Showdown. Obviously, Chris Forsythe is here to present you with the trophy and the check for $10,000. Congratulations, Peter Biondo. How about it? Let's hear it for Peter Biondo, your winner of the Racer Appreciation Run. Silver State Refrigeration, 10 grand in your hand, and you got a free entry to tomorrow's $50,000 race. So, not bad.
I love it. Thank you guys for putting this on.
All right, well, I'm going to slip out of the way because I'm not the picture guy. I got a face for radio. I'm going to let them take their pictures. And once again, Peter Biondo picking up the win here today. $10,000 and an entry to try and parlay it into 50 grand. Racers, again, if you are ready, we'll take pro finalists and super pro semifinalists. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Pro finalists and super pro round of 5, make your way back into the staging lanes, please.
Daniel McClellan and Matt Larson need you in the staging.
Happen to come across one, get it back up here to the tower so we can get it back to its owner. And real quick, hey Marco Ortiz watching in on the live feed. Good to see a phone on either the return road out in the pits area or back in the staging lanes. If you could help us out, we'd love to get that back to its owner, bring it up here to the tower. Thank you. So we have our final round in Pro coming up with Tim O'More and Scott Taylor. And I believe we were just missing two cars a little while ago in Super Pro, Daniel McClellan and Matt Larson. Then we can run Super Pro.
but that's the last straw. Excuse me, I believe you have my stapler. Oh. I used to be by the window and I could see the squirrels and they were married. Oh. That's one of those movies that, Office Space, the first time I watched it, I'd never worked in a cubicle-style environment. I thought it was one of the dumbest movies ever made. And then about 4 years after working in an office environment in cubicles, I watched it again. I think I laughed so hard I peed myself a little bit.
So, Nathan, I'd like to talk to you about your TPS report.
My TPS reports?
We are now putting the
I'll tell you what.
top of the...
I'll tell you what, I live that environment every day and it drives me absolutely insane. Oh, you're right, Mopar, we have gone round the bend. I am not wearing the required amount of flair. Actually, I am. I also just realized it. I went down into the winter circle in my racing is stupid hat. The Office is, well, the movie Office Space is a great movie. The show The Office is awesome. I mean, all of those things are just fantastic, but yeah, I think as Peter mentioned down there in the winter circle, you know, turning 50, I'm close to that. Not far behind.
Me neither.
And yeah, I think there's a lot of us that are kind of like right there looking at that milestone, and there's a lot of us that are beyond it. A lot of us that are approaching it. A lot of us that are still yet to get there. And, you know, I've got a lot of folks that work on my team back in the office who are nowhere near that. And if you make a reference and they just kind of look at you with this blank stare, you kind of got to go, oh yeah, that's right. You've probably never seen that. Like the other day I'd asked a question, everybody's sitting there dead quiet, and I went, Bueller? A couple of people snickered, and the other two looked at me like, what?
Sick. my sister's best friend, cousin needs something from that.
Yes. Yes. And Stephanie, you were right. I am wearing a little bit more fling than Mike, or a little bit more flair than Mike is. I do have on my hoodie sweater. Watch Space Force. Space Force is the recommended movie. I haven't seen that one yet. Is it good? All right. But that also kind of brings you back to which one? Oh, all right. I'm gonna have to watch it. Well, I was like, what was the Tim? Dang it, my brain is gone. No. All right, see, Mopar Man, now you're throwing out a few good ones. Spaceballs. Spaceballs, definitely a classic there. Who puts that on their luggage? Oh, no, I was thinking Galaxy Quest. Galaxy Quest. I have one job to do. It's stupid, but I'm going to do it. All right, just finishing a little touch-up here on the starting line. I guess Super Pro round of 5 is going to be coming out next. Oh, yes. You will be avenged. I just love the whole thing. I don't have a last name. I'm crew guy. Oh, goodness. All right. All right, just a little frivolity before we get back into, I mean, if we pick up where we left off in Super Pro round number 6, or round number 5, 6, yeah. If we pick up where we left off in in Super Pro round number 6. I'm just trying to have a little fun before we watch some people get a severe whooping handed over to them, as we've got Ryan Harem and Josh Herman, who are going to be our first pair. Herman out of Colorado, 457, the dial in the Mullis ride over on the right side. And all I'm going to say is, for the 5 drivers that have survived to this point, because really it is all about survival. It's a fight. But given the packages that have been going up and the laps that have been laid down in the opposite lane, it's almost like one of those action movies where the super large explosion is taking place and somehow the hero comes climbing out of it without like singeing his hair. Ryan Harem dialed in at 465 on the left side. Josh Herman at 457 on the right side. Sizable split between the two in reaction time. Ryan Harem lights up the board and moves into the semifinals. Harem was 15 on the tree, one above. 466 on the 465. Josh Herman was 2-1 behind in reaction time, and Ryan Harem gets the win by about 0.02 of a second. So Josh Herman wishing he could get that one back. Ryan Harem happy he's moving on, as we bring out Matt Larson, the dragster over on the right side out of Yuma, Arizona, and that hunk known as Daniel McClelland. Just saying, not my words. But McClelland dialed in at 531 in the family roadster. The pre-stage bulbs are lit. Going to be getting the head start over Larson. And Larson will be doing the chasing. Start for Larson by 0.05 of a second, and McClelland is 5 total. He is a hunk. And with a 002 reaction time, I'm not saying this, but I am saying that a 002 reaction time, coming back at just 3 cars, since Luke Bugacki is on the bye right now, and the reaction time for Ryan Harem was 015, let's just say that 002 is probably going to make Daniel a very, very happy man. Happy Peabody. Luke, wearing the number 1, 480 is the dial up on the scoreboard, trying his hand to the left side of the racetrack. He has been living in the right lane. But knowing that he wants to live in this side of the racetrack, decides to take a swing at it, is 008 on the tree and 1 above, 481 on the 480. There you go. Lane choice will go to Luke over Ryan, and McClelland should be coming back running the solo, and will most likely watch the 2 in front of him battle it out for the chance to come back and take him on. There you go. So down to 3 coming back in Super Pro. Bugacki, McClelland, Harem, and we have just 2 left in Pro. Scott Taylor and Tim O'More racing it off for the $5,000 payday on a Lucas Oil Friday. Tim O'More running a home game here at his home racetrack, and Scott Taylor coming all the way down out of Montana. Taylor's dialed in at 672. Will get the opportunity to leave first. Tim O'More dialed in at 609. In, set, off, gone. Big advantage on the tree for Scott Taylor, and 675 on a 672 for Scott. Gets the job done. 14 green gets him there first, 0.08 of a second. Tim O'More had the 041 reaction time, and then goes 610 on the 609. So the Columbia Falls, Montana-based racer in the Chevelle is going to be headed back down the return road. We'll be down in just a moment to talk to him, as we're down to 3 left in Super Pro. And our pro winner has been crowned tonight. $5,000 going to be handed to Scott Taylor here in just a moment. We'll head down in front of the tower and again, Super Pro. I know you guys just left the racetrack, but essentially cool them, which is not a problem here tonight. Fuel them, charge them. And as soon as you're ready, we'll meet you back in the staging lanes to get one more round in the books. Wow. And the Super Pro ladder has just come off the press, and it is official. It's going to be Luke with lane choice over Ryan. Cool Hand versus High Gear on one side of the ladder. And Daniel McClelland with the solo into the final of Super Pro. Yeah, that's nice. All right, you know what? We're going to hold off just a moment here. The drag tractor doing its thing out there, putting a little background noise out here, but we are down here in front of the tower one more time. Again, on a Lucas Oil Friday with our winner in the pro category. And there's certain moments in drag racing that just kind of get you. And a moment ago, I had one of those because as Scott Taylor pulled back around the tower here, I saw him get out of the car, the embrace, the tears, the emotion. This is obviously a very big win. It's got a lot of deep meaning here, but Scott, let me congratulate you on your win. The West Coast bracket races, picking up the win in pro, $5,000. And obviously there's a lot going on in your head. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it with everybody out here. Tell me what you're feeling right now.
I'm just overall, I want to thank God first of all, most, and my wife and my family, friends that are here with us. I've raced hard, traveled a lot, and I've got beat up a lot. And I finally was able to capitalize one time, finally. I'm super, super thankful for this. I can't thank everybody enough. I'm just overwhelmed.
We can tell this is a big moment, and we want to relish this whole thing, man. Tell me a little bit about the car. I know you guys coming down all the way out of Montana. That's a decent haul to get here. This obviously is one of those events that you've been to. It's something you've wanted to win, and today the trophy is in your hands. But tell me a little bit about your program.
The 65 Chevelle, of course. I have my own shop, and I just work on it in the evenings whenever I have spare time. I'm always super busy, so it kind of gets lacked. But I got a lot of good people that built the motor for me. Bradford's bouncing machine. Bill Smith did the transmission. I had Fast Eddie do some rear suspension work for me. And the rest I've tried to do myself with, just family and friends. So it's great. It's working great.
It did work great today. I mean, obviously you came down to the round of 8. You were double entered, had to race yourself. So at that point, it's almost like, oh man, I got to take myself out of this thing. Now you're down to 1, coming back in here. What'd you think about after having to know that, hey, look, I've got to give up one of these entries?
On the upside of it at first, I was a little, I don't know if that's the best thing ever, but at the flip side, it's like I'm going to move one more round and not have to worry about getting into that next bracket round. And just one more test it, basically, is how I took it.
Well, it worked out for you. You're standing here in the winner's circle right now. I know you've got some really good folks here. Tell me about the folks that are here with you.
It's Darren Taylor and his wife, Tana, and my wife, Leah Taylor, over here. And they traveled from Idaho with us, and we all met here a couple weeks ago. I ran the race they had 2 weeks ago, and then went and visited my grandson that I haven't seen in years in Albuquerque. It's just been an awesome 3 weeks. I almost hate to go home, but I have to.
Well, I'll tell you what, we are going to let you guys get to celebrating, but before we do that, we are going to officially present you with the trophy. Chris Forsyth is here from West Coast Bracket Races to hand you the trophy and the check worth $5,000. I don't know which meant more, because the only thing I could hear from your team was, we got the trophy, but $5,000, that's a nice little chunk of change. Scott, congratulations one more time. Hey, how about a big round of applause for Scott Taylor, your winner here in Pro Bracket on Friday night at Tucson Dragway.
Semis in Super Pro. I need Ryan Harem. I need Luke. I need Daniel McClelland. The staging links, please, as quickly as possible. Once again, Daniel McClelland, Luke, and High Gear. Getting the staging lanes, please. Pretty please. Yeah, my 3 semifinalists, when you do pull into the staging lanes, go ahead and pull all the way up to the front, if you would, please. So Daniel McClelland, Luke Bogacki, and Ryan Harem. Let's get all the way up in the front of the staging lanes, please. Pull all the way forward up to the front of the lanes when you pull in, please. word from the staging lanes is all three of our competitors made their way up there. A brief order of business to take care of. We'll get suited up and fired up and send down the 8th mile here at Tucson Dragway. They are getting suited up. Luke Bogacki with the lane choice over Ryan Harem, and Daniel McClelland will be making the single. Rumbling, rumbling, rumbling. And now quiet. Orion Harem. And Luke Bogacki. Either Super Comp winner from the divisional. In fact, both of these two won one of the divisional races in Phoenix last week. And that is Ryan Harem for Team Mobile 1, Team FTI. 463 going to be the dial for Ryan. Luke for Team Mosier. And this is Bracket Racing Elite. 481 on the side of the Corvette. The winner will take on Daniel McClelland in the final round. Here on Lucas Oil Friday for $10,000, as I believe Daniel McClelland is just going to roll up and take the green based on him driving around the water box. And I did get that confirmed, which is lovely. All right, Harem and Luke pre-staged. Ryan bumping in, Luke is in. Tree, green, Harem is better at 006, and Harem is 12 total, freezing out Luke Bogacki. Luke was 16 green dead on 2, and just got smushed. Ryan Harem, 006, dead on 6, 12 total. Takes out Luke. So Daniel McClellan will make up the other half of the final round. He's going to stage that machine under its own power and take that green light and back out. He will give up lane choice in the final, as Ryan Harem was 006. But we're going to have Ryan Harem and Daniel McClellan in the final round here on Lucas Oil Products Friday for $10,000. Here at the K&N Southwest Showdown, so we'll let Ryan Harem get back in the back, put a charge on it, put some fuel in it, and come back up into the staging lanes, and we'll have that Daniel McClellan, Ryan Harem final round here on Lucas Oil Friday for $10,000. Congratulations to Scott Taylor, who took home the win. In Pro Eliminators, good to see the runner from Montana all the way up just barely south of the Canadian border. What was the temperature today up there? Minus what? It was minus 10 and they got a foot of snow. Yeah, Tucson is slightly better than minus 10 and a foot of snow and getting a big check at the K&N Southwest Showdown. So a few minutes of quiet time on the track as we get Harem back up and charged and fueled and headed back up this way. So just a couple minutes, hopefully not too long. For Ryan Harem, it is very brisk outside. I would think that cooling the machine down wouldn't take long. Not going to be a problem. So we will wait patiently for our final race of the evening with Ryan Harem and Daniel McClellan.
Okay, everybody, we're getting close. All we got to do is get Daniel down here and Harem, and we'll be good to go. Actually, Daniel's already in the lane. So thank you to everybody who has tuned in tonight as we get ready to finish this up. I am not going to lie. I am very glad we are, because it is cold up here right now. Big thanks to everybody that's tuned in for Thursday and Friday. We have Saturday and Sunday still left to go. I want to thank Silver State Refrigeration for being our presenting sponsor here at the K&N Southwest Showdown. Also want to thank Holley for being a longtime BangShift.com live sponsor. And also to thank the Tucson Dragway crew and, of course, West Coast Bracket Races. Couldn't do it without them. Here, about to wrap up Lucas Oil Friday. Tomorrow we will get started live as soon as the first time trial is done. So today everybody got a time trial. Tomorrow only new racers who have not been down the racetrack yet will get a time trial. So we should be starting considerably earlier than today. Let me look here at my schedule. So we're going to start